grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to.
What's up Pilipinas? Nagbabalik ang broadcast ng VALORANT Challengers Split number 2. At ito ang week number 2. I'm OSX, I'm si Tierra at si Rico para sa pasabog ngayong hapon. Kamusta kayo, girls?
And guys.
And guys.
Hindi mo OSX.
Okay.
Okay naman, mainit sa Pilipinas, kaya mainit na labanan din ang dadali ng mga teams natin. Ang dami nating pinagdaanan, kakatapos lang ng kung ano-anong event pa, but this time, Road to Ascension, lahat excited dito, Rico.
Oh, syempre. Lalong-lalo na nakita natin yung mga pangyayari last week, no? Feeling ko may parang trend. I don't mean to curse what's gonna happen today, pero parang napapansin ko, kadalasan nagkaka-overtimes tayo. So, curious ako kung ganun ba rin ba?
Nako, bring up na talaga yung
Sorry,
overtime. Malapit na tayo mag-recap, Rico, pero babalikan natin kung ano nga yung overtime. Kasi nga, na-mention nga dito ni Terror nga papunta nga daw tayo sa Ascension. So, yung mga teams na to, probably this is their way of like showing their own identity, playstyle so far from week number 1. Ano mga abangan natin for week number 2? And this is the first day na mapapanood natin yung mga teams na to who will most likely to shine or even go further the distance sa kanilang makitang mga opponents this time around.
I think it's more of the adjustments mula sa mga teams, knowing as well na parang tinalon na nila at tinawid nila at least yung isang linggo dito. It just gives them more of an idea on what else to expect, especially doon sa mga younger and newer teams natin dito sa Split 2, Rico.
Yun nga parang napapansin ko at least from week number 1, kayang-kaya ng mga mechanics ng mga bagong teams natin dito sa VCT Challengers Split 2. Laban sa mga usual top 3 natin, yung Zol, Oasis, tsaka NAOS. Mechanics, they really have what it takes. Pero pagdating sa strategy, adjustments, and high-pressure situations, lalong-lalo na pagdating sa mga overtimes, I keep repeating it kasi importante nga talaga yun. Yun, dun feeling ko nagkakadiferensya talaga from the top to the middle of the pack and below.
Tsaka dito, OSX, nararamdaman ko rin yung mga teams na kumbaga yung mainstay natin sa mga split like Oasis and NAOS, and then the rest of the teams or like even Zol, yung ating representative or rather yung Split 1 champions natin dito, talagang sinusubukan ng ibang mga teams din natin right now na habulin kung anong klaseng teams din sila ngayon dahil sa chemistry na na-build nila and how well they gel together already. So I feel like it's much more tougher kind of scenario for the newer and younger teams that we have right now, but I really have high hopes.
Well, speaking of high hopes and also the standings, I'm glad that you mentioned how these teams actually mattered from Split 1 to Split 2. Kasi nasabi mo na yung mga teams that have been looking at the teams who's sitting on top. And you've mentioned about NAOS, yung Carti, well also the Oasis, yung mga mainstays ng teams na to. It all goes to check na parang ito yung, ano nga ba yung napag-aralan yung parang how are they getting geared up for this moment? Dahil sobrang crucial nga ng mga points heading from week 1 dito. I think it's all about the momentum, if you'd agree with me, how you wanted to start your regular season, especially ngayong Split 2.
I mean, definitely. As much as early as possible, gusto mo mahanap yung mga puntos na ika nga. Dahil yung iba rin sa mga teams dito, yung makakatapat nila next up is yung mga giants na split natin. No? So this is the perfect adjustment period for all the teams that we have right now. But looking at the match highlights, binabalik lang tayo nito sa mga alaala ng kahapon, Rico, yung mga alaala ng hindi natuloy na araw natin pagdating dito sa teams natin. But definitely, yung expectations naman natin last time ay completely na-meet coming in from NAOS and Oasis as well. Ikaw, Rico, na-meet ba ang expectation mo?
Oo naman, syempre. I feel like especially yung, huwag natin kakalimutan yung sunset performance ng Oasis up against Just Us. It was definitely a ride. Kumbaga, hindi talaga nila hinayaan na mag-comeback, kumbaga, after reaching that 12 score mark.
Well, speaking of teams, and specifically yung matchup na laban ng NAOS versus Carti World. You've mentioned about OT, lahat ng pwedeng identity pwedeng lumabas sa week number 2. Ano ba, what makes this team stand out? Kasi Carti's now positioning at number 1. Pero syempre, it's just week 1 to 2. So what makes this team stand out? Sino ba yung sumasabog dito, Taylor, for you?
Actually, maraming mga players ang talagang sumasabog pagdating dito sa Split 2 natin, no? But I do think na there are specific players na kayang gumawa ng mga play na makikita rin naman natin sa head-to-head later on. But mamaya natin i-prepare yun para sa kanila.
I love it. Kasi ito yung sobrang, I like it na naging specific ka dun sa wait for the possible matchup ng head-to-head. Kasi ito yung yung teams sa how they wanted to prepare from week number 1 kasi if we look the matches for today, we're looking at 3 series for this one. Yung teams also had nag-look back tayo dun sa highlights, nagkaroon ng 2-1, 0-2, also the 1-1 as well. And since overtime pwede na pag-usapan once again for Riku, ano ba yung matchup na to? Magkakaroon ba ng overtime for this one?
Grabe
Sa'yo ko
talaga.
naibibigay ito.
Yun na
Wala
agad
pa,
yung-
wala pa tayo head-to-head.
Oh,
Konting ano pa lang.
muna. Feeling ko, again, I'm just going to really tease you guys. Mamaya na ang aking sagot. Abangan nyo na yan.
I love it.
At ito, sasagutin ko, SX. Magkaka-OT
Sige,
ba
sige.
today? Una sa lahat, pag tinignan mo yung listahan, nandito ba si Osiris today? Wala.
Ay, wala,
Pangalawa
wala,
sa
wala.
listahan,
Okay.
nandito ba si Ray Ray today? Wala.
Wala.
OT today.
Wala.
Yun lang yun.
Wala.
Okay. So yun ang pala yung pagbasihan. So never mind. Tama kasi yung kasama nga na-realize ko din dati nung VCT Pacific.
May
kasama
curse
ko
yung
nga
mga
sila.
yun eh.
May something nga sila.
Hayaan mo na sila. Hayaan mo na sila.
Okay. So I'll reserve those questions later on. Kasi nga, if we look back on the teams of today, medyo nga magiging mainit yung laban because in the first series, pwede magkaroon ng I think a bit of a tight match as we want to see for overtimes. Pero since ganoon yung tapatan nila, I think it will all check on how the meta would form from week number 1. Saan ba tayo papunta from that specific games from the series na napanood from week 1? Saan ba tayo mapupunta sa meta heading for week number 2?
Ayun nga eh. Gusto kong alamin kung anong patch tong nilalaro natin ngayon. So, sisilipin natin yung patch later on kasi syempre, there's a big difference when it comes to the patch right now kung ano yung lalaroin nila for this specific week. So, we're gonna get onto that later on. But certainly, nag-adjust na yung mga teams na meron tayo dito coming into the patch where the Viper is one snake bite. So, ang dami pang hahabulin nung client natin pagdating dun sa current meta, di ba? And maybe actually, kung lalaroin na natin yung current meta rin ngayon, yung current patch natin, it's gonna be a big change, lalo na dun sa mga duelists coming into this season kung sakasakali man. Dahil si Neon medyo makati siya. Si Iso ngayon, nagwa-wild na. Si Reyna nagwa-wild na rin. Sa dami ng patches natin dito,
So
Rico.
many wild. Daming wild ones. Yeah.
Ang dami talaga. Honestly, I'm really excited about that. Kasi kung nakita natin yung highlights kanina, halos yung portrait dun sa may top left, or top right pala rather, puro raise. So honestly, nakikita natin kung bakit yun nga yung nangyayari. Maraming setup, maraming meta na nakapaligid dito sa mga star duelists natin. Lalong-lalo na dito sa Split 2. So, excited ako na makakita ng ibang mukha dun sa top right. No? Baka Neon na, baka Iso na, baka mga ganun.
Yoru kasi ngayon, OSX kahit pa paano,
Pwede.
parang depende na lang sa mga teams kung na-practice talaga nila kasi kailangan mo talaga siyang i-integrate ng maayos eh. But I feel like we do have other teams na pwede rin sumabay dito sa current meta natin. So I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, and you mentioned about the teams na, I think it's all about adjustment. This week, kung naisip ko pa lang, nasabi mo kung anong patch ang lalaroan nila and also how the meta would form. Teka lang, para ako mismo, will the days be enough kung paano sila nag-prepare? I think that's one big factor din kung titingnan mo eh. Kasi kung ganun yung usapan, dahil papunta pa lang tayo sa head-to-head, kamusta naman yung mga games nyo with that kind of adjustment na yun nga yung most nakikita na on the top right?
Sanay na kami. Oo, sanay na kami sa mga duelists na nag-wild dito. Kumbaga, taga-bigay ng mga kill, taga-grab ng mga kill, di ba? Speaking of grab pala, gusto namin magpasalamat sa mga sponsors natin, of course, for making this VCT split possible dito. And, of course, biggest thanks muna sa Mineski and sa PPGL para sa ating biggest esports league in the country. And I do feel like na, syempre, yung pinag-usapan natin dito, which is Grab, may code! Si Grab, Rico! Kaka-order ko lang actually nung kape ko. Tuturo ko sa inyo mga tropa ha. Gamitin nyo ang promo code natin na GrabFood60 and get up to 60 pesos off pagdating sa mga order nyo with the minimum spend of 550 pesos lamang. And aside from that, napakadami pa. May Grab Car Saver tayo, may Grab Food Saver tayo. So kung gusto nyo makatipid, pumunta na kayo at bisitahin nyo ang Grab and makikita nyo rin naman agad-agad dito, Rico.
Tama ka dyan, Tay. Honestly, nagamit ko yan kahapon kasi balik-balik ang dami kong errands. So, saktong-sakto nga talaga tong discount na to. Pero syempre, last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So, maraming salamat po.
I think, again, so much for Mineski Global for the official tournament organizer for 2024 Valorant Challengers Philippines. Again, presented by PPGL. Thank you for making this all happen. Exciting, no? Kasi kanina, habang pinapanood ko pa lang yung ad ng Grab na yun, it's a very catchy ad.
Ay, nako. OSX, araw-araw na naming napapaniginipan tong Grab na to kung alam mo lang. All my
Hinahabol
friends,
ka.
Grab food saver.
Diba? Kasi mas mas nakakatipid ka dun eh. And to think na mahaba yung ating araw, well, expected na madaming pwedeng mag-show up today for a great performance and a great series. I think kailangan maging fueled up and also be ready for the unexpected things na pwede nating makita. So, I think ito na yung time na pwede pag-usapan natin how these teams are doing from week number 1. Kasi again, nung tinignan ko din yung highlights kanina, you've mentioned about how these teams take control either with the Viper or what is the meta currently. Pero since ganun nga pinag-uusapan natin na pwede maging focus on one player even for one agent alone, ano ba yung pwede nating expect also from the teams moving forward? Kasi I think there's also the promo relegation team.
Yeah,
relegation also, which a group with teams na pwede magpakita ng bagong identity in this split 2, right?
Yeah, definitely the younger ones, yung subversive, andyan din syempre para makita natin, especially yung mga nanggaling sa premier natin, right? Rank LQTs. You know, these teams are some teams to look out really for dahil yung iba, alam na natin yung kanilang nagiging playstyle, alam na natin yung ginagawa talaga nila pagdating sa mga games nila. But itong mga teams na to, syempre, yan yung galing promo relegation na inaabangan nating lahat. And I think yung mga viewers natin parang question mark, ano bang nangyayari? Ano ba tong split 2? Paano ba nangyayari ang lahat na to? Bakit road to Ascension na bigla? Feeling ko, iparinig natin sa kanila yung tournament explainer, no, OSX?
Yung ano, sorry?
Yung
Wala ako bigla.
tournament explainer. Yung
Feeling ko ito na.
Oh.
Feeling ko explain. Ikaw na, pumasok ko na sa screen. Stinger mo na to.
PGL. Brace yourselves for the ultimate showdown as the most ruthless teams in the Philippines battle it out for the lion's share of the 1.2 million pesos prize pool and seize the most confident spot to VCT Ascension Pacific Tokyo. A total of 10 teams will go head-to-head in the regular season. These are the top 4 teams from the Split 1 playoffs. And 6 teams who went through the grueling phase of the promotion relegation, 2 other teams from the Split 1 crossover matches, and 4 new teams who qualified through the Premier mode. From here on, teams will go through a similar single round-robin format where every game is a best-of-3 matchup and every round counts. The regular season concludes with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockouts, while the 3rd to 6th place teams proceed to the crossover matches. Teams will need to give it their all as they defend their slot in a single elimination bracket where only the last 2 survivors will advance to the knockouts. The higher the stakes, the fiercer the competition gets, as the remaining teams in the knockouts test their might in a grueling double elimination bracket, all leading up to an intense best-of-5 lower bracket finals. Witness history unfolds as the last 2 contenders take center stage in an unforgettable best-of-5 series, where we will crown the champion of VCT Challengers Philippines 2024 and our country's representative to VCT Ascension Pacific Tokyo. All these will happen at our much-anticipated Land Grand Finals event this July. This 2024, it's time for you to take over. Resurgence is here. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League Philippines.
Ayun, na-explain na. Ang ganda na explanation na yun.
Grabe,
Hindi kilala. Sabi ko na nga, familiar ng boses niya.
Si Dayan, ako si Mods.
Ay!
Proud ako dyan.
Ito, nakakatuwa lang na si Kuya Vil, nakita ko sa mga iba't ibang larangan ng mundo ngayon. Kaya nakakatuwa lang nag-explain na rin siya ng kanyang mga bagay-bagay sa explainer. Pero kung titingnan mo, grabe din pala yung magiging lakbay ng lahat ng teams to heading to that grand finals moment, right? You mentioned about bringing up the identity, how solid their foundation will be. I think for all of the teams also who watch these, mainstays nung split number 1, I think they have learned so much and to be specific on this matchup, yung NAOS versus Carti World. Ano bang meron sa team na to? Ano ba? Sisimulan ko kanina. Babalik ako na yung tanong kanina na sabi ko i-reserve natin sa moment na to. What makes this team explosive, Theor?
Si NAOS ba o si Carti World? Yan ang
Unahin natin si
question.
Carti World. So, simulan natin kay number 1, si Carti World.
Si Carti World ngayon, the thing is, the biggest difference from these two teams that we have right now, Rico, di ba, is syempre NAOS has been together for such a long time. I mean, longer than anyone here right now in the split, or possibly parang Oasis yung closest sa kanila. But also, Carti World, binuo siyang Astro World plus the Carti Esports. Kinombine mo sila, sumabog at naging Carti World ang naging resulta nun, OSX. So,
Parang apples and bananas, ha?
Parang may big bang na
synergy ang
nangyari,
magiging labanan talaga ng dalawang teams na to. Yung dalawang magkakatapat right now. I feel like kung nag-aral mabuti syempre itong Carti World, Riku, kaya nilang tapatan yung NAOS, but it's gonna be a very big take coming in here, Riku.
Oo naman, napaka-exciting talaga ng match na to kasi nga, labanan to, malaking mountain ang tatahakin talaga ni Carti World. Even though on paper, let's just say they have the mechanics as we've said, the explosiveness, the know and some of the experience na naranasan nila from the previous split, naos pa rin talaga yung pinakamataas na expectations dito kasi grabe na talaga experience nila sa mga, hindi lang sa online tournaments, pati na rin sa LAN, mga high-pressure situations, napakalakas talaga nila pagdating sa ganun.
So experience would really speak for their playstyle, even kung paano sila gumalaw for this year. I'm glad that you shared about things about NAOS kasi I think that's one thing that makes a team strong is yung paano nga pinagdaanan yung, experience and journey kasi in every wins or loss, meron nilang matutunan. Pero in speak of going back to the explosive ones, who's the playmaker for this one? Simulan natin ito. Tatanungin ko kay Rico kasi kanina tanong about explosiveness about kay Taylor kung sino nga ba. Sino ba yung playmaker for this one, for NAOS? Or you start with the other one for Carti World?
Well, syempre, lagi na natin sinasabi ang kanyang pangalan na si Patrick Watson dito from Carti World. Again, laging nakikita natin pangalan niya sa top right corner, lalong-lalo na on the race.
Yeah, I've seen also, Taylor, how, they both casted in the mods with this kind of play. What makes this player stand out sa lahat for this one, Taylor?
For NAOS or for Carti?
For Patrick Watson na mention ni
For Patrick Watson,
yeah.
lahat ng mga players nagra-rally behind him. So, I feel like the setups are there. It's just a matter of can they execute it well against a team like NAOS Esports. Kaya feeling ko, pakilala mo na sila, OSX para maumpisa na natin to eh.
Let's welcome the teams right on our screen. Tingnan na natin sila.
NAOS Esports at oras na para talagang pag-usapan at i-dive in na natin itong team na to. I mean, what else can we say at this point? Pero syempre, heading back kung para sa mga hindi pa nakakanood o kaya naman kaka-tune in lang dito sa VCT. Of course, you have Papi Chulo, Ja, Nexi, Mojer, Eman FPS, Rico. Itong lineup na to, star-studded masyado. Kumbaga, lahat sila kayang maging duelist.
Kaya nga as in lahat ng mechanics, lahat ng mga stylistic plays, clutch factor, they have everything. At dahil nga dyan, nasabi natin, yung experience, yung synergy na na-collect nila throughout the years dito sa VCT. And again, even though week 2 pa lang tayo, itong NAOS, alam na natin sila sa expected na hindi lang magka-qualify sa playoffs at hindi lang yun, aabot sila ng top 2 dahil sa constant consistency nila pagdating sa mga high performances sa team na to. So again, NAOS, a lot of expectations here to win this 2-0 and to make it cleanly.
Well, I think it's all about strategy, and you've mentioned how NAOS had a great way of completing their journey and experience. I think there's one player also who's familiar with me na nakita ko din from, I think iba pa yung team niya dati. So, I've seen the transition as well. Sabi mo, kaya nilang lahat mag-duelist. Kung ganun, in a way, para siyang parang ano ba, parang David and Goliath matchup ba to na parang kailangan ding tapatan ng Carti World heading on to this match? So
It
kung
is.
titingnan,
It is a David and Goliath
Oh.
match. Actually, medyo nakakatakot para sa side ng Carti World, di ba? Honestly, Riku, itong team ng NAOS right now, they look much more in a way na yung Philippines, paano sila maglaro, kung paano sila like laban. NAOS is probably one of the few teams that we have right here that actually plays really slow pagdating sa mga matches nila because they really want to make sure and really clear out the sides right here. So that's actually a big thing, a big difference pagdating dito sa scenario natin sa Philippines. Pero yung makakatapat nila, pakilala na kaya natin yan, OSX.
let's head on to the next team. Sino nga bang kalaban? Carti World. Tingnan natin sa ating mga screens ngayon.
At ito naman si Carti World. Nasabi natin, David and Goliath matchup. Sila naman yung David dito. Kino-consider natin si Carti World in the middle of the pack ayon sa nakita natin like from week number 1 at mga individual performances nila. Nung split 2, I can only think of one other team that I consider in the middle of the pack and can take games off of the considered top teams. At yun ay yung old Stinky Cats. Ngayon nadagdagan na ito at kasama na yun si Carti World. And
That's
we keep,
actually true.
diba? We keep like singing the praises of Patrick Watson. And I do feel like kasi bagay na bagay yung meta ngayon, at least sa Pilipinas, yung double initiator. Making sure that they're able to flash, set up, get info for their star duelist. Lalong-lalo na nakikita natin lagi, multi-frags from Patrick Watson.
Doon nga tayo
Wow.
bumabalik sa nagra-rally behind the entire team nga, itong mga remaining players, syempre ng Carti World. But you also have players like, for example, Astro, na way back pa pagdating sa VCT. Actually, hindi lang sa VCT PH, but also in another country. If I'm not mistaken, he's from Made in Thailand. And naglaro siya doon. He also played under the banner of NGX or Galaxy Racer. Either doon sa dalawang yon, nag-merge kasi sila. Pero it's one of those teams right now. So, nandun din yung experience kung tutuusin, OSX. I think itong mga players lang ng Carti World, it's more of hindi pa nila nahahanap yung talagang top 1 team nila, kaya hindi pa sila nakakarating to that point. But individuality, makikita mo there's a lot that they can bring to the table.
Well, speaking of bringing to the table, dahil pinag-usapan natin yung match na magiging mainit, let's go in for the head-to-head. Kung ano nga ba ang ating stats heading to this match.
Woo! Ito na nga yung makakatapat, no? Si Patrick Watson tsaka si Mojer, yung mga very potentially explosive na mga race players natin from both teams. I mean, nakita natin from week number 1, Mojer, kagaya ng sinabi mo, Tay, kanina, na parang it felt like they were more of calm and collected na approach dito. And it does feel like it reflects talaga ng play style kung saan malakas itong NAOS. Meanwhile, Patrick Watson, kahit nag-jet siya, parang race pa rin yung gamit niya, honestly.
Yung race niya dun, nag-updraft din di ba? So it's either of the two. And I feel like kung explosiveness yung labanan, this is the perfect head-to-head to really bring it to the table right here. Mojer can go and decide to really go crazy and push in and make those skills happen. But I do think Patrick Watson can do the same. Parang itong labanan na to, minsan nga, pwede pa maging winning condition to kung tutusin, OSX.
Oo.
So walking green flag talaga siya,
Walking
in a way.
green flag. Tsaka magaling mag-magic si Mojer. Kaya walking green flag yan.
Sobrang ganda ng ano na yun, advantage niya. Kasi kung, to add something for that walking grid, like sabi mo, there's so much similarities, even though may comparisons na with the round win rate, ang tinitingnan ko talaga yung ACS na hindi talaga nagkakalayo. So if those are the things na pwede tingnan in this match with Carti World versus NAOS Esports, sino ba yung wingman na to in a way from these two na sumusuporta from one another? Kasi they're the playmakers. Sino bang wingman for this one? From each. Simula natin for Taylor. Sino ba yung ano ngayon ni Patrick Watson? What makes Patrick Watson work in terms of the rotation in heading into a series for this
It's
one?
always the controller plus the initiator combination na makikita mo. Them taking up space, making space. And iba na kasi yung meta ngayon sa Valorant kung tutuusin. Dati parang, ay, defenders ka, mag-aantay ka. But this time, it's important na isang parte ng mapa na yon is actually makuha mo yung spacing na yan to really create the game around it. But at the same time, kung hindi nila makukuha yon, then the round might be lost at that point. And I do feel like ito nga, yung controller na yan, yung initiator na yan, kasabay alongside with the duelist is really, really a big help. And I think, Riku, for NAOS, it's also the same thing, right? But I
Oo.
wanna add on to that bago ko na ipasa sa'yo is yung nagiging last wall nila of defense, which
Oo.
is Nexi, super clutch player.
Honestly,
Okay,
totoo
so-
yan. I feel like, again,
Wow.
when we look at the stats, at least from week 1, if it's not, if it's not Mojer, if it's not Patrick Watson, it's either, Papi Chulo or Astro. The controllers na talagang yung second fragger, yung talagang impact player din if it doesn't work out in that round.
Well, let's find out. Pinag-usapan yung mapa, tingnan natin yung map veto for this series. And ano nga ba ang magiging advantage ng dalawang teams na to?
Icebox!
Icebox. Kapag hindi binlock, hindi binan ng Carti World yung Icebox, actually, every single time, kahit hindi nag-ban dito against Oasis ng Icebox, pinipili nila yon. So I'm actually expecting that to come out in either in the ban or the pick. Bind.
Bind?
Oh.
Interesting! E di hindi
From
baba ni
Icebox
Naos yung
to
Icebox,
Bind.
syempre.
Oo nga, no?
Honestly, even
So,
sa
si
Split
Naos?
1, Naos lang yung pinaka para sa akin brave na mag-Icebox. Every single team in Split 1, sorry, felt like ayaw natin talaga ng Icebox. Yung week 1, week 2, okay, Icebox ma'am. Ay! Okay, joke lang. CW pala yan. Sunset!
Ito na. Yung
Ito na.
inaabangan mo, yung next na, ito na yon.
Ice-
Alright, there you have it.
okay.
100% of the time, OSX, if it's not banned against them,
Icebox.
they will pick it up. This is their best map, 100%.
Ito din yung mga paborito ng mga Pilipino no? Especially ngayong summer.
Oh, mainit
and also,
Oo.
mainit and also mechanics as well is also being checked in the Icebox. So ban na rin yung Breeze for CW. What will be the next one for NAOS? Split. Okay.
Lotus
For this
time.
one. Oo nga, no? So yung decider will be either the Lotus na sinasabi mo dito, Rico, na magiging advantage din for them. Okay.
Ooh,
So ano nga?
This
A
is
greater
super-
coverage.
para sa akin, this is super interesting kasi I feel like Lotus is the one map where Carti World will not play double initiator. Which makes me think na parang, is it like a little bit of nerf dito kay Patrick Watson? Kasi constantly, I feel like yung best setup talaga para sa akin, at least for PW2, CW, is talagang double initiator para ma-assist itong si Patrick Watson. Pero I feel like talaga Naos, expert na rin sila dito sa mapa na to. They've played it so many times together
So many
na rin,
times.
pati last time. So, yeah, I feel like if umabot na ng Game 3, edi Naos win.
Yeah. I mean, Lotus even on the last map, Avernus played Carti Esports or Carti World rather pagdating dito sa Lotus map na to, and they lost on that game. So, I think it's very important para sa Carti World na makuha una syempre yung magiging mapa nila. Second is yung Icebox nila, kung kaya nilang ilayo yun sa NAOS at kaya nilang matalo ang NAOS doon, then I would be super, super, super impressed. Ganon kalala, ganon katindi
Wow.
na NAOS map tong Icebox.
So statement ko mangyari talaga yon.
It is.
Expect
Oh! Mega
Kung
statement.
kung titingnan mo din kung gano'n din yung magiging laban natin today. So expected either this would take for either 3 series or overtime as we all started this
No!
day na pwede mangyari. Sabi mo nga, ikaw, well, you're the one who brought it up. So pwedeng
Totoo.
posible dahil nga a David and Goliath match, hanggang kailan ba titingala na lang yung isa na parang, okay, you've been great for solo, and parang a lot of these teams also was looking forward to maybe get a chance or a chunk na makuha ng point out of NAO. So ano na nga ba yung magiging pagbabasehan nila for this? Sabi mo, double ini could be denied from the Lotus, and kanina na-ask ko din how the playmaker would actually be a great combination with their wingman. So dito pa lang, all of this will be in check, and also things would be in check is similarity between these two double initiators. Sabi mo kay Rico, how about something that could stand out from the first map, Taylor? What do you think?
I do think na meron kasing composition na tong Carti World which is the Gecko, yung double ini natin na sinasabi. Yung Gecko plus the Breach combination. And
Uy,
this
maganda
Breach
nun,
combo na pwede mong gawin with alongside the Raze, napaka-explosive niyan. So really, itong first map na Sunset, it's about taking up and controlling the space when it comes to mid, making sure your duelists pop off dahil ang hirap umentry sa mga sites na B main or A main lang nang wala ka na nung Raze, lalo na dun sa mga stun na piniprepare, for example, di ba, Riku?
Oh, I feel like magkakaroon tayo ng, what do you call this, parang kapareha na approach dito sa Sunset for both of these teams. I feel like yung pinakamalaking diferensya siguro dito ay yung KO. And I feel like, again, Breach versus KO, I feel like, again, it really suits Patrick Watson kasi it allows you to really cut a lot of these very important corners sa Sunset, tapos dun nalilipad itong si Patrick Watson. A lot of intel, na kagaya ng sinabi mo, Tay, NAOS is the type that's really good like when it comes to planning, calm and collected decisions, which I think really nagpo-provide ang isang KO. So again, labanan talaga ito ng diferensya pagdating sa style. And kahit double ini, iba pa rin yung kanilang gagawin.
Oh, tsaka OSX, last time na nakita namin tong NAOS, si Papi Chulo yung nagwa-wild dito, hindi yung mga duelist, ha?
So,
It's
okay.
actually the initiator, the controllers that are actually pulling off the clutches even. Yung mga Papi Chulo hold B main and then hold post plan position nila. I think NAOS is just very calm when it comes to coming into this kinds of matches. And they're just making sure na kumbaga, we stick to what we practice and it shows a lot dun sa mga games nila dito, OSX.
Wow, so controller, the one who creates coverage around the vicinity as well. So doon pa lang na malalaman na lang natin kung sino nga ba magkakatuloy. And a team who's also looking for a way to stack themselves up with experience. Parang lahat sila, they probably know themselves like in the back of their hand na parang if ever may isang manalo or isang matalo in a situation, they would know how to stand up. Kasi you mentioned about popping off in times na kakailanganin. And since yung team na to has great advantage in experience and also the one who's looking up, who's being in number one, I think magkakaroon na lang kung ano nga ba yung magiging prediction natin for this one, for this series. Ano ba? Babalik ko na sa mainit na lugar, ha? Prediction na muna tayo ngayon. Kasi sabi mo kanina, sige, sisimulan ko na dahil ako dito. Since baguhan ako dito for this one, for this first split number 2, may kilala din ako dun sa NAOS. I'm going with NAOS 2-0.
2-0. I am not surprised. I'm actually going for NAOS 2-0 as well. And if they even pick up one map away from NAOS, itong Sunset na to pang nakuha nila, I would be happy for the side of Carti World. But 2-0, I think NAOS would win this.
Tama ka dyan. I third the emotion. I third it. Kasi, again, now, malaking expectations natin sa kanila. Hindi lang 2-0 Dapat malinis na 2-0 from NAOS. Again, considered to be top 2 at the moment. Consistently, it feels like every single year. So, again, NAOS top 2. Ay, top 2 tuloy. 2-0. Ano ba yan? Teka lang. Wait lang.
Parang
Week 2 pa lang tayo.
Mali.
Medyo mahaba yung prediction mo, Rico.
2-0. Paras kasi 2. Ano ba yan? Ayun na.
Well,
Ayun na yan.
week 2 nga naman ngayon. So tama ka nga naman. Madaming dos ngayong araw. Wait. Kung depende yan. Ayoko na, nahahawa ko sa'yo Kakaano mo, naka-top 2 mo pa lang dyan So nakatuwa lang tingnan na we might see a greater chance. Again, ako, sa mga nagiging prediction ko, natuwa ko, minsan nagkakamali ako. Pero looking at this team who also has a full experience and stack, once again, na inuulit ko din, well, I'm looking forward how they would pull off this one. They have more advantage than the map as well. So, anything na pwede pa rin expect heading on, na breakdown na natin ng composition, double initiators, ano ba yung mga pwede mostly maging pagkakamali, kahit konti lang from these two?
I do hope na for this coming series, kung sa side ng Carti World dito, na makakita rin tayo ng performance coming in from players like Itchy, Solo, si Chani Boy, nakikita natin siyang mag-wild din minsan But these are players also that you're expecting na could pop off. Si Uyan, I love you. Ito rin, isa rin to sa mga nakaka-multiple kills. Saka may I love you pa sa dulo, di ba? So yung buff kompleto na. So,
grabe yung IGN yun
top form, isipin mo, imagine mo kung Carti World mag-top form sila sa araw na to talaga. Yung pagkapasok pa lang nila sa server, online lahat, at magulat nila yung NAOS, it's already one thing. So, yun yung kailangan nilang gawin. Ang dami actually, when it comes to this, Riku.
Oo nga eh, kasi honestly, pagdating dito sa sunset, no, parang may sa unang-unang panahon, nakala mo naman, tagal na dumating ng sunset, hindi naman.
Sa storytelling si
may
Ate Rico.
sorry na. May ibang teams kasi, di ba, ginagamit yung chamber dati dito kasi they see this map as a map where they can use an operator as well. So, honestly speaking, lalong-lalo na may mga teams dito gumagamit ng jet, pwede rin nilang access para magkaroon ng mid control, para mabantayan lalong-lalo na yung A, I believe, dito. So, I feel like either the teams can definitely use that to their strengths, but it can also be a painful mistake, an expensive mistake if hindi mo nakukuha yung value off of that.
Si something nga, Gecko gamit, pero naka-off pagdating sa mga matches niya, di ba?
Sabay, hindi, no?
Oo, sabay.
So, baliktad.
Baliktad, kahit dito sa Sunset, nag-off din yun, kahit Gecko siya.
Exactly.
Yung mga ganun ba? Pero tama yung sinabi ni Rico, kasi minsan, actually, the past days, napapansin natin sa teams natin, medyo dikit yung labanan dun sa mga mapa na napupunta tayo sa scenario kung saan lugi ba tayo sa ekonomiya. Nako, match point na, tsaka pa tayo nalugi sa economy. So, napupunta sila sa last round na, pero half buy or medyo broken yung buy na meron sila dito. So, it's really about the momentum and how it shifts, especially dun sa second half. Dun majority nung times na nag-shift yung mga games na napanood natin dito, OSX.
Oh, it's good na you also said about the teams with, sabi mo, pwedeng mapako. I think nung nag-start din ako mag-cast for sa mismong Pacific League, nagkaroon ng parts na yung mismong stats, kabaliktaran siya ng results ng team. So, malakas na sa map na tong ending, yung kabila yung nag 2-0. Dahil pinag-usapan natin yung mga ganitong klase way na pwede silang mapako, which team do you think has a greater way of a recovery potential? Kasi there are times na I've seen teams na even nakaabot na ng 9, yung isa umabol ng 2, biglang umakyat pa sa 10. Among these two, who has a better way of recovery in a way?
Alam mo na yung sagot eh. Ikaw naman eh. Alam mo naman ako eh.
Ginagawa ko na yung trabaho ko.
Pero alam naman natin, for the side of NAOS, they're calm. Their foundation is very strong and the plan B is very strong. Kung hindi gumana yung plan B, may plan C pa sila. It's just a matter of, sa sobrang tagal na kasi nilang nasa taas, kumbaga, yung target syempre nasa kanila din, di ba? So they have to keep on improving. They have to keep on thinking what's gonna be their next step. And dahil sa kakaisip nila ng ganon, kaya nilang mabaliktad yung mga scenario na dapat lugi na sila just because of being calm and reverting back dun sa foundation. Ikaw, Rico, sa tingin mo?
Curious nga ako kung ano yung... actually, naos pa rin talaga ako, pero curious ako kung ano yung prepare ng mga teams, especially up against like the top teams na kailangan nilang i-beat,
malay mo,
diba?
sobrang anti-strat, di ba?
Oh, exactly, di ba? Di ba? Kasi a lot ng mga yung mentality ng lahat ng teams natin ngayon, I feel like talagang they're looking at Ascension right now. As early as now, they're playing for Ascension. So parang they know that this team is a playoffs team. We need to beat them now so that we can take that to playoffs, and if we face them again, we can do it. Ibig sabihin, magandang moral booster talaga to para sa Carti World if natalo nila itong si NAOS.
Ako, makaisa ako sa pinakamalakas na team. Kahit makaisa lang ako, matutuwa na ako sa buhay ko kahit matalo na ako sa isang series. Ewan ko parang in a way, pwede kang maglagay sa core memory mo na okay, for once in your life, natalo ka isang pro, pero hindi ko alam kung magagawa ko ngayon sa buhay ko. Kasi that's one thing to see na parang if these teams are looking forward to Ascension, so ngayon pa lang, mostly din na nakita ko from teams who actually starting their run sa mga ito klase regular season, once you have that momentum started from week number 1 and papolish ka lang sa mga strategy na I've mentioned earlier, I think that's one way to not commit those windows of mistakes. Kasi doon ka pwedeng makakamba ka na ayaw mo talagang mangyari. Kasi kahit tinanong ko pa nga, kung sino pa pwede mataas sa recovery, well, duh. Ayaw ko na isipin na parang, okay, for this, I'm just looking forward on how Carti World would actually get a chance for this one against NAOS. Kasi for so long and for such time na nag-prepare din sila, and yung series na to could either go either way, kung saan mas papabor sa kanila na mapa. So ano pa ba? Like, kung gano'n yung pag-uusapan na pwede magkatalo-talo, I think babalik din ako sa question kanina kung anong meta nga mabuboil for this week number 2. Again, malalaman natin kung anong patch for this one ang mas magiging mananaig. Sabi mo, there's the double innies. Ano nga ba? Saan naman magkakato? Either mag-mirror matchup lang no?
Possibly, pero hindi ata lalabas yung mirror matchup dahil magkaiba yung initiator na trip nila. Yung isa Gecko Breach, yung isa Gecko KO.
Yep.
So, makikita mo naman na obviously if you have a KO on the team, ang dami mong possibility na ma-cancel out yung malalaking ultimates, di ba? So, that's one thing. But also, at the same time, I think aware din naman yung Carti World dito, Riku, na they're
Oo.
going up against a team like NAOS. What's actually good para sa side ng Carti World is meron silang support system eh. That's the thing. And I think that's
Tama.
one of the things na para sa isang PH org, yun yung mga kulang. Di ba? May marami tayong mga teams na orgless, ika nga. And other than that. But Carti World has that kind of foundation. You know, they at least have that boot camp na naglalaro sila. Kahit nga yung mga bebe nila, nasa likod nila minsan kapag ini-interview na natin eh. Di ba?
What a buff.
Bongga.
It's a support. And that brings a lot sa mga teams actually na meron tayo dito for VCT PH. Instead of having an orgless team na syempre may kailangan pa mag-isip ng IGL mo, siya pa yung magiging coach mo at the same time. There's a lot to cover, tas kailangan mo pang kausapin yung mga teammates mo. But for Carti World, at least you have that support system and I think that's a huge plus para sa side nila. And good luck sa pagdating sa series na to.
Yeah, good luck, good luck. I mean, kita naman sa early performance nila ng week 1, it has been really good so far. So hopefully tuloy-tuloy na rin para sa kanila.
So ituloy na natin ang laban, ang unang laban ngayong hapon. So casters, painitin na ang unang serye ng ating araw.
Ready for another incredible week of VCT PH as today of all days starts week number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gents, for another great run. Dax and Raph here together for another cast. But before anything else, Raph, I know you want to dedicate this cast to a certain someone alive and healthy in Korea, Mr. Asray himself. Could you say some fancy fine words for him as we show off our incredible pictures of Asray today?
Thank you, Astra. You have been an amazing gentleman. I hope you can see Dax, and of course I gotta match Astra too. With the random flex. He's like, okay, hang on, let me fold up my sleeve. I still remember that day he took that photo. But we go back to here we are. Where are we now? We are not in Korea with Astra, unfortunately. We miss you, buddy. That's what we're trying to say.
Oh, look at this guy missing his old co-caster. Sorry, I am an inferior replacement. But it's because you've also gotten as ripped as him. You were complaining a while ago that your shirt wasn't fitting right, just because you bulked up, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to put a coat on, look nice, look fresh for the audience, but unfortunately I have gained a little bit. I'm not gonna say, was it a bulk? Was it a blow up? I don't know. Whichever works for you guys.
Bro, it's muscle percent. Don't worry about it. But of course, now we have to talk about Valorant itself. And VCT PH looking very exciting for today because we have some incredible matchups coming your way. Later on, we're going to get Zold versus Oasis. That could be a big one. Right now, though, we have to talk about Carti World versus NAOS Esports. Our panel doing an incredible job to make so many points given the time that they had a while ago. But Sunset, we were talking about it backstage as we're getting into Agent Select, right? You think here of all maps is where Carti World has a good chance against NAOS.
Absolutely. I think this is where they have to make their stand. Otherwise, I don't think it'd be realistic to see a 3-map series, considering this is also a Chani boy map. As I've mentioned in previous broadcasts, Chani has never really underperformed on Sunset, whether it be impact or sheer volume of frags. He's always been present, and you add Patrick Watson to the mix, who's been really a bit of a mystery. He's just been so much firepower for Carti World that we're all wondering how come nobody has picked them up before.
Well, they got picked up now, and it's quite a story really for Yakom or Patrick Watson as he is right now. It's pretty funny. There are a few dedication names here for Carti World. If that's what they're gonna say their names to be, that's what we're gonna run with for the rest of the broadcast and the rest of the league. Actually, I do have to say though, NAOS Esports, this is going to be a big matchup. Of course, the Breach of Carti World, he has been so consistent for his team, yes. But the KO on NAOS' side, it's going to be such a big bane really to what Carti World's plans are coming into this map.
Bane is a very light way to put it because this core of NAOS has been very good both against the Breach and with the Breach. And it's been kind of telling with how their map pool has evolved. At one point, they're really, really good at Split, and now it's just kind of spread through the rest of the map pool that they have this baseline of consistency that's so hard to topple. And then you add that specialty against both ages that you've mentioned. This time around, though, it is going to be NAOS playing and fielding our suppressing friend here on KO side. So it does look like they might just, as you mentioned, deny that on-site presence of Reach.
Yeah, but then again, who's playing what? You have to look at that kind of factor here, Raf. Channy Boy has been exemplary on the breach for most of his career. He's really filled in that initiator role for any team that he's played on. You have to look back at first Mega Saver, right, from Split #1. He's effective in those kind of roles. But who's playing the KO on NAOS? It's Nexi. We always have known Nexi to be that Sentinel player rather than this kind of configuration. I think Ja's the one on the Cypher right now. And given that, how does Nexi conform to this different protocol when he's so used to playing the backline? You look back at the game versus all Esports, Nexi himself did struggle to find the right spots for himself. Some good knives, some good assists, yes, but the usual play from Nexi just wasn't there for NAOS.
That's right. That's apparently the additional layer that he has to develop, because despite being really good with the flashes and percentage plays that has always been prevalent and present with his Sentinel, what he's lacking now is that initiative to join the fight as quickly as possible, because as you've mentioned, he's more used to that lurking role. For him to just kind of seep through the cracks and find vulnerability.
Yeah, it's such a different look also from NAOS. They've been running that double controller from Split #1 after looking to play the Reyna once. It's interesting to see NAOS change things up for the Split that many would dare say really matters for the run to Ascension. But quickly, Carti World onto the site. They get the plant going, and Wuyan still has his full set of utility. A dizzy through the market. Patrick Watson beginning things off strong. Nexi falls there.
One thing that we have to remember about Carti World is that they're willing to fight, but they lose 2 members, Dax, immediately.
Flash comes on out. Here we go, Dash for the holding, still steady. Paranoia gonna be played too, but Wuyan playing cover. Mojer falls, Channy Boy on the board, and Poppy Chulo, the only one still standing. His stats have been monstrous from week #1, but in a 1v3, there's no chance. Carti World off to the races with the pistol win here.
Slay the beast that is known as Papi. As you mentioned, his stats have just been out of this world, but maybe with that pistol loss, it might simmer down, and I feel like this has to be addressed. Carti World pistol round, especially on the very first half, they almost have a perfect read on it. They did it on Lotus against Avernus, now they're doing it against NAOS. Again, just full confidence to walk onto the B site, which is typically the harder site to hit on pistol.
Yeah, and if we saw that correctly, Wuyan wasn't using Wingman to plant. He did himself just so they could push market with the Dizzy, with any kind of utility, allow Patrick Watson to make more space and surprise NAOS. Carti World has been that kind of team, right? Coming into this anti-eco for them. A big surprise with the new members especially. We expected Astro to be the one to watch out for, but some young guns have found their footing. Channy Boy yet again, 2 for him. Dizzy, it still bounces off the wall, but gets the flash going, and someone's still there. Uja, looking for opportunity, not gonna get it, but in the 1v4 for Nexi, it's difficult. Carti World should have this round here.
That they should. I mean, Nexi, again, we talk about how much of a percentage player he is. Gets the deny, but it won't matter. And Carti World again with a perfect read. I mean, NAOS very rarely show that type of aggression on eco rounds. Granted, they have been very creative with pistols in the past, but for Sunset specifically, I don't think I've seen them do that. And for Carti World to anticipate that, they must have been doing that much homework.
Yeah, and I'm just a little bit concerned for now. Yes, let's say Nexi did play towards mid for that A take, if ever that was gonna be the case. But him being last left alive and he's not on the Sentinel role, it's a little bit iffy for now. And we're gonna be watching over how they're gonna integrate the Nexi initiator to more of these maps. Mid being vied for here though for Carti World. Boombot also getting confirmation, so Mojer now knows that A main is covered here by Carti World.
There is a lot of bodies being expended on one side here, and as you mentioned, how will the Great Wall of Nexi work without his supports is really a big question, especially on this role. But at the moment, Carti World doing what they were doing in the previous round. Be patient. They know NAOS have better weapons now, so they're just waiting for some sort of mistake. And look at this. They're really not afraid to lose a lot of map control here. Granted, NAOS not taking any either.
Yeah. I'm wondering though, does that analogy still apply for Nexi? Is he the Great Wall when effectively he's an aqueduct right now for NAOS instead? But let's see if that question will be answered later on. Patrick Watson still gets in there and hits the shot onto John. The one-way not enough, but Nexi now into the front line. Nexi next level! Seems like all doubts erased immediately. And with a 3K there, he holds Carti World. But at bay, fragment thrown. Channy Boy does retrieve the spike, but as of right now, Nexi doing Nexi things. And I wonder why we were talking about him for the past 2 rounds if he suddenly silences us like this.
You were saying, Dax. Again, the suppress works everywhere on the broadcast desk and against every player apparently, but now the stragglers getting absolutely annihilated here. NAOS in the long game, and in terms of just kind of being patient, it's super hard to play that type of war of attrition. Right now, he's not a wall, he's an aqueduct, but my goodness, is he letting this defense breathe and flow.
Yep, let the water flow. I do want to say, though, Uyan started a few exercises in the second round. Nexi did bounce back and do the same coming into the third, but big shots from Nexi. We always know his pedigree. We dare say he's one of the talents that could deserve to be within the tier 1 scene of Pacific itself. But as of right now, he's showing flexibility. And I do feel like that's the next level thing for many of these players. Valdorio joining Team Secret, very flexible player in terms of agents. Maybe we'll see someone else new in the future if they can fill in those kind of roles.
I love Valdorio. That dude is crazy as Carti
so
World.
Good.
Might be walking into something even crazier here. Is Mojo's gonna hold the angle? He gets one. Can he get a second? Completely blind swinging. But he gets a third too, so he will replicate the success of Nexi as Itchy solos the duo.
Man fishes and gets a basket of 3. With that being said though, NAOS now have effectively stalled the Carti World push. They're gonna have to rely on Itchy Solo and Uyan to find a few of these picks elsewhere. But I like this call from NAOS, since they're playing with the numbers advantage anyway, and they're not afraid to play the retake. Grouping up like this and giving that space, at least they can play safe here.
Give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man how to fish, he'll get a bunch of kills with the Vandals, apparently. That is statistically correct, as we look at our favorite player, Davai. Very, very good. Now we center back our lens on this. Look at this wraparound, and look how far NAOS is from the rest of Carti World.
I don't know any Davai, all I know is David, man.
David,
my boy. But Carti World playing safe, using the wingman for the plants. And with that being said, they have some good spots actually here towards safe, but the Dizzy will confirm those intentions. NAOS still unseen. They saw the direction that Dizzy was going for, hearing it. Should expect Uyan to be on site. Watch out though, Itchy Solo looking to play towards Link. A creep up here from NAOS, especially from Elbow 2. Looking to push from there. Here comes the Dizzy. Now it gets the flash with Itchy Solo. Next he's gonna go for the fragment, but the swing comes in from Uyan. Itchy Solo falls to the fragment now. Avernus with the push himself. And NAOS Esports wisely playing it patiently to tie it up.
this has to be one of NAOS's greatest strengths, right? Like, you look at them as a team, yes, they have the pedigree, and yes, they're very willing to play the game of other teams as well, as we've noticed. But when they keep it simple, and they can keep it simple, it's so dangerous. They understood they had a numbers advantage. They're willing to trade one. They got that trade-off, and then they bought that space. Beautiful, beautiful stuff here by NAOS. Again, super simple, but super well executed.
Yeah, and Edmund's Dizzy was so paramount to that success. I didn't expect him to actually see Link like that. Just gets the flash onto the Cypher. Unexpected, honestly, for Carti World. With that being said, now Carti, they're on an eco. They do have the Euro Theft. They can find a pick. Doorway closes. Nexi, able to make it in time, but with that stall, it's now Carti taking mid control.
This time they wrestle for it a little bit. They have all their players here willing to brawl it out, but now it's this time. And once again, playing the long game. They understand that they don't need to initiate anything.
Oh.
As I say that, Emma might actually peek.
I mean, it's dangerous when you see a smoke there towards mid like that. Just means you're trying to angle towards B. Fake that intention. That's why two of NAOS stay inside smoke itself. Dizzy though thrown onto the site. Now Nexi looking to play shut down immediately. Powers out. The null command's online. Paranoia also gonna need to play. The push comes to shove here. And Hammond finds two. But those are gonna be some guns here that Carti perhaps could utilize. Patrick Watson dig into the shot. That's beautiful from Astro 2. Damage done, 2v2. Ja, does he dare push? He's right beside them though, onto the left. Paranoia gets the hit, but Patrick Watson too close for contact. Ja will get the kill. Classic's enough to finalize things, and NAOS will take the lead from there.
Very expensive is that round, as Carti World doing wonders with the Sheriffs, and typically at the longer range, the Sheriff is serviceable, yes, but the Vandals are just that superior. But again, you see a lot of adjustments on both sides here. NAOS being very calm in that situation, not taking too long to let Carti World take initiative of the situation once more. But now we are going on a pretty equal gun round. We do have the Showstopper plus the ult on the side of Uyin here for Carti World.
Yeah, the trash available. You got Neurotep also still in the back pocket. And now they need to be careful if they just push as 2 coming into mid. You can see why. 3 of them instead. Ready to go for that call. A 4-1 split here from Carti World though, as Ichi Solo tries to lurk. And I do wonder, given that NAOS does play a little bit more active here, do they find the pick that they're looking for? It seems like Nexi understanding the way of the Sentinel truly. Gets that kill onto Ichi. Now the B side is going to be under duress here.
Your spells cannot work on him. He helped write the scroll as action towards mid might commence here, Dax.
Well, mid still held together. NAOS will confirm that it's all about the site now. And this is not good for Patrick Watson. Watch your back, Gus John's there. Closure now with the entry. Hands up for Chani. Easy pickings here for NAOS. And we go to 4 for NAOS Esports.
Beautiful reactionary play here by NAOS. They take a lot of mid control considering Carti World was kind of prioritizing that in the last 2 rounds. NAOS, again, understood the assignment, kind of flooded in, flooded market, and Carti World just could not respond here. Carti World on yet another, I believe, a shaky buy. Not a lot of them is going to have full armor. And like you mentioned, you cannot use the lurk book against Nexi. He wrote that thing.
I mean, he's just incredible from what we've seen so far. And Carti World now seeing what veterans can do. Now Esports, they've seen Split 2 from last year, man. They went to Thailand to represent the Philippines, and they want to make Ascension yet again. A bump in the road, Carti World could be here for NAOS, but Patrick Watson, back's on the way. We saw the paint shells, just lob, break that initial bit of utility. That being said here, Raph, B main controlled by NAOS now.
Like you said, maybe they flew close to the sun, perhaps too close. There are now scars on those wings. They're looking to repair it. Carti World looking to add a bit more salt in the wound here. But like you mentioned, now they're still on a warpath. Again with the prioritization of mid, but this time a different approach.
No, that's the thing, right? Priority has been the call here for NAOS. They're taking a slice of the map away, limiting Carti World and their options. Uyin though expecting Papi Chulo to be up there. Perhaps a little bit of water piece here for Carti World, but through the trips is danger. Ichi Solo, he's just primed, expecting Papi to swing off that contact. Jado, on the other hand, saw the hat, saw the Cyber Cage, and that's a freebie. Now returns the favor with his own ultimate. Gets back into cover, that's intel here, but Carti World get on site.
Oh, that's a big thing. They couldn't get the Vandal, so that firepower is going to be hampered. But look at that. You already see the Rolling Thunder be expended.
Yeah, it's a trade for the ultimate. The Showstopper couldn't make their way towards the site. Now we hear the trash online. Avernus getting on the board. Jatsu, Patrick Watson, though, opening up the spawn of the opposition. But Mojer and the rest have cleaned up the site. It's a 1v3 for Patrick Watson. He's done clutch moments on this map before. I've seen a 1v4 work out for him. But this time around, NAOS is prepared. And NAOS will find the 5.
Again, play the numbers game. They're not flanking. They're not trying to do anything fancy. They are fronting when they can and just exercising raw firepower when they need to. Carti World, I love the movement. I love the intuition here to check for these types of traps. As you mentioned, that must be a lot of VOD reviewing.
Yeah, it's just, okay. They expected it, right? They were so well placed for it.
It's just crazy because if they got that Vandal, perhaps that could have snowballed into something else. You saw NAOS life bars kind of go down just a tad bit. Now imagine if those are rifles, is something that we can kind of speculate on. At the same time, I believe this is going to be a Carti World pause. They have been very good after pauses too.
Yeah, I mean, you have someone like Astro to lead the team. Just make sure everything is a lot more set and stable for Carti World. But overall, Carti World has been a pleasant success story, really. I've been looking back at their path towards VCT PH, man. And besides, of course, promo relegation being picked up by Carti Esports from that set as Astro World, and before that, playing in different tournaments, community tournaments, including some of the Predator qualifiers, making it to the playoffs. They have made a name for themselves. They're a notable force, but coming into VCTPH and performing well has been that pleasant surprise. Against NAOS Esports, though, it's a completely different story, given the pedigree of NAOS themselves.
Yeah, I completely agree with those sentiments that they did hit the ground running, but NAOS, their experience, as you mentioned, their pedigree, perhaps maybe a little too ambitious for Carti World to take on. But this could be a great litmus test for them, as once again they try to formulate what can they really do here. Mid has been a no-no zone for them completely.
Yeah, it's just no way, no how, especially with B main still under control there for NAOS. Carti World funneled into John his setup. This camera is gonna see everything as soon as someone peeks. And here we go, Paranoia thrown, and Jaw's there to swing. Finds one, but Oyen doesn't actually get hit by the blind. And with that being said, it's gonna be only a 1-for-1 here.
Oh, man, these usually work in the favor of the attackers. Oh,
It's a good pick. It's not good enough against 2. Mojer surviving the fight there, Raph, but in the 3v3, Mojer has to back away. And with NAOS' intentions exposed like that, B is looking very plausible here for Carti.
and they can smell blood in the water. Mojer is not the healthiest, and if you have noticed on any movement on Carti World side, they will always pocket Patrick Watson. They've never really used him as a first in, or at least as often as we thought. Mojer might just hold the kill here. He denies the plant.
Exactly. Denies the plant. The Dizzy's big. And Patrick Watson gets away. Eman found. The wingman flicked over 2. And in a 2v1, it's all up to Poppy. He does it again for now side. And Poppy Chulo, perfection is provided.
Oh my goodness. Welcome to the house of Poppy, aka the Clutch. You have said it yourself, he's been a beast of a different quality ever since the stage has started. The urgency is there, and he has just been on fire.
Whether you support the Greens or the Blacks, man, basically, Poppy Chulo is the house that will be the banner everyone has to watch out for. Crazy to think what he can do in that situation. Signal Boobot though have been set out. Patrick Watson versus Mojer, another matchup here. Pain Shells though, a good angle, forces Mojer to push, but Mojer doesn't care! Mojer going wild, finding the double. And while Channy Boy makes the trade, it's still danger here for Carti. Round 2, they don't want to fight it.
I got you.
Not at all, as they just got shredded on their way in. Patrick Watson and Itchy solo right off the board. Utility still quite plentiful on the side of Carti World, but raw space taking is something that's completely absent here. And maybe we will see the reason why they've been just so hesitant to take mid.
The smoke dissipates here as Astro and the rest look inclined to push towards mid itself. Nexi though and Jaw prepared. And that's the thing now, as they play as duos as much as they can. The 1+1, but Poppy Chulo and Eman turn to 0 to the hand of Uyan. Big opening here made by Carti World as they can head towards A now.
This might shift the attention of NAOS in the coming rounds, but look at this. It might be a clean 2v3 here as the positional advantage is going to go on the way of our veterans.
That goes down and Jaw wants to push this.
Planted.
It's a little bit safer though here for Carti. 2 looking athlete, especially Chatty Boy through the wall, and Nexi's all alone now. Paranoia has been tossed. Nexi avoids it. But with that being said, elbow taken here by Carti. So many angles now. Potential crossfire. Nexi isolates the first angle though. Uyan will fall. The smoke being used well here by Nexi, but not good enough versus Channy. Channy Boy with a 3K there and 3 points now for Carti 2.
So they found a bit of a weakness in that mid control, and it's that mid round here. Now, although they did go for that double stack, they kind of lost the gunfight, and sometimes at the end of the day, it comes down to it. Mojer with an excellent opening here to foil the plans of a direct A hit, but the recovery on the side of Carti World, wonderful. Plus, they still have Thrash on the board, and I believe that Showstopper is not too far off.
I mean, in the hands of Patrick Watson, it can just show up out of nowhere. Double kill is all he needs coming into this round. An early paranoia used here by Poppy Chulo. And with that, NAOS have taken A main and even more. Pressure now towards Carti. They're stuck here in spawn, and Eman, he's not gonna expect that it's everyone here from Carti prepared.
I mean, who would? Honestly, this is such odd timing by NAOS to aggress, but they're still getting snuffed completely, and they're getting shredded.
Oh, he sends it, and Mojer finds two! It's a big hit towards the corner, but it's effectively a trade here, Raf. Carti World, they've lost map control, yes, but they're still fighting for their lives here.
That they are. Waiting and checking if there is still a heartbeat here. Carti World damaged as usual, but we know the lethality of this team is quite high across the board. Now they go back to the same type of defense here. Guys, let's just keep the rotations open and safe and let the mains, well, remain fairly open. As Carti World, they love to do this too, Dax. They love to burn all this utility just to get a safe clear.
And being careful now. Mid smoke here from Papi Chulo.
30
Carti
seconds
World
left.
trudging their way over onto the site here. But Papi Chulo finds the angle. Two fall to his hand too quickly. And Channy Boy, a single bullet should be enough to kill him. Ja, he even gets the tag. Knows exactly what's going on. You can run, you can hide. But Ja will find you and Ja will take you down. 7 here for NAOS.
The greatest private investigator, apparently, is Ja, because nowhere can you hide from this man, especially in a winning condition. NAOS making a sizable lead on, I would say, a decently attacker-sided map, especially when you have the wingman available for those safe plants. You don't even have to set foot onto the site. But perhaps Carti World, being a little overzealous, they do have a lot of momentum going into this. And as the panel mentioned, it could be a bit of a statement map.
Concerning for Carti though, they just can't execute on their plans here, Rap. With NAOS taking main away from them multiple times, keeping aggressive angles and actively using that paranoia to make space for the likes of Mojer, for Nexi to make their way in. It has been a struggle. Carti World, they've been stuck in parking for quite a while here. And another example, a high-low setup between Astro and Patrick Watts. Here's the Dizzy now, but Mojer wisely backing away. Now the repeat after the blind. It's big here. It's not good enough. And Mojer finds an angle to stay away from the aftershock. As it engage, got a little bit dangerous, but NAOS will still survive with the two trying to play aggressive.
Maybe Carti is kind of walking into a trap here. Again, NAOS giving them so much space, but every time Carti push, they are like lambs to the slaughter, and maybe they wisen up. Look at this. They back out. Maybe rehit the shorter angle question mark as NAOS hold firm.
Ja is still playing towards that link. Mojer, the one perhaps to be the butcher. Here comes now. Slaughterhouse is open. And later on, ring the bell at the meat shop. NAOS deliver well with a flawless dare.
Carti World got turned into meatloaf. They got turned into meatloaf.
Dude, I love meatloaf. I never know what's inside it.
Well, we saw the whole process there. They got chopped up, they got tenderized, maybe it turned into a sausage perhaps, but now, once again, many business ventures, most of them, but potentially very successful.
You can say that again about NAOS, that's for sure. But hey, it's just been a good day for now so far. The Double Dragons make it 4 even, as it's 8 points on the board here for NAOS already. Thrash, he tried his best and it wasn't good enough. He needs to go again.
Oh, that is a hard stop if I've ever seen one. And apparently, I'm very good at those. Carti World looking to reassess the situation. The smoke is going to come out and it looks like that's enough to push them away. But we talked about this too. Look at all that map space that NAOS are willing to give, and now Carti World being afraid to take.
Yeah, and such a good sign here for NAOS coming into their attacking side. They're gonna have quite the lead. Rolling Thunder though. NAOS already staying away from it. Here goes the Trash and Showstopper too. It's everything but the kitchen sink from Carti World, but eventually he sends it towards Nexi, but that's alright because he can go on up again. Reboot now for NAOS, and Eman making sure power is online. Papi Chulo finding the flag. Here comes the rest of NAOS looking to take the revenge versus Carti World, but Channy Boy still holds him off. Channy Boy is manning up. Jado with a double 2. Checking out the guns, it's a 2v2 still. With that being said, Boba here for NAOS now. Papi Chulo moving forward alongside Ja. The duo from SPE ready to ring through again. Ja tries to push through the smoke, finds Astro, Poppy gets his own target, and NAOS has found another one. It's 9-3 to end the half.
Boba and Django both bets here to hunt. And Carti World, they have a big bounty, a win streak, and now they are willing to take and take.
So that's half of the NAOS here. They are just warriors from what we've seen so far, and you can see the difference between NAOS and Carti World's intention truly in that last round. Carti, I dare say out of desperation, just using their ults. They know the Rolling Thunder is going to make that kind of space, but NAOS playing it so wisely, backing away as much as they can, and even using Nexi as the beacon to push in a shield, perhaps, for the rest of the team. Works out really well for NAOS.
It really does, and now they see that Carti World loves to play. Again, buzzword of the day, ladies and gents, the space. Look at all this space that they're allowed access to, and Carti World, they're a little stunned. They're not sure what to do with all of this, and now they're perfect at capitalizing. But now Nexi has scouted out 2 members on the A site. How does this make Carti World react, though?
They've been shaken, but Carti World still always a threat coming into this defense. Patrick Watson starts off looking for intel, and immediately there is presence implied over at lobby. But there's so much mystery here for Carti World. They don't know where NAOS is moving on around because of initial smokes.
There.
Not only that here, Raph, the push will be very decisive. And Dizzy out, Evan making that noise. Patrick Watson looking for the pre-fire, but Mojer, after seeing that first shot, hits his instead, and that's big here for NAOS.
Lest we not forget, Mojer has been the Wonder Kid for a long time, and Papi once again showing his face on the map. You see how Carti, they shift attention away from the current raid boss as they're looking to take this fight that much smarter.
We've always been hyping up Mojer, Radiant at the very top of the leaderboard upon his entry towards NAOS. Still a big component of the squad, but Itchy, Solo, and Uyen. Beautiful timing from mid. It's now Carti World who has surgically struck, have the advantage. Eamon swings, Astro's there over onto the corner. Ja doesn't expect, but Carti World was prepared for him, and Carti World doing so well in the pistol again. Flash comes on out, a second pistol goes their way, and Carti World, they need this for momentum coming into the half.
Beautiful positioning here by Carti World just to cover all angles. And B has just been a stronghold for them, especially in their previous bouts. Against NAOS, though, that has to be discovered. Again, the thing about NAOS, they'll keep their plans simple, but that doesn't mean they're not afraid to use all the more complex plays that they do have. Carti World, they do have the superior weapons. They played a bit more passive in that attacking half on the second round. Wondering if they'll do the same here on the defensive side.
It's good to see Carti World, though. They're really so successful coming into these pistol rounds. It was a big component of their win versus old Stinky Cat, taking 3 out of the 4 pistol rounds there. Spike drop. So helpful for decision momentum, and effectively NAOS, they're the ones ready to die as soon as they move into B side rather. Eamon, oh, he wants to look for attention here. He's looking for intel, really, but it's just so hard when Carti World is waiting patiently in these corners.
There.
And they are. Again, this is the same defensive layout we saw in the previous round that was so effective, mainly because there was no pressure coming from mid. NAOS might just do that later onto the round. The smoke has been already dissipated, and Patrick Watson gets a freebie on the lurker.
Yeah, and Patrick Watson has been so sharp on the Guardian. We've seen a few players actually bring that out a little bit more this split, with Subversive having some players like that. Carti World, as we've seen so far. The Dizzy, though, thrown on over. Astro in the front line. Mojer falls. Channy Boy gets a double.
Oh my gosh.
Well, Nexi will trade him, and Nexi gets another one.
30
With
seconds
4
left.
HP, it's looking a little too difficult even for Nexi.
And it is. One more body shot will send him 6 feet under as Carti World slowly chipping away at this lead. NAOS gathering all the data that they can. So by now, they should be noticing the trend on hitting that B site. It's always Omen utility first, and then a pressure from perhaps the Break, despite narrowly missing that suppress. But again, there are all these small habits that I am 100% certain NAOS is taking into account.
They're looking to see how Carti World has been playing, and so far on the defense, one thing we've noticed as a trend is Carti World, they love to maximize that smoke duration. They keep an eye out on how long that smoke's gonna be online. Look to see the angle as soon as it dissipates. And NAOS are the ones who are honestly not expecting that kind of angle held immediately by Carti World.
That is so true. And again, it's just the simplicity of NAOS. If they can front, they will. They'll send a lurk if they can't do that. And right now, Carti World has an almost perfect crossfire towards mid here. Mojer is in no man's land unless he can find a kill, but it looks like he hasn't been discovered by anybody just yet.
They're stuck here now. From what we've seen so far, it's either a call to disengage, move elsewhere, or force the issue. Mojer still. This is one island he wants to get out of. No volleyballs for friends. It's just all him here. And now they look to make their way towards A. Ja's lurk, though, has been seen. So as of right now, Ja gets one. Uyen trades. But with that being said, the timing again from NAOS. They've taken elbow now. Carti World will back away from it.
Not the solo that Mojer would want to have, but he's opened up the threat from the middle portion of the map, and perhaps he might just get hunted here. This could be the signal for NAOS to flood.
Oh, the backstab could have been so good, but Itchy solo wins the fight in the smoke anyway. Nexi and Emma, no, they've made their way onto the site, and Channy Boy is stuck here in safe. Not safe any longer. Plan should go down soon. All left to Uyen. Goes for the mosh pit, and NAOS will have to stick it, but Poppy Chul was prepped for the angle swing anyway. 10 now for NAOS here.
Basic math yet again for NAOS. We have more dudes on our side. They don't have as many dudes. Let's fight. And Carti World just cannot get that twofer that they would love to have, in all honesty. It's not even that they're playing bad at this point. It's just the math is adding up for NAOS, and Carti World might just have to go back to Gen Math 101 at this point.
It was a good bonus, though, for Carti World, all things considered. They've dented the arsenal of NAOS coming into this round. And we've seen Carti World recover, given the rifles here. 2 away for the showstopper, 2 away for the trash 2. I'm watching out for Uyen and Patrick Watson. If they can find those impactful ultimates coming into the round. NAOS, though, taking mid. And oh, Carti World, they're pushing, but there's a tripwire that they have to be wary of.
Oh, Ja has heard the shots, and maybe he has an inkling of what might come from this right extremity. As this could also give away what the intention on Carti World's side would be on the opposite way. But Ja potentially could lose on this lurk.
Yeah, Ja has been in delicate scenarios given the numbers that Carti World puts wherever he may go. Speaking of, Astra and Uyen gonna be together here. Mojer now bursting through over onto Boba. And while Carti World will take control of B main, everyone's watching to see what Ja will do there. Paranoia has been thrown on over. Ja now finds the timing and finds the shots. Click, click, click. Hits the head of Uyen eventually. And NAOS have taken the site.
That first whiff, it gave me heart attacks here. I trust you, but it's these types of moments where, you know, in pro play, even the smallest nanosecond is going to matter. Carti World, I wouldn't be surprised if they go for a save call here because the economy is just in shambles. As you mentioned, they did manage to dent NAOS a little bit. But again, just the stability and the savvy of NAOS to figure out how Carti World's defense was going to set is in full effect. They knew that Carti World's tendency to just kind of pile up and avoid the side fight if they can is one of their biggest strengths. And NAOS was just like, you know what? We'll keep him there.
Yeah. And impeccable timing for Ja, too. Waited for the paranoia to be thrown over. Literally got the backstab there onto Uyen. And it's good here for NAOS as they're 2 away from winning this map number 1. Carti World, they still have an arsenal to work with here, Raph. But if they lose this round, that economy is going to be even more so broken here.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
That's not a good sign for Carti World, considering this is a team that we haven't necessarily seen be that successful in terms of weaker buys, which is weird because we talk about Patrick Watson just kind of firing the rest of the team up, and Channy Boy, true to what we said, not really having the worst map, but it's not translating into round success either.
We're always concerned about that KO and Breach matchup, and it is playing dividends here for NAOS so far, especially Nexi though and the rest pushing forward. Patrick Watson lying in wait as he does find the push up there from mid. Boom, but also giving intention. Spike has been planted as we lead into a 4v4. Dizzy over onto Market. Here comes the pressure from Mojer. Shorty in hand, and Patrick Watson takes himself down with Mojer. Carti World though making a 2v2 here. Papi Chulo providing Evans a cover as the Thrash is online. Uyan and Astro desperately trying to get on up, but there's no escape. Hands up here, Carti World.
Wait.
NAOS? Oh, they can't push it yet. It's just a little too deep. And here we go. Shrouded Step now online. Uyan with the Thrash. Papi Chulo escaping. It's all about getting away from the fish here. But Astro versus Papi. It's a big win for Astro. Dizzy's out. Eman's there. Astro with another one. And Uyan's defusing, but will he make it? Answers yes. Carti World, they will take that in such a perilous state.
Patrick Watson deciding he will make the sacrifice, and Carti World noticing that a brave warrior has fallen, decide to just ramp up the pressure and again clean up despite a potential checkmate situation there, Dax. Chani Boy has been pivotal on these retakes. For them to lose him that early should have been disastrous. But again, Carti World can't keep them down for too long.
And I wonder why NAOS didn't push that. Perhaps the Thrash didn't actually see that they detained both of them there, or just a little too deep, like I said a while ago. In any case, Carti World, beautiful recovery. Big round for Astro, who has been a little bit more quiet compared to what we expect from him. And it's good for Carti World, because they needed that round immensely. Another 1v1 to begin the fights. Patrick Watson chipping away versus Nexi. Flash is there too, but Carti World, you're hesitant to swing after seeing that trip part from Ja. Dizzy's out. The flash is online. Patrick has to lob the paint shells in response. And eventually it's a stalemate with utility used on both sides.
One thing that I have to give credit to Patrick Watson is that he's so good with those reactionary nades, and it looks like he might just double dip here, Dax.
He's always going for pressure plays versus NAOS. Ja though, avoiding Uyan's flash and eventually getting the kill there. Ja up close. Still so good, even while nearsighted. He has been exemplary at that range. This opens up B for NAOS to take.
The market is free as all hell, and NAOS, they see it. I know Dax is gonna know the reference I'm gonna make, but I'm just not gonna say it. NAOS, they're planted, and right now, Carti World, they're scrambling to retake.
Ja's holding steady over onto the corner, and this is dangerous for Carti World to say the least. It's not just a crossfire, it is a line drawn on the sand, and there you have it. As soon as Carti World tries to go across, Ja will just put them down. 4 for Ja, and NAOS have made it to map points.
Oh my goodness, NAOS again, call Madam Smith because this market is free. It has been free the entire half. Carti World, I'm not entirely sure where they're just letting this go. Again, the confidence to just take from Boba and from main later on is present. But I feel like it's kind of clouding their judgment when the success they found on some of these rounds was to preemptively take mid and exactly avoid this situation.
It's just NAOS here. Again, playing it so well. And Carti World, what is left in the tank, man? Got a few Vandals here for Patrick Watson and Astro. But Mojer and the rest look to find the push. Showstopper available for Mojer. Patrick Watson, again, fearless in the fight. But perhaps a lesson to be learned here. It's a close encounter of the Mojer kind. Patrick Watson wins it out. It's a 2 for 2 now. Patrick Watson does it again. And it's up to Papi Chulo here. Turns around to try and find the kill, but Astro hops into the action. Ja versus Astro. And Astro survives to tell the tale. Carti World keeping the game going.
Oh my goodness, that was a nail biter and a half. Papi Chulo could smell the blood in the water. You could sense his apex being, you know, kind of activates. It's like, okay, I know this guy's gonna try and kill me, but he ran out of ammo. And that was the only thing stopping him from another insane 4K. I think this has been the best Papi we've ever seen throughout the stages. I don't think we've seen him as sharp.
That was so close though. And Astro has found the clutch within him for the past few rounds here, man. Coming into his defense, he did struggle at the start. Big pick though from Mojer. Patrick Watson falls first. And we hear it. Null Command online. Chani Boy has the back on the way because of it. Showstopper sent. Damage has been done, but not confirming the kill. NAOS will take A here.
that they do again without any resistance. The smokes have been set, so that's on a timer. All the fights that they're gonna take might just be a raw aim duel, and Carti World statistically has just not been good at doing that.
Huh? Okay.
Huh.
Okay. Next he goes for the flash. We witnessed that. Now still confident on their stance. Mojer in position. It's left to Ja here. And Ja finds the first. Uyen's they're playing in cover. Wingman's on it. Ja has to push things now. Camera sees everything. Ja will look for the kill. Uyen! Nice swing and nice timing. Carti World will get the defuse and we'll get another round here.
Back to me.
I'm confused.
I got you.
I'm confused. I'm not sure what the Thrash play was.
Deep breaths and all that.
I'll think about it. I'll give me a few rounds to think about it, and we'll see how it goes. But again, the response by NAOS after that point was wonderful. It just so happens they were a man down, and now the economy isn't the greatest on both sides. We're about to hit another break point here as Channy Boy will have that rolling thunder to once again ease the fact that he just doesn't have a Vandal at the moment. The Guardians, as you mentioned, have been wonderful. Now Carti World could have stolen that wind away from NAOS.
I don't know what NAOS was doing in that round, but Carti World, on the other hand, taking multiple opportunities here, Raph. We've seen 3 rounds already clutched up by Carti World. Great decision making in those micro fights. NAOS now making their way into the side, but Mojer has to get out of there ASAP. He still does get detained along the way. Many of NAOS actually hopping around like bunnies. But Carti World hesitant to push. Uyen now ready for first contact. Papi Chulo takes it down. Here goes M on 2. And NAOS are finding the opening here.
The Rabbits are armed. They have rifles. And Carti World were not the hunters in that moment.
I know
It looks like the great advantage, the great equalizer supposedly backfired horrendously. And look at this. NAOS, they vacate.
Yeah, breaking the door. Patrick Watson in position. And Mojer and the rest looking to find the push. Papi, though, he's in such a significant angle now. Looking for opportunity, but Carti World have carved away onto the side. Well done again by Patrick Watson. Papi Chulo, he wanted to find the opportunity here. Astro checks things out. Does net the kill, yes. And then a 2v2. Everyone's looking at Ja again. Over onto the corner. He doesn't see this one coming. And Channy Boy finds the kill. Papi Chulo with 10 HP. Looking to play some mind games here. Swing comes on out. They confirm his spot. And with a stun, and maybe even a swing, that should be enough. Time has run out for NAOS. Carti World will make it to 9.
Oh boy. Well played here by Carti World, and Patrick Watson showing that X factor yet again, tearing up the attackers. NAOS, hopefully that one small mishap isn't haunting them, because that could have been it. I mean, realistically, right? That should have been done. But now it looks like they've given Carti World the chance to turn up and perhaps mount a comeback. NAOS, they're forced to eco here. They have one hero Vandal on Papi Chulo, as it should be. Everybody's been performing. However, it's just been these small fights, like you mentioned, these nano fights, these micro situations that could have, should have, but didn't.
Yeah, and who's especially doing that here for Carti World? We've seen Astro clutch, but Patrick Watson, again, impactful. We've seen this guy turn heads even ever since promo relegations. One of the players have been hitting consistent 30 bombs from that set of games. Moving into this VCT split number 2, doing incredibly well also. I've seen this guy in a few community tournaments here and there, playing in the Superliga from MJ. I remember him also in the collegiate scene from a college, actually from Angeles, Pampanga. And he's just been impressing again and again for the past few months. As of right now, still a force to be reckoned with, and Carti World making a case that they can take this map here.
I mean, hey, you know, I am all
Right there.
for
Right there.
the up-and-coming talent. As, of course, we are here on a technical pause. Now, let's quickly go over what could happen in the game here. Right? Carti World, they take this eco round.
Right there.
Now they're kind of vying
there.
for that final round. I mean, we could just watch the game, to be honest with you. It's a technical pause, you know.
So with that being said here, Raph, Welcome again to the usual podcast. I do have to say though, Carti World, I feel that this team can get better over the weeks, right? It seems that there's so much talent within the squad. Effectively, newer faces. I go back to Patrick Watson and how he's been performing the collegiate scene, how he was able to perform coming into some off-season tournaments. And when Astroworld themselves got picked up by Carti Esports, it really showed a lot more confidence in the squad over the other teams that have come in to VCT Split 2. There's a lot of potential to be unlocked. Chani Boy has been making a bigger name for himself also. I've really seen this guy be a more familiar face coming into the community. You know Astro already. Uyen has been impeccable with these clutch moments. Ichi Solo has done what he can to help out the team, especially in the backline. And they're making NAOS Esports work for this win, if ever. And not only that, they've been rallying in this second half to make this game competitive.
Yeah, the potential is super, super high here. It does look like we're going to get back into the game. And just to, add another point to that, Carti World, they have to win this match. Because if they let this go to Icebox without even a smidge of competition, then NAOS for sure are sadly going to annihilate them. But again, this might not be the round to talk about that, as NAOS just don't have the adequate firepower to front the Vandals.
Oh!
I lied.
You're asking for firepower, and Pop Chulo and Nexty, plus Mojer will also provide. The Bucky gets close enough towards Astro, and of all things, by this mix is providing success for NAOS. Mojer has cleared out A, and the rest of the NAOS faithful will follow suit.
Tripwire destroyed.
Listen, guys, I know I said they didn't have it, but I didn't think they would do it that way, you know what I mean? That's pretty crazy. Like you mentioned, the faithfuls on the side of NAOS are still here. Carti World, they do have two of their biggest clutchers, if not the biggest, in the form of Chani Boy. Ready and waiting with the Vandals.
Keen to see what he can do. Fault line there to try and help Ichi Solo, but Ja prepared one more time. Ja, a gunslinger! And we are gonna see NAOS go off into the distance and take the first map. 13-9. NAOS with an incredible effort there at the end.
Yo, my bad. All the Carti World fans out there. My bad. I think that one's on me. I thought for sure they were gonna have like an extra round on the board and maybe make it a bit more competitive, go into overtime. But you know what? My bad. That one's on me. All good.
Oh man, this is what happens when you doubt NAOS Esports, and we have seen them do wonderful things, especially there in the first half. They came into it with a 8-4 ending their RAF, and I do feel in the second half we did see Carti World wake up a little bit more. Some key players like Astro, like Patrick Watson, getting a lot more success compared to what we saw in the first half. But I guess by that point it was a little too late when NAOS only needed to deliver a single round left to take the win.
That's the thing too. You just cannot prolong these series or these maps against teams that are just so comfortable with adjusting, getting the data set that they need to break down whatever habits that you have. And as we look at the stats here, I don't think there's necessarily anybody that stands out in terms of individual numbers. Well, Ja obviously getting the only 20 on the board, but I feel like there were just moments where Papi Chulo could do no wrong. NAOS have been playing like absolute Terminators.
I mean, you see Mojer perform yet again. It's not even exceptional by this point. It's just his standard so far, always providing a fast way in for NAOS. Who assists him? You get Nexi on that shooty. You get Papi Chulo priming those paranoias perfectly for him. And we've seen so far here for NAOS also Ja in this configuration doing so well in the backline. We had a few concerns for NAOS looking into the Sunset map with Nexi playing Inni, with Ja playing that Sentinel to a lesser degree. But after a few rounds, NAOS delivered the performance we expected. This third round immediately silencing us and making us just watch in awe what NAOS could do from here.
I don't think that was the best call, to be honest with you. Paranoia, yes, the close range was there, but that was a gigantic gamble on the side of Patrick Watson. But I feel like this is characteristic of the type of player that he is. He's very young, as you mentioned, has been wonderful in all the scenes that he's been in. And for it to just kind of see, or rather for us to see where the bad habits kind of have to stop. I mean, we're seeing it unfold, right?
I mean, we've seen some of these highlights, some minute differences between NAOS and Carti World especially. Ja doesn't care about the paranoia. From his duelist outlook, he knows how close he needs to be to hit those nasty, nasty shots. It's helpful for NAOS to win out when Carti World has all this raw talent.
Oh my
Don't
gosh.
take that fair fight. Play opportunity when it is handed to you. And those last few kills from Ja was just icing on the cake. Big win for NAOS because we were expecting Carti World to perform well here, and that they did. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. We're gonna go for a break though, and when we return, it's map number 2.
My friends will is the one to choose. Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you go, All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you grow, Grab car is the one to book, All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you grow, Grab food saver is the one to choose, Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you grow, Grab car is the one to book, All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you grow, Grab food saver is the one to choose, Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you grow, Grab car is the one to book, All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you grow, Grab food saver is the one to choose, Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you grow, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver.
Getting ready for another one. Looks like we're pretty hyped up. NAOS did take map number 1 in this set. Welcome back, ladies and gents. It's NAOS Esports versus Carti World, still continuing on. And Raf, most interesting now is we move towards the NAOS map pick. Icebox has been their domain for how long already within the Philippine scene? And from what we've seen so far in terms of the records, NAOS will look to continue that record here.
I hope the boys over at Carti World have packed up for winter because it is going to be incredibly chilly as you have that. I nearly dropped something important there. Ignore that, chat.
I guess we're both Gecko here, man. But we've seen Geckos be very much so important here for the team so far. I don't know what Gecko creature that is. What's that one?
It's a frog. It's just a frog in a jacket.
I didn't know Gecko had like 5th utility. But we've seen, of course, some impeccable Gecko play, honestly, from the last game. Emon was having some interesting thrashes here and there. I'd say Uyen, especially, very good at playing with his Dizzy and his Wingman together. But now, moving into Icebox here, I do have to wonder, what's the plan for Carti World? It's understandable why they let it through within the map draft, because they did win versus OSC last time around. But coming into Agent Select here, will there be adjustments from Carti World specifically versus NAOS?
That's a very good question, but now, since NAOS has seen that really committed pistol round rush that Carti love to do on, I feel like any map, they've done it on Lotus, they've done it previously on Icebox as well, and they did it on Sunset. I feel like they should adjust to that, you know, without just movement. But we go on to the comps here. I don't think there's anything special here, really. I mean, Carti World, they go for that Phantom 6-man with a Wingman 2 plant, and I'm a fan of that. I'm honestly a fan of the Gecko utility on Icebox. NAOS has the same idea as well. So what is the main difference here? Absolutely nothing. Oh, right.
Yeah, besides that though, you always have to look at NAOS now and understand that this is the status quo. Coming into split number 2, they have cemented some positions for their players. Nexi will be playing Initiator. Ja will be playing Sentinel. The main duelist now of NAOS Esports will primarily be Mojer for most of their run. And while they may change that up down the road, it's what's been working so far here for NAOS, and especially after we saw them decimate Zol on this map, it seems like it worked to a good degree also then.
I like that you brought that up because I honestly thought that they may have earlier flexibility to experiment, but business per usual on the side of NAOS. They will commit to the bit, and that is yet another question Carti World has to address. How are they going to adjust to the mirror here?
I mean, besides that one Initiator, that's really the only difference between NAOS and Carti World. Carti World, proactive at the start. Pistols have been their forte within many of these series, including this one. They've won 2 out of 2 so far. With that first pick, they want to make it 3. Patrick Watson and the rest watching out for this A-take. Mojer, though, in the front line. Emon's Wingman on the plant, and it's all about backside here for NAOS.
That it is, and look at this. They're trying to flood away on the rotations. They've equalized. Wow. Okay.
Wasn't called a scam, but it's magic from Mojer. You see him watch play from screens, look down below, and no one expected Mojer to play with a wall like that.
Not at all, especially if the way that they responded was just to be confused and to be gunned down. Then absolutely, they did not address this potential problem. Now NAOS with a full head of steam and potentially even more confidence will service the rifles, as there are quite a few more longer angles that they prefer on this map. Meanwhile, Carti World will change it up just a little bit. They're gonna have the heavier utility for defense in the middle again. NAOS working A.
Yeah, it's a big deal for NAOS. They've seen, okay, Papachulo, nice spray there. But as we were saying, NAOS have floundered in these pistol rounds versus Carti World. This time, Mojer steps up, and with that, he's 4 away from the Blade Storm. It'll be so good for the economy of NAOS down the line. He's ahead though towards 410, expecting Patrick Watson to swing. But beyond that first pick, NAOS respecting Carti World and their stack here towards A.
Beautiful choice here just to not chase the rabbit, as you mentioned. That could lead into dangerous consequences. And now getting the read off that since they're missing one of these sites, or well, B in this case, should be vacant, and they run through it, but still very diligent in checking those corners. Meanwhile, Carti World will have to scramble here. It's not ideal to retake with the sheriffs, let alone just pistols.
Ja. He's prepped up towards Garage. The check comes in, but Patrick Watson will make it bounce. Nexy though, next on the list. Seems like he's the one handling the flank. Ammon also ready to chip in there. A few guns to work with here for Uyen, especially the Bulldog in hand. Ammon though lines it up well. And Astro now on defuse duty. The swing comes on in. Now has all the angles to play from. That's 2 now for NAOS.
If they got turned to Meatloaf in the previous map, now NAOS is trying to keep them for, you know, safekeeping for the long run. Trying to put a little bit of salt on that as well. That stray kill towards mid, not sure what prompted the pre-fire. But either way, it did result in a shift in defense. Carti World, that's just 2 bad things that would happen, you know. Okay, now we retake with another bad thing, which is a weaker buy. And now NAOS looking to capitalize on this big bonus.
Yeah, this bonus is plausible for NAOS. Carti World still sharp in these angles. And there you go. Any aggression at the start of the round, that's going to be always marked by Carti World. Uyen and Patrick Watson especially love to pre-fire against things like Belt, things like the push from B main, and Uyen with another one. You gotta love this guy for what he does, and the name says it all. Jado crawling his way towards the kitchen, gets a snap onto Channy Boy, but Itchy solo 1v1 Jaws effectively, and NAOS are just trying to find a few picks here and there, but they are hurting immensely here after both low HP.
Need to find some sort of triage here. They are bleeding, but that doesn't reduce the firepower with these Vandals. One stray 1v1 could change the tide of this battle, but that will not be the case, as the finishing blow on Eman will be dealt by Itchy solo.
And Poppy, the spike within sight, but Itchy solo has been stellar for the round. One more shot should do it, and there you go. 3 for solo, as Carti World will get on the board. And not only that, they still have a good amount of rifles moving into the next round here.
We see that Carti World is also a lot more, I would say, responsible and disciplined with the way that they've been pushing in this map and the latter half of Sunset. We saw in that first half they were limit testing on how much they could quote-unquote disrespect NAOS. Well, we all know how that turned out. Right now, with that out of the way, Carti World might just have a better chance. But then again, this is NAOS on Icebox. Who knows?
It's now still on a map that they're so accustomed to. And not only that, they do look to force the issue towards B. They start things off with the Dizzy. The setup though from Itchy solo will be to the chagrin of NAOS here. Astro also over at yellow, so a good setup from Carti World so far. 3 lying in wait. Cloudburst though between Mojer and the rest. A push now over to take yellow control. Movement though from Eman allows him to find Itchy solo. That shuts down the utility now, and it's Papi Chulo even catching out Astro. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Patrick Watson wants to double dip, but it's still too dangerous here for Carti World.
Yeah, and chagrin might just be a necessarily feeling for Carti World to evolve into something else, but NAOS right now, being the raid boss at the door, it shuts it completely again.
Patrick Watson always makes him work for it. This is awkward for Eman. Hands up onto the detain, yes, but Uyen's push will say it all. Spike now has been dropped. Uyen will so little HP. Survives to tell the tale, but now Ja has found the flank. Big backstab there from NAOS, as they have found 3.5 so far.
This has been the play for NAOS. once again, as I've explained earlier, they're gonna send a lot, and I mean the main bulk of their force, to take the fight and perhaps delay it as much as they can. And the lurk, which in this case is Ja, will land the finishing blow for that round. Now NAOS dealing with a Carti world with weaker weapons. You saw Chani Boy think about getting the Guardian, but going for the more conservative buy is our newcomers to the stage.
Yeah, Voice of Cloud there towards mid again to apply that pit control. Mojer though rushing in, and this is a good adjustment from Mojer. Even the mosh pit finding Patrick Watson there. It's easy pickings here for NAOS, but now NAOS willing to expend utility early, expecting the initial angles to be held there by Carti World.
Exactly the case is Carti World now scrambling again for some sort of semblance of control. Dax, they didn't even do just a smidge, a chip of damage towards NAOS. Granted, this was already a low winning percentage round to begin with. NAOS, they're hunting in packs, really don't want to give away Stray Vandal, and even with the classics they could do damage, but never mind.
Mojer's just hot right now, and you can see why he's been given that duelist role again. It's been his main role from before. Adjustments there to fill in with Ja, but there has to have been that conversation between Split 1, Split 2. Let the kid fly. Let this raw talent be even better, which has been nurtured by the NAOS ecosystem. Just some smart calls so far. You can remember that screenplay towards that pistol round. But in that last round especially, Raph, just that extra bit of utility, that dash forward, knowing that he can get away with it, it's what has made Mojer as maximized as he is today.
Maximized by nurture, but of course it is in his nature to be a duelist. Again, some of these plays, they're instinctual, and I feel like they should have never removed him on duelist to begin with. Now they are winning with this configuration, as you mentioned, and now the hit might commence. Look how patient the Carti World defense is, though. They're just still not moving.
Yeah, they do want to see if they can find a kill at the edge, but Mojer is pushing things to the absolute limit. Itchy Solo doesn't see that coming. Awkward reload, though, and that hurts Mojer's chances for the round. A 4v4 as the Owl drone sound sent over. Astro also close now towards the spike itself. The tap comes on in. Alert again though for Ja. Watch out for that one later on. Poppy good for the one. Next C2 adds on to the list. We're left to a 2v2 here as Chani Boy and Astro look to hold down the line. Big from Chani. He's found the 3. Nexi all alone. And Carti World is waiting for his wing. Chani sees it all and Chani has found 4. Carti World will take their second round here.
And that was on the back of their initiator. The Hunter's Fury is going to be ready and waiting. Might just use this to deny a plant or maybe even ease up the post plant. The available ultimates on the side of Carti World will help that case, but again, this started with an awkward reload despite the decent salvage on the side of NAOS. Shots landing cleanly on Carti World, and of course, rewarded with another round.
Yeah, we've seen that from the initiators of Carti World. Chani Boy, Uyen, they're so good at these long-range fights. Give them a Vandal, they can provide some immense one-taps from Carti World. The skill is there for Carti. I do feel that it's the adjustments that NAOS are doing a little bit faster, giving them more of these rounds. Jado sees the swing from Uyen, the peak rather. Not good enough to get the kill. Blades are out for Mojer too.
Taking a quick glance at the mini-map here. Once again, maybe a war of attrition. You already see the forward information of Patrick Watson. As you mentioned, he loves to play that pressure, but the blades just too dull to pierce the armor of Papi Chulo. It's just kind of whiffing completely here.
And so smart from NAOS, expecting the aggression there, given that's not the best buy from Carti World. Looking to station 2, watching out for mid. Papi Chulo himself over onto the T-side spawn. And what does Carti World do now? Itchy Solo has utility to play from, but the problem has been Mojer has found an angle to catch him off guard. Will it happen again? Seems like NAOS is waiting for this 0 point to be ready.
I just realized again that midpoint on Carti World is a weakness. The execute is here, and Itchy Solo might just fall without even getting a gunfight.
No escape. That's the thing. And the suppress there is painful to watch, unfortunately, for Carti. When you're stuck in a committed corner like that, and you know your opponent is just waiting for all that utility to come back, you know you're going to be the first target, and it's a heartbreaker there for Carti World.
Well, call him Master Oogway. His time has come.
Gun here.
And Mojer getting the 3rd kill on the board for himself. Unfortunately for him, won't add to his orb count. As I was saying, so I feel like this has snowballed from the problem on the side of Carti World, right? Where yes, they do have Patrick Watson, and 100% they have faith in his ability. But this could have been so much better if there was a swing from that closer angle. And the reason why there wasn't a swing is because they're so worried about mid. The lurk damage has just seeped into the systems of Carti World. Not too late, hopefully, for them to come back from this, but now they are in the driver's seat.
I mean, Papichula has wormed his way in towards mid from round number 1. This Poison Cloud has been bothersome. And you know who else has been using that angle? It's just been Ja. Well-timed and well-placed on the lurk so far. The Carti World pistols again. They have 3 ultimates to work with. If they find the pick, maybe that's the chance. Mojer has found his way toward heaven. Maybe some angels are afoot down below.
Right
a close
there.
angle led by Uyen. Patrick Watson, low HP. It's all about who swings first. Matter of timing. The Dizzy's there. And Mojer's priming the dash. He comes out. Mojer good for 2. And here comes NAOS now to barrel down towards the side. Find another target. Channy Boy will take him down. But that's all he gets as NAOS have taken the site.
Looking up, but there's no house to find. Only a home wrecker as the rest of NAOS destroy whatever defense is on the site. Astro taking damage from an unseen force yet again. And can't even catch a break. Completely blind is Ichi Solo as he's all alone. NAOS add insult to injury yet again.
Yeah, and it's painful here for Carti World. They expect the angles there from NAOS, but the timing especially has been on point. You hear the Dizzy being used. It's about a game of blinking first here, Raph. A staring contest. Whoever falls to the pressure implies their presence earlier on has been caught off guard. It's happened for NAOS. It's happened for Carti World, but more so on the NAOS side.
It might be a staring contest, but NAOS is wearing shades. Carti World can't call the bluffs.
Poker
It's
face.
just been that way.
Up though, out Patrick Watson. We want to see what he can do with this one. But he's been suppressed. Viv Danger here, playing over onto yellow, and we hear the fish online, plus the null command 2, ready now for action. But Patrick Watson still in the heart of the opposition. Eventually, that will stop. Mojer also pushing in Ichi Solo, his victim again. And with Channy Boy up on top, it's a cheeky angle to try and hide, but the spike's planted.
That should have been the moneymaker for Carti World. They've been so successful with that exact play, and now have dissected and destroyed them as Channy Boy desperately trying to make a stand. He gets Nexi.
What?
Can he get a second? Yes, he does.
The leap down, fate from Channy, but they don't expect Emin to be there. Uyendo makes the trade. It's a 2v2 as Carti World is fighting for this round. And with that, a quick little swarm grenade. The nano swarm making some noise. Mosh pit lob. Papichula here responding with the snake bite. Wingman's on it. Astro found the frag already, and it's all left to Ja. Time running on out. Uyen has to stick it. Where's the swing? Ja playing mind games. The spray though not good enough, and it's still the stick that works for Carti. Half a second left, but they make do. Carti World with 3 here.
A lifeline being thrown the way of Carti World as they try to cut this down. Initial hit was absolutely destructive on the side of NAOS. But once again, their avenging angel is Channy Boy, equalizing that hit just a little bit, punishing whatever extension NAOS would make on that post plant, and giving themselves just a little bit more room to breathe.
Yeah, Channy Boy has been absolute cash money for the squad. I dare say ever since we saw him under first Mega Saver and the buys, it has just been an absolute pleasure to see this guy perform. Whether it's a PC, whether it's a laptop, he can run with any kind of gun. And NAOS, they need to be very careful. They have to find and suss out that Sova as soon as they can.
It's not just the scan, it's not just the utility, it's just the player itself. Such a nuisance!
Nuisance? Again, a problem? Yes. And Channy Boy has given the advantage towards Carti World. It will just be NAOS making their way towards the site, yes. But a retake, very possible here for Carti. Hunter's Fury, used now. Lockdown, still within the armory. And Carti World is scaring off NAOS here.
Money in the bank, waiting to be cashed in, as you mentioned. Now still crawling up. They're waiting for some sort of impatience on the side of Carti World. The operator has showed itself. Weak weapon in the retake, but Patrick Watson doesn't seem to care as he marches forward.
He has everything he wants anyway. Now the rifle in hand, and the spike isn't even planted yet. NAOS will have to disengage after utilizing Viper's Pit. And this is going to be a rotate, a long way to go to B. Who will make it there first, though? Watch out for Astro. His angle moving into Snowman. Also, Ja, a different plan. Shani Boy sees it coming, but he still gets shot anyway. And Patrick Watson, beautiful angle to find Poppy. Forces Emma to plant safely. Ja, though, making Carti work for it. A 2v2 here, Raph. And Eman, they're just circumventing one another. Around the world for Astro and Evan. Backstab there has been established. Should be a defuse here for Carti.
Itchy Solo will be the lookout here as Ja just does not have the time to do this, and the spray unavailable. The wall blocks him. But hey, at least he gets a clean one tap. So Carti World doing the smart thing. Just don't fight. Avoid the fights.
A little bit forced there for NAOS in terms of the plan. Perhaps Eman could have taken a step a little bit more out in the open, but he was being hounded by Patrick Watson, if I saw the minimap there correctly, forcing him to play into the corner, and Astro just does so well in those scenarios. I think Astro is really the smartest player on Carti World right now. He hasn't found the most kills for his team, but they have been so valuable for these rounds here.
I feel like that's always been the case for Astro. He is a cerebral assassin. But hopefully that big head of his won't be a big target for anybody looking to, again, swat him away. Patrick Watson, preemptive shot here, dashes out. So now NAOS knows. The Jet is here. Further questions are, who is supporting the man?
Oh, the updraft. Patrick Watson finding Ja. Patrick Watson with another one. And it's Carti World taking the fight towards NAOS. A bloodbath here by A. But Chani Boy is happy to stand above the rest. Carti World are rallying here after one away from tying things up.
NAOS looking to thaw themselves. Frozen a little bit since that 3-6 scoreline. And now they go for a pause. Feel like it could have been done sooner, but this is still apt. Uyen does have the Thrash available in his back pocket, as well as Eman. And I feel like both these players right now under a lot of scrutiny. As you mentioned, the plant could have just been that much wider, so on and so forth. Still, this map is as competitive as everybody would have expected it to be.
Yeah, and Carti World has been an interesting case so far, as NAOS has to take a timeout. NAOS is so focused on looking to find Patrick Watson. Yes, Patrick Watson is 6-11 in his standings, but the pressure that he applies has just given all the space in the world for Chani Boy and Uyen to step up to the plate. You can see Chani Boy, he's just been so pesky versus NAOS. 10 kills on the board, always in an angle right after that contact point towards Patrick Watson. And that's what NAOS is discussing. Can we focus on what is next past the Jet?
Indirectly, him not having the most kills but still tanking all this utility. This is exactly what he needs to do as a duelist. You have to eat all of that. And Carti World, you know, when their members functioning as intended, is giving NAOS a hard time. And this just was not the case on Sunset when they were kind of pocketing Patrick Watson for, again, those straight up gunfights.
Monster on the loose.
It's Solo though. The focus now towards this A take of the opposition. Will be overrun by Thrash. Sent out by Eman early. The Blade's also online. Last round of the first half anyway. Plant goes down and Carti World will go for the retake here.
Spread out again, but Chani Boy could be the first person to find a pick, but Itchy Solo beat him to the punch as Ja might have had a timing there, but again, they play close and compact as Papi Chulo will be, once again, the beast that NAOS needs.
Yeah, the swings and backline effective for NAOS. Detain catches Patrick Watson 2 and Itchy Solo out in the open. Ja will find a fragment love. It's Uyen though, fighting for his life. Not good enough. In a 1v3, what does Patrick have here left? Phantom picked up, but that's all he can take from the round. It's NAOS who will have a slim lead coming into the second half here.
Switching sides.
Very slim. A pistol round could change the way that the rest of the half is going to be played, and Carti World have been proficient with just committing to a site and going for a death march. But it's been really good. Now, this time around, they might just have to have that in their memory banks. Either they commit or they just freeze up and wait for that heavy hit.
You gotta ask though here, Raph, what's the plan now also for NAOS? In terms of the defense, how do they stave off Carti World and their potential execution? This is a team that loves to play aggressive, and we're seeing so far with Patrick Watson leading the charge and Chani and Uyen right behind him. This is gonna be so much pressure in the front line. I don't blame NAOS from looking to play aggressive too, just because they want to pick apart one of those three at the start.
Here.
Now, they don't want to start the second week with a blemished record. It just simply will not meet their standards. But once again, they meet this head on. And Patrick Watson, what does he specialize in? It's that.
Yeah, the headbutts with his tick skull. He finds two there, and at least will be NAOS making sure that Carti World will work for it. We're left to a 2v2, but Carti have to scramble over to that spike. Ja, though, wanted to go for the bush. Ja delivers the kill, and Itchy Solo is left to his own devices. Good for him, though. One bullet per player is all he needs for the Sheriff.
Oh my gosh.
Get swing.
I saw that. The turret nearly took out Ja here. And Itchy Solo, as dire as this may look on his screen, he does have that advantage. In fact, he could swap to a classic and then even raise it just a bit higher, I think. Next, he might take an extra shot. But he does get the spike down. And now is reconsidering what they could do here.
30 seconds left.
Number one, just don't give the 1v1s.
Yeah. I do wonder what's the plan for Itchy Solo. He has the turret, and effectively with the HP situation, if he can reposition that earlier on into the round, that can be very helpful to take down Ja and Nexi. But no util, it's all about the gunplay. 10 seconds left, and Itchy Solo needs to make a decision and fast. NAOS will do it for him, and NAOS was prepped to take that round there.
The percentage play. Nexi, again, to back up the rest of the team. And I think this is something that NAOS does way more often than the other teams, and it's to employ the Outlaw. I feel like it's an underutilized aspect of the game, and NAOS, they love to min-max every single thing. And it's no surprise Mojer's gonna try and pick off every single player, actually. Light armor or no armor.
I mean, this is an Outlaw on hand, and Mojer will love to be able to farm some kills here if he sees anyone hit his sidelines. Aggression, though, yet again from NAOS. Actually, it's orb control as Mojer hits the shot that we were waiting for. I do like this, though, from NAOS. Take that A orb away
Spike
from Carti
down
World,
A.
since they have been relying on that thrash from Uyen to open things up. At least Eman can get his earlier.
I feel like that's gonna snowball later on too, because now they're playing catch-up. And this catch-up is honestly terrible, because when you're willing to take the orb fight, it means that you have solid ground to do so. Because you're kind of walking into enemy territory, as Itchy Solo might just do here. Are you really gonna challenge Poppy in the 1v1?
He has found a few 1v1s to his name. Astra also. Good shot on the
One enemy
Mojer.
remaining.
But Nexi is
I
prepared
told
on
you.
sights. You don't fight Poppy in the 1v1. And you don't fight Nexi when you don't have any guns. 3 for Nexi. And NAOS will make it a 4-round gap here.
I just saw the kill feed. I knew it. I knew this was a bad idea. But again, at least they learned something out of that. Hopefully Carti World is doing their best to just take this data in and use it to their plan. Now they know that the orb has been pretty much gated. They could do with B, but I feel like that might be a bigger risk. So how do they adjust? Maybe they'll fall back onto their raw firepower. Maybe they're just gonna send a full swing towards A. They know the weapons on the side of NAOS aren't that great. But of course, NAOS, they've been really sharp.
Bulldogs in hand for NAOS. An Outlaw 2. Bonus time for NAOS Esports. And Carti World on the opposite end. They'd love to find a push here. Patrick Watson looking to find that impact with Nexi, as well as Eman do sandwich him. Carti, though, still great damage. Swing comes on in from Eman. Uyen has his number one more time. Ja, though, Sheriff has been pesky, but it's just not good enough. Low HP, though, for the many. Poppy Chulo clutching these scenarios, but silenced by Uyen there. Nicely done by Carti World. They're gonna win their bye, but they've taken damage along the way.
A reverse of fate there for Papi Chulo, who won his most recent 1v1 and kind of fumbled the last one. Well, not really fumbled. At the same time, I would say that was a decent bonus on the side of NAOS. They did get their objectives right. They did get Nexi that null command, which would be very imperative against super heavy hits. As we saw, Carti World, they do have this tendency to be hyper safe as they crawl up the map. They throw the smokes, they use the utilities in positions where I feel like wouldn't be necessary to begin with. Now they've been capitalizing on that.
Yeah, NAOS has had some good positions, but Carti have had some stellar shots to keep them in the fight. And that's going to be a big help towards Carti World if they want a chance to try and tie things up. It's only 3 rounds to gap here. And Eman, he's been seen by the Aldron already. So initial aggression here from NAOS will be forced away by Carti World.
Oh, Mojer on the spot. He sees the shoulder. And of course, might just want to reassess the situation. Patrick Watson with a suppress, can't dash in, but it looks like they're undeterred.
Yeah, you don't mess with the op there. And Carti World, they wanted to rely on Wingman to get the job done. It's just not going to be good enough for the util that NAOS have there. Fragment also hurting Uyan as he stands. Dizzy now going to be out. Patrick Watson shoots it down. But the plant will go down here for Carti World anyway. This Waldo, perfect for NAOS on the raid take. Patrick Watson, Channy Boy still so sharp. Eman with the mosh pit now. Poppy Chulo, prime position. The shock dart will silence him here. And we're left to a 2v2. But Eman has the rifle in hand. Itchy Solo left again to his own devices. He's looking for the 1v2. It's just too much to handle. NAOS will get the double digits here.
And you see how that suppress on the side of Nexi just stopping Patrick Watson from dashing in snowballed into NAOS getting that necessary space, getting that early start that would have been the extra few seconds that would have mattered the most in terms of the defuse. They did a good job of trying to hide away all the post-plant defenders, but Papi Chulo, he answered the call and snuffed out every single Carti World player droning onto his position.
Yeah, and we have to go back to the stats from last week, man. Papi Chulo has had some of the most amazing statistics from week number 1 at 2.88 KD, 325 ACS, 50% clutch rate. This guy does it all for NAOS Esports, and it's a big reason why the Hunter's Fury has been sent towards him. Papi, though, survives still. Somehow, some way, he dances to the tune of Channy Boy and gets away with the tempo.
Little did he know that he was familiar with, as you mentioned, said dance. Carti World losing a member already on that lurk. Ja could potentially find himself in another 1v1. They want to recover that piece of utility that Uyan threw out. So this could just be a bait, but Uyan lands a shot. Nexi to trade.
Gotta love what Uyan provides for this team. But it's still not enough versus NAOS here so far. Little darts lobbed over to the side. Patrick Watson also making his way in. He wants to put pressure onto screens, especially. Plants will go down. But this fragment lineup has been so much damaging rather, versus anyone who tries to play the default. Spike planted. Got the mosh pit and the rest from NAOS. They even utilize the null command, but Astro hits a good shot. Channy Boy on the board again. Mojer will have to break the operator. 4 HP, busy on the res. It's Eman, the one we have to watch out for. Nexi will be baited. Patrick Watson has found 2, and it's Eman and Patrick on the 1v1 here by the rope. It's Patrick Watson who will be hung by it. Eman does well on the angle, and it's 11 now here for NAOS.
Don't get snagged on your way down. NAOS recovering so well despite the mess that was the first half of that round. You saw that operator chime in at the perfect moment, and again with a great read by Ja to just kind of hamper that offense before it even gets started. Helped the cause quite a bit. Patrick Watson showing his flashes of brilliance, but alas, it's nothing Eman hasn't seen before.
Yeah, it's just been Eman all day. He has been from the Tier 1 circuit and beyond. He's now back within the NAOS faithful, the NAOS side, I'd say. The IGL doing so well for NAOS in these tense scenarios. There have been a few interesting calls from the last map there, Raph, but coming into the second map, NAOS is all business when it comes to Icebox.
We have yet to unlock that plane of existence, Dax. We don't understand these types of calls yet. I am going to stun you So they're gonna walk in and we're gonna kill them all was probably the call.
I'm not gonna forget that detain, but in any case, Carti World, this is the Patrick Watson show, and we're ready to watch another one! Put that on the highlights reel. Where did that come from? As Patrick Watson is a name to be known. Channy Boy also the supporting cast right behind. Carti World now have carved a path of destruction towards his B side. Off though in hand from Mojer. Poppy Chulo still a threat. Here comes Astro now. And everything is left to Mojer's hands. The shot rings. And it's 2 in front of him. He does get tagged by the snake bite. Moisecon's there too. Astro almost overrun, but Astro finds a way to survive. And the will of Carti World is seen here to continue the fight.
Convenient how the poison orb was available for Astro at that very moment. Does have that Viper's Pit now, so they can definitely strong arm this round away from NAOS with this broken economy. And NAOS once again getting shredded to bits by Patrick Watson. They'll go back to the drawing board and see what they can do about it. Nearly a disaster as they chased the up a little too much. If they gave away one more kill, then that could have been doable. But now NAOS, once again, active defense.
Yeah, but NAOS is on the eco here. They found a way to break the bank off NAOS, and the chance for Carti World to cash in starts now. They found Mojo ready, but Nancy! That's 2 with the Sheriff. Again, that maze position pesky that Carti World doesn't really watch out for. And Evan even up close, ready now.
Oh my
HC
gosh.
Solo, hands up, time to die. It's all left to Astro here, a 1v2, but the gun advantage is clear.
Oh my goodness. Papi Chulo and Ja all alone. Well, not all alone. Astro does have this Viper Pit to somewhat alleviate the situation. He could catch them walking in. No.
They just knew it was coming. They've seen each other in combat before. How many times have Astro and Papi Chulo and Ja faced off against one another? Tendency seen, and now sees the day. We see NAOS on match point here.
I wonder if they're gonna stun their own teammate again. I'm very curious. But this is amazing by Nexi. If he didn't get the second kill, then this would have been that much harder for NAOS to just barrel in, confidently take the fight into the Viper. I love the read here by Astro, but again, you have to take into account NAOS will function as a unit at all times.
Nope, Evan used the trash a while ago at least. So there's no chance this time around. Mojer though gets away with a dash. Patrick Watson even midair! And that is just impressive to see. But Evan still bothersome here. Channy Boy shuts that down. We're left to Papi Chulo, but we've seen a script like this before. Papi Chulo finding the first, and watch out, he's coming towards the side.
Papi and the clutch. Papi in a 1vx situation. Name a more iconic duo. He does have that Viper Spit if he wants to single out that site. But now Carti World, they know that this could happen. They're trying to play the range. They're waiting for the utility to refresh. And they're burning as much time as possible as Papi Chulo is going to crawl up, Dax.
Papi Chulo, he knows exactly what to do in these scenarios, but time is running out. The swing from Itchy Solo is well placed. And Carti World, under that pressure, they refuse to fold. Again, another rally from Carti World in the declining moments of the game here, Raph. When NAOS makes it to map point, Carti World, they look for ways to survive here.
Looking for ways to survive is a nice way to put it, as they've been hanging on a thread for the last 2 maps now. But they have been as strong and as indomitable as ever. Carti World, they know they have the gun advantage here, but they have to respect the fact that they also lost an eco, to an eco on Sunset, so they may just change their approach. They might just maximize that range a little bit, wait for the lurks, and it looks like they're exactly doing that.
Yeah, I mean, Ja has been so scary on the Sheriff all throughout the series, and I wouldn't be surprised if Carti World would love to find him first and foremost. But the stack from NAOS is a pretty sound call. They see the toxic screen set up. They're going to put their eggs onto the A basket and look to see what they can get.
What do they get from rummaging through the site is yet to be found. As once again, Carti World, patience forever. They're probably going to wait for that 45-second marker for before they explode. But then they'd have to worry about this flank, which they are clearing out as we speak. No, they decide to go on a slight off time.
Foul drone, but problematic with the knife thrown there by Nexi. Not gonna have as much intel as they would like. Patrick Watson daring to push into the Veil. And Mojer and Emma, the element of mystery, the surprise factor, NAOS capitalizes on. Astro, the only one still standing, but Carti World has been trapped in the snare of NAOS. It's 2-0, as NAOS will also take Icebox.
The Gorgon's gaze as the Serpents of Icebox yet again take a convincing eco round. They have to change that up. I'm losing my mind watching this as, you know, the inner nerd in me is panicking because statistically you shouldn't be able to do that. Those two Vandals, yes, they're present, but you know, that's something that they'd have to VOD. They'd have to VOD that thoroughly.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an unfortunate scenario for Carti World to say the least. Now, though, even in any kind of scenario, man, they just know exactly what to do. This is a team that is very sure of themselves. This is a team that is absolutely established. And as of right now, NAOS is honestly looking to be the team to beat. Beating Zol, the defending champions, was already the perfect revenge last week after split number 1. But now, also taking down an up-and-coming squad in Carti World that's more of the same and more of what NAOS wants to establish for the rest of the split.
I feel like it's really that depth, you know. At the moment, they haven't really showcased any complex plays. What they've been showing everybody is that this is what we're gonna do. It's simple, but if anything wrong happens at any given time, they have a fallback plan. They have an absolute protocol to just be very, very sure about. And again, that might be a testament to how long they've been on the scene and just how good that coaching staff really is.
I mean, NAOS, they've had a new analyst, if I remember correctly, or assistant coach that comes in from the OCE side. So it goes to show there's even more influence now from NAOS on that global stage from that different kind of perspective. But this is, again, another instance where we can see NAOS do what they do best. Big props to Mojer, doing well within the duelist role, not folding under any kind of pressure, any doubts where people will say, let Ja duelist instead. Mojer is silencing that. Emansu doing well on the Gecko. But the clutch kills, the multi-kills for Papi Chulo, I think I want to talk about that with you, Raph, because he's still a force to be reckoned with no matter what.
That's true. I mean, you know, the common consensus is, oh, they're getting older. They're not going to be as sharp. They're not going to be as polished or, you know, as raw with their mechanical aim. But Papi Chulo has proven everybody wrong and has maybe given hope to the players on the older side here. He's just been so crisp. His mechanics have been amazing. His technique is also something to behold, as well as being paired by just not going out of the rhythm of the macro, just by not deviating too much from the bigger picture per se.
Yeah, but we also love what we saw there from Carti World. Patrick Watson, I can't wait to see what is more in store with the experience he can get here in split number 2. Channy Boy, always a welcome surprise. And as of right now, Carti World, they are still a force to be reckoned with. It's not going to be a dub for them here today, but at least they made NAOS work for it, right? These two maps have been competitive for Carti World.
That's always going to be the case against NAOS, right? You have to make them bleed. Even if at the end of the day, you can't necessarily finish the job or close the case, you have to show everybody and, of course, your future self to the weaknesses of NAOS. But I'm pretty sure, Dax, there are, you know, other lovely people to nerd out over this, so we will be throwing it to the panel.
Glaze and Rockhart
Wow.
na nag-cast nating first series of the day. Okay. Mukhang yung prediction natin, ha? Medyo
Thumbs up pa.
Tama. Thumbs up pa. So tama nga yung sinasabi ng mga casters na wala dito. Dahan-dahan na po akong naniniwala na meron talagang something sa mga yon. Going back to the series. Kamusta naman? Terror and Rico yung nakita natin doon.
I mean, to be honest, expected ata siguro natin Rico dito sa series na to. Mas magiging one-sided pa nga yung scoreline kung tutuusin. And I do feel like for Carti World, kahit papano, gaya ng sabi ng casters natin, they made it a little bit much more closer compared dun sa mga expectations natin as a whole team.
Yeah.
Ikaw, Rico, sa tingin mo ba, dapat naging mas one-sided to o okay na yung performance para sa'yo?
Alam mo ba, Diba? Yun nga parang mas in-expect ko from NAOS the same scoreline nung kinalaban nila yung Zol. It was 13-5, 13-6. It felt extra competitive kumbaga, no? When they went up against Carti, they really gave them a hard time. And lalong-lalo na sa Icebox. Pero focus muna tayo dito sa highlight dito on Sunset, which felt like a more dominating approach from NAOS. May kita natin karamihan sa mga rounds na to, it is NAOS constantly having a lot of surplus of not only utilities, but pati na rin sa tao. Alam mo yun, parang, 5 people still alive, and then they win the round.
That's true. I mean, may mga rounds din nga tayong nakita kung saan for the rotation of Carti World, hindi pa rin nila nare-realize na Ja is still lurking. Ja is still waiting for them patiently. And dun sila nahuhuli. And to add on to that, basically to connect that to the second map naman na napanood natin dito, it felt like, syempre, NAOS so far is the team na mas pinaka-structured dito sa ating Split 2. And pagdating sa structure na yon, I think Carti World was able to give a little bit of a chaos pagdating sa ganong klaseng structure. And dun nila minsan nalalaro to, Rico.
Tama ka dyan. Kasi laging kung maraming trades silang nagagawa dito sa Icebox, it all boiled down to the 1v2s. Ibig sabihin talaga handang-handa sila mag-trade, handang-handa sila sumalo with everybody sa team nila.
Well, to agree on you, girls and boys, for this matchup, for this series. Tama nga talaga na si Mojer tapos si Patrick Watson. Naniniwala na talaga ako. Ewan ko lang, the closest stats I've ever seen was, well, pag Pilipinas or yung Philippine teams na nagalaban-laban. MVP na sila, iba kundi si Mojer. And still having the most consistent way of carrying his team all throughout. And even for Game 2, that was a very competitive way na mas nakabawi nga dun yung Carti World. Pero there are some ways na yung kanilang pagiging slow pace was the one na nagiging problema din nila as they continue the series.
I mean, we closed off the second map, to think of it, into Eco, I think.
Yeah.
Yung iba naka-vandal sa kanila, yung iba naka-sheriff lang. So, I think for NAOS, it's more of, nung nakalaban nila yung Zol dito, Rico, alam naman natin yung history, di ba? Na Split 1, Zol Esports ang tumalo sa kanila sa finals. So, they wanna make sure na they get back to the groove, to get back into the game, and make sure na hindi mawawala sa kanila to ng basta-basta. But this matchup and this series that we saw, it's a battle of mechanical skill na meron din yung mga rays natin dito. Patrick Watson versus the Mojer. It was like crazy.
Well, speaking of crazy, let's hear it from the team itself. Now, as for the interview, tara, kausapin na natin sila.
Ay, si Mojer.
Hey!
Idol!
Hello po! Narinig ba? Hello?
Hello po, hello.
Ayun, narinig. Ayun. Ayan.
Oh,
Ito
wala.
na. Gusto
Ayun na
namin
ba?
marinig kung paano nga ba yung naging laban nito. Simulan natin kay Terror for this question.
Ay, Mojer. May ano ka pa? May magic ka today? Wala.
Wala.
Ano naman yan? Naabangan ko pa naman tong interview. Pangarap ko makakita ulit ng magic na isa, Mojer. Pero ibang mahika yung dala nyo pagdating sa series na to, ha? Kanina, or lagi ko minimension sa panel na isa kayo ngayon sa mga teams na sobrang structured maglaro. Pero sa series na to, nagkaroon ng konting kaguluhan, nagkaroon ng konting talagang duel kung duel. Nasa parte ba ng plano nyo yon para sa araw na to?
Ginawa lang po namin, parang nag-individual play kami.
Play.
Ngayon, parang tiyatry namin kung kaya namin manalo ng walang strat or what.
Kaya pala.
Wow.
It makes sense now. It makes sense. Gusto mong tapatan yung duelist nung kabila, no? Gusto mo ng highlights, no, Mojer? Pang TikTok daw niya. Si Rico may question pa.
Oh yes, of course. I mean, kitang-kita naman, no, parang nung mga last week, halos ang daming pangalan ng NAOS halos dun sa mga highlights. Pero coming into this series, Mojer, matanong ko lang, expected nyo ba itong mga scoreline na 13-9, 13-8? Kasi last week, grabe yung dominating performance nyo with a 13-5, 13-6 against Zol.
Actually po, hindi. Kasi, kaya siguro rin po sila nakadikit. Kasi dami nga namin throw rounds and... Inultihan pa
I see.
At least aminado. Kulit nyo kasi.
Pero at least you're trying out different things, no? And I think that's a really, really good sign. Lalong-lalo na, it's just the start of the split. So, very, very good job, Mojer, at team.
Yun, Mojer, congratulations nga pala for winning this. Truly, there's a saying na a magician never reveals their secrets, no? Kahit nagulat nga din ako kanina na walang strat in mind that was really formulated na gusto siya i-pull off. Pero since ganyan pinag-uusapan, it only shows how you and your teams are really connected to one another. So yung question ko, ano nga ba yung winning ulam nyo before heading to this series na nagpapanalo sa inyo?
Ano po, sorry. Yung
Winning
Ano
ulam.
po?
Anong
Ano yung winning
pagkain?
ulam?
ulam. Ano ba ulam natin,
Oo.
Mark? Nagtinola kami ngayon eh.
Sarap.
Oh, healthy.
Okay. Ayun. Ilalagay ko to sa notes ha, yung mga wins to win the series, tinola dapat yung ulam. Thank you so much, Mojer. Congratulations. But before we end, any shout-outs for this series?
Thank you sa mga sponsors namin, Delta, Merrimart, Dotel. Thank you sa boss.
Ayun.
Salamat sa mga sumusuporta. GG Carti.
Thank you.
May pahabol pa to.
May
Ito si
pahabol
Mojer.
pa si Idol.
Yung ilista mo na kasi next time, Mojer, ha? Para isahang bagsakan na lang ba?
Ayun. Thank you so much, Mojer, and I hope you have a good rest of the day for now, and we're looking forward to see you on the next rush. Congratulations po ulit.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
Bye, Mojer.
Thank you.
Bye, Mojer.
Ayun.
Grabe.
So magkakaroon ako ng rating. Grabe no. Nagulat din ako sa sinabi niya kanina about trying no strat at all. Kasi at some points, they remain unpredictable even sa rotations nila bago tayo wrap things up. Tama ba, Taylor and
It
Rico?
makes sense na ganun yung scoreline kung sinusubukan talaga nila kumbaga mag-spring out individually, ganun talaga yung magiging
Yeah.
result natin.
Kaya nga parang maganda rin isipin na they're trying a lot of things, no? A lot of new things, lalong-lalo na maybe, again, they're thinking very far ahead dito, lalong-lalo sa Ascension. Lalong-lalo na what they did last year for a couple of the players. Pero yeah, I'm really excited to see NAOS' journey flourish a bit more. Tsaka, again, I really like yung parang solo plays kasi parang it also harnesses your instincts sa in-game.
Oh, ang ganda. There was so much recovery plays as well. So that was the first series of the day. So wag muna kayong aalis, babalik kayo for the second and third one for day number 1 and week number 2. Wag kayong aalis, magbabalik kami.
friends will grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you broke. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Grab Food Saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab Cost Saver. The Grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver. Grab Cost Saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you broke. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Grab Food Saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab Cost Saver. The Grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver. Grab Cost Saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you broke. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Grab Food Saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab Cost Saver. The Grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver. Grab Cost Saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you broke. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Grab Food Saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab Cost Saver. The Grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver. Grab Cost Saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you broke. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Grab Food Saver 99 plus.
What is up? Pinagbabalik ulit ang ating broadcast today for the VALORANT Challengers Split 2. Kasama mo ngayon si Honey Glaze at si Raph for this game number 2. Kamusta naman kayo, guys?
Pagod ako sa series kanina, pero ang ganda na showing talaga. Hindi ako makamove on kasi Carti World at least nagkaroon ng at least close of a scoreline laban sa NAOS.
I don't know if that was close. Pero yun nga, at least nakita natin na pwede pala pumalag yung Carti World sa NAOS, diba? At the very least. Like you mentioned, there were adjustments na that could have worked. Pero yun nga, di nila nakita in time. So,
Well, it's good that you mentioned about the first game of the day kasi itong game number 2, there was some close ways na pwede sana makabawi din yung the other team. Kaso nga lang, if we talk about adjustment, I'm really curious on how this match will go. This is Oasis versus Zol Esports, and I've checked mostly of their record heading today. Zol Esports never won against Oasis Gaming 2-0 to 1. How is that, Honey Glaze and Raph?
Well, kung tutuusin kasi pagdating talaga sa mga macro and micro managements, talagang papaborito, and especially na not before, nasa team pa nga ng Oasis dito si Nexi. So, ang laking bagay din talaga ng ganong klaseng sistema mo looking forward for Oasis Gaming to take down every single time yung matchup nila laban sa Zol.
bahala ka sa buhay mo, Ichi. Hindi ako maniwala dun. De, joke lang. But at the same time, you kind of look at the way Zol is structured on the defense, right? Which I feel like is their biggest problem. Because historically din, yung Oasis has always been a team that loves to flex that playbook. When they have depth, they also have width. And what I mean by that is that they'll always have so many executes that Zol simply can't handle at times because their defense, more oriented to defaulting, we see them play 2-1-2 a lot, and that's not necessarily a bad thing naman. It's just super heavy hit. Sometimes that defense can't net together at the rate that they would like.
Well, looks like madami tayong pwedeng pag-usapan along the way, Honey Glaze and Raph. But before that, we would like to thank Mineski Global for being our official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Also, maraming salamat din sa ating official super app na si Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. And syempre, may code pa tayo na pwede nyo nga gamitin every 11 a.m. Grab Food 60 yan, guys. 60 pesos off on your order. Tapos, you need to at least have a minimum spend of 550.
Oh, so manglibre ka na sa akin, HC. Thank you very much. That's 60 off on your next libre to me. At the same time, last but not least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So big thank you to everybody making the league possible. And of course, big thanks to the audience. Thanks for tuning in, guys.
Yeah, maraming salamat po dahil today we are about to see different kinds of matches as we head on to the road to Ascension. Dahil madaming ang teams magpapakilala today. So, speaking of pagpapakilala, tawagin na natin ata ang Oasis Gaming for this one. Tara, tingnan natin lineup.
To be honest with you, you could put flex on every single person on this roster as Oasis Gaming jumps into the battlefield yet again with obviously new faces. Not the first time we've seen them this stage compete already, but obviously the heavy hitters from left to right is Wits, Dubstep, Kelly S, Heavy 8K, and Marky. Now this team is the absolute curse bearers for Zol. As you mentioned, Zol is currently winless against Oasis Gaming.
Hirap din kasi sabihin kung paano mo ba itatakal down yung Oasis dahil una sa lahat, Oasis started off really strong nung unang series nila dito in Split 2. Tapos, Wits also fits like a glove for Oasis Gaming. So let's see kung kahit ba dito sa mga naging recent changes is matatakal down pa rin nila ang Zol Esports.
good point to note. Dahil nga, we have seen Wits na naiba nga doon mismo sa talent lineup. Wanting to also see Wits and Dubstep na magkasama. Long-time teammates, right? Pero combining it with Oasis Gaming, I think it's a one good recipe to see na parang grabe din yung kanilang winning formula as they head on to each of their matches in Valorant. So ngayon, tawagin na natin ang Zol para makita na natin yung lineup nila.
Our champions from last split, pero nagkaroon lang din naman ng rough road ahead going into the first series nung nakatapat nga nila ang NAOS Esports nung nakaraang weekend. But then again, I still hope for the best para sa Seoul Esports dahil una sa lahat, we have Kakarot, Micro, Zen, Kevzi, and Patman all sticking together strong as we head on to this matchup. I really do think na pwede nilang magambala na ngayon finally ang Oasis Gaming.
Absolutely, and yun nga medyo worrying yung start sa Zol considering they're the defending champions. Pero baka that's part of their plan, HG. Para drama lang daw. Okay, let's start slow. Week 1, week 2, tas bawi tayo week 3 and 4 kasi syempre ganun yung mga champions, di ba? You can't keep them down.
So say, with that being said, may konting adjustment din siguro ginagawa yung Zol Esports kasi I think we can compare them sa makina in a way. Yung Diesel Edge na nagpapainit lang muna sa umpisa. So in those kinds of cases, you think the first phase of the regular season yung nagiging adjustment nila in a way against the head-on to different teams, Raf?
I think so because I think we tackled on the fact that they are very anti-default, right? So yung Zol dapat maka-download sila ng data to begin with for them to adjust, and maybe this is just growing pains. Of course, a lot of the fans out there are rooting for the defending champions and everybody wants to see all the players succeed. At the same time, tingin ko nga ito lang yung problema na yung Zol mismo yung makaayos. I think we can say all the things we want, the fans can cheer as much as they want, but again, it's Zol's responsibility to shoulder that crown, defending champions.
Yeah. And feeling ko din kasi for Zol Esports is that parang there are times na nagiging slow pacing, slow burn pa sila bago pa sila makapang painit na nga muna. So sabi mo nga no, OSX, na kailangan pa nila magpainit muna ng makina all throughout the early stages. Pero yun ang nagiging difference kasi nila eh. Jump start kasi agad ang Oasis. So paano kaya itong matchup nila ngayong split to pa?
Interesting to see na magkakaroon nga ng matinding matchup kasi you've mentioned about the makina, no? So let's see how the head-to-head is in comparison heading to this match. Ano nga ba yung pinagkaiba nila ngayon? Let's see this.
Pagdating kasi sa head-to-head nila eh, no? Hindi mo din masabi kung sino ba talaga yung magkakaroon ng highlight plays. Dahil again, on our head-to-head, we had their Wits, we had their Patman na although there's a slight difference pagdating sa mga nagiging numbers natin, especially pagdating sa ACS. But then, kung babalikan natin, Wits has been such a flexible player para makapagbigay pugay ng space dito para sa kanyang team, para maging aggressive and whatsoever, and then be comfortable. But then, in comparison for Patman is just a head-on kind of player kasi for Seoul Esports eh.
Yung parang similar yung blueprint nila as a player na sobrang flexible, high firepower, can be the playmaker of the team when they need to. At the same time, Wits has been in that top spot for God knows how long now. He's more established, but Patman in the last 2 years, in the last 3 splits, he's just been going all the way up. He's only been getting better. Sana hindi to slump para sa Zol, especially him, because the timing is not very good. We have to address the stakes of this split is very, very high.
I hear you, Raf, and I think this is all about the stakes of representing the country as well, heading to the next stages. Kasi tama nga because we want to see a development on how Zol Esports would take it against Oasis game. You were saying something, Honey Glaze, kasi before I cut you off. Ano nga ba yung mas nakikita mo dito? Kasi yun nga, may konting adjustment, there's a playmaker in play. So, you think the meta as well ay may pwedeng magbago for Zol Esports this time against Oasis?
Yeah, I really do think so. Pero, yun nga, kailangan nilang i-fix around kung paano ba silang nasa slump on forward kapag meron ng momentum or kung ano mang agresibo yung pwedeng ibigay sa kanya ng kabilang team. team dahil from what happened back in the series against Seoul Esports, or rather against NAOS Esports, is yun mismo yung nangyari. Kumbaga, narattle na sila lahat-lahat. They cannot fix everything up dahil there was a possibility na umaarangkada or talaga nagpo-push and forward yung momentum all throughout the NAOS.
Daming words ginamit ni HG na hindi ko naintindihan. Just DM me whatever
Feeling ko
those feel.
kailangan ko pang
Yun nga, parang-
i-translate.
Sige, magtanong
Translate.
na lang ako mamaya. Pero at the same time, tama naman yung sinabi ni HG. Whatever I understood was probably correct. Anyway, so the thing is, you go on against a team that you freshly scouted out, which was NAOS, right? So Zol should have their number. Obviously, the whole dynamic is NAOS has the chip on their shoulder and they'll adjust hard. At the same time, Zol should have seen this coming. So for them to just have that series the way it was, it's a bit of a dip. Honestly, everybody expected it just to go like that, you know, from the honeymoon phase to whatever this phase is, the honey glaze phase, whatever word she's saying that I have to understand. So, you know, hopefully they recover.
Okay, kapag uusapan natin ng pacing, tingnan na natin kung anong maps ang pwedeng maban out in our map veto. Let's check it out kung ano nga ba yung magiging priority ng either ni Oasis or ni Zol this time.
Mapito, no? Feeling ko Lotus. Para sa
Ayan.
NAOS, rather para sa Seoul Esports, is always Lotus yung bans nila ever since Split Pan. So baka sakaling yun nga ang mauna at yun na nga mismo ang mauuna ngayon.
I think Oasis have the ban bind. Tingin ko nga since nadikitan sila ng Just Us. Not to take anything away from Just Us, of course, because again, meteoric rise from that team, but a team that should be as organized, as coached as Oasis is, they shouldn't let a map like that be even that close. But looks like it does go through. We're gonna have a Breeze opener by Zol. Interesting.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, so yun nga yung magiging priority din dito ng team for this one. So since Breeze nga, they have more ways to actually take advantage of the spacing and also the rotation. Kasi we've seen a lot of teams actually adjust or have greater advantage in terms of having the controller. But how about bind Honey Glaze for Zol Esports?
I think this is the usual picking face na ginagawa halos ng ating mga teams. Ano? Always, all the time, laging Lotus ang binaban out ng Zol. Going on forward for Oasis is Ascent naman. Pero going back into Bind naman, I think this is a favorable map kasi for Oasis kesa sa Zol eh.
I don't know. I mean, yun nga, nadikitan sila ng Just Us. So, I don't know if favorable ba to. At the same time, maybe they have voted it again. Anything can happen in a week. At the same time, tingin ko last week yung pinakamalaking issue sa Oasis was the spacing thing. They have so many players that are similar in terms of just inherent movement on the map na it just seemed uncomfortable at first despite winning like everything last week.
Oh, so dun pa lang magkakatalon na on how the rotations will be in check kasi as you mentioned about spacing, so dito pa lang who gains the better control and have better rotation wins this time. And for the decider, it's split for Zol in case we get into a game number 3, pero in the prediction mamaya malalaman natin on how we stand in the perspective kung sino yung mananalo ng mismong game na to. So I think this is more an advantage, no? Kasi kanina you guys mentioned about the head-to-head. So mas, in a way, magiging pabor to sa kanila. At in times na pwede silang magkamali, magkakatalo na lang kung paano magkahulihan sa rotation. Tama ba?
Yeah, yun nga halos dahil nga Breeze is such an open wide map na kung saan kailangan hindi ka mahuli pagdating sa mga magiging flanks and rotations and na kung saan doon naman natin nahuhuli nga etong players from Oasis. But then again, Breeze is one of the best maps kasi for Zol, so I really do hope for the best na makuha nila yung ganong klaseng title that they have Breeze in their hands eh.
Actually, tingin ko nga, if Zol play the opener well, they have a good chance of shutting this series out and breaking the curse. Kasi since they play that heavy 2-1-2 defense, right? Maps that tend to have really easy and safe rotations are really strong for Zol. At the same time, yung tendency naman ni Oasis Gaming throughout their different cores is that they love to hit, they love to double hit, re-hit, instead of just kind of committing when they already had the chance. Again, it's kind of like a problem of the width and depth of that playbook. So they might just kind of overplay. Hopefully not. We'll see.
Okay, let's see. But since you mentioned about tendencies, let's talk about prediction this time around. Kung sino nga bang mananaig for this series. Ako, sa tingin ko Tingnan natin to, Honey Glaze tsaka Raf. I know we're gonna put ourselves in the seat again on who's gonna win this. Prediction, tara. Tingnan na natin to. For this one, I'm gonna go with Oasis Gaming. 2-0.
Para sa akin siguro 2-1 Zol. May tiwala ako sa Zol. They are still intact pa sa pagiging pagiging strong ang altogether na hindi pa sila nagre-roster mula Split 1.
Yun nga, hindi sila nagre-roster tapos medyo slow start. At the same time, champions, and I would say it's leaning towards them, yung map dito. And if Batman and Zin pop off, then Oasis might have a problem. But of course, I'm still sticking with Oasis, guys. I'm just joking.
Ganda na build up eh.
Ibang klase yung bonding yung dalawa. No? Minsan hindi ko talaga ma-predict kung 2-0 or 2-1 kayo. Eh. Parang prediction din kayo, Honey Glaze tsaka Raf. Pero it's a good thing that you've mentioned about how Zol Esports has been consistent in their roster in a way. So looking at those kinds of experience as a team or as an organization, I think ito yung mga players na mas nagiging hasa sila in terms of what are the wrongs, what are the right ones. Well, also kung pag-uusapan ng Oasis Gaming, it's more like of a veterancy experience combining in one great synergy. Tama ba? Pero I'm happy that you still have faith for Zol Esports dahil things could still go either way around.
Kahit pa paano yung naging stretch kasi nila laban sa NAOS before in the Grand Finals is 13-8. So hindi na masama on their attacking side, pwede pa. But then, kung babalikan nga natin, it's already a different story. It's split 2 already. So there's also the opportunity pa for Oasis na baka sakaling ilabas pa nila yung Clove dahil yun din ang ginawa nila back in promo relegation. But this time, yeah, it's just a different approach pagdating sa mga teams na ito eh.
I'm trying to think. Do we play Clove on Breeze? Part of me wants to say yes. Part of me wants to say no.
So 50-50 ka?
Yun nga eh. Kasi I feel like if gusto mo mag-double smoker sa Breeze, I think Astra would be a better fit if you wanna push the utility and not fight, and the Crown is gonna be much
DRX
faster.
composition, no?
Oh, yun nga eh. Tas, again, the execution requirement is super high, but I feel like if there's a team that can do it, it could be Oasis. It should be Oasis.
Okay. Let's put our bets in. So may prediction na tayo doon. So let's throw it over to our casters to take us to this game. Let's go. Take it away.
Coming into today, it's a tale of two types of revenge here. On one side, Oasis Gaming facing off and fending off Just Us in the previous series and taking them down like they did back in Split number 1. But on the other, Zol Esports, a few struggles there, Riku, against NAOS Esports because they did take them down back then in the Grand Finals to become our champions. If you guys are just tuning on in, well, it's gonna be a big one. Oasis versus Zol. And before anything else, Riku, I want you to say the following words for me.
Okay.
Just to get it out of the way.
All right.
Nice one, Dubby.
Okay. As long as we're gonna get that out of the way, I'm gonna say this once today. Nice one, Dubby.
Aww. Okay. There, clip it and ship it. That's the confidence booster there for Oasis Gaming. But I do want to lay the ladder here real quick because we're getting into Breeze. Think about how this matchup has occurred from split number 1. Oasis Gaming has always had Zol's number. And interesting enough, Zol did not face off against Oasis in the playoffs. And it's a big what if. What if Oasis did win against Just Us then and faced off against Zol back then in the semifinals? Well, we're going to see a preview of it here as we see the Yoru for Oasis, Zol going back to the Jet.
Yeah, that's exactly true, right? It's been so long since we've seen the Oasis Gaming Zol Esports matchup. It was during the group stage, and we all know how that went down. It was Oasis 2-0ing Zol Esports, and it was in the middle of the adjustment period of Oasis Gaming where they're trying to swap around roles and see what worked for them. But this is definitely one of the compositions that worked for them, which is, again, dubstep, the duelist composition over here with the Jet and as well as the Yoru. But a lot of the teams, there's only 2 comps that we're seeing right now on Breeze, right? It's usually like this sort of like default, and as well as what we saw in Pacific, where they just have a lot of more space grabbing agents, not only the Jet but as well as the Yoru that can sneakily get like at your back and just try to backstab you and stuff.
Yeah, And it's interesting also, I think Zol, from what I saw within that Aegis Select, Kakarot gonna be on the Jet this time. He's always been a flexible player, but usually he's either in the Ini role or within the Sentinel role there. Seems like for Zol, a lot of adjustments to be made after that NAOS matchup. Many expected that to be competitive, one of the closest series coming into the group stage, and NAOS just said, no, never mind, clean 2-0, absolute sweep. So for today, Zol Esports is a different threat and one they haven't beaten all year here yet.
Honestly, that's a really good point because I believe they have like, you know, less than a week to try and prepare, fix a few things. Again, when we look back at that match against NAOS, it was what, 6-13, 5-2-13 scoreline, which is very, you know, uncharacteristic on paper when we look at it, considering that they're the champions of Split 1. So again, a lot of pressure because we're looking at the supposedly top 3 in our current Philippine region. So this could be very close and very exciting.
Yeah, and speaking of who's on top right now, I go back to the stats of promo relegation. And did you know 4 out of the 5 top-rated players from that set have come from Oasis Gaming?
Woo!
Everyone expected Oasis to make it through promo relegation. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Anything else would have been utter disappointment. And they did with flying colors. They've shown on back that they are within the top set of the Philippine scene. And with a win against Just Us, that was already demons being exorcised. It's interesting though, we go to Braze and Oasis Gaming. What do you think about this double duelist Astra setup, Riku? It has worked once before for Oasis, but it's still different with Wits now within the roster.
I think there's honestly a lot of creativity that you could work with on this type of composition. A lot of, like we talked about, a lot of space to be grabbed, especially when we talk about like Astra Breeze is such a large map. We talked about this of how it looks like a 3-sided map just because of the sheer size of it. So again, a lot of creativity, a lot of corners to cover that I feel like Zol Esports will have to retract their space backward. And I feel like that's the reason why they have the Cypher to begin with, to make sure that B is going to be untouchable. And that's when I feel like the Cypher player of Zol Esports is going to have a lot of pressure on his hands to make sure that's going to be solidified.
Yeah, and we're making sure everything is set and ready for the game, but I still want to talk about Oasis Gaming because they're the team with more changes compared to, of course, our defending champions that have stayed with the core.
Ooh.
First things first, let's talk about Wits yet again. Great debut within that matchup versus Just Us. Honestly, one of the big reasons why we're seeing Oasis actually pick up Bind because Wits is really good on it with the Sky. But what do you think right now else does Oasis have with Wits being brought to the table, especially given that Savvy 8K is still their designated IGL from what we've seen in the previews?
I honestly feel like Wits feels so unleashed within Oasis. Maybe it's because in previous roles that he had, even though he was initiator, he also acted as this, you know, IGL for his previous team. So perhaps him getting to focus a bit more on the micro side of things, like the instincts, and more of having to play more of these skirmishes, I feel like it has maybe a better look or has strengthened him a bit more, and I feel like he really fits well into the Oasis, you know.
Yeah, gotta agree with you. It's even though he didn't get the memo in the photo shoot, everyone from Oasis like, guys, we gotta wear the black jersey today. Wiz shows up with the white one, and well, at least it's nice because you can really see he's the new one there. He's trying to find his way to integrate in, and those pictures will show that tale for the rest of the set until they get a new photo shoot at the studio. I guess now let's turn the conversation towards Zol. What do you think is probably their biggest weakness from what we saw against NAOS? Just because it was just such a stark performance. We expected Zol to have a handle onto NAOS. We're getting into the game though, and what needs improvement for Zol to take down Oasis?
I know it's all about the numbers again. When we look back, it is definitely holding on to what do you call this back then? I believe Kakarot was on the Sentinel role.
Yeah,
and
he was Sentinel.
Now going to be swapping on to this Jet, and Xin this time is going to take the helm of that. So we're talking about B. So I feel like having to strengthen their defense a bit more is going to be utmost important, and their lurks.
Yeah, that's so interesting, right? The two pieces of bread between the Zol sandwich, the front line, the back line. They're gonna swap those roles, and we'll see what Zol can do moving on forward. There's no surprise though, Xin is exceptional on Sentinel still. Kakarot can play pretty much anything, but Oasis Gaming, the beauty of having the Astra is you set up a star from afar, let the Yoru teleport, and straight in Oasis have the plan.
Yeah, that's true. You get to watch the lurk coming through. There you go, that's the lurk getting spotted, 50 health, and now they're down.
Yeah, I mean, Oasis can mark this so easily. They already gotten the spike plant. They don't even need the site itself right now. Here comes the dart to try and find anyone in the front line. Dubstep has the scan fragment also lobbed towards him. Patman, though, able to hold things off. And we lead to a 4v4 where Marky and the rest play from far. Wit still has a single shot there to work with. Finding Zin now. Wit's on board, and the rest of Oasis will follow on to easy pickings here for Oasis. A good post plant to bring them pistol.
Yeah, incredibly clean. It did feel like, you know, Cypher's not going to have a lot of his setups at the first round, so let's just try to take advantage of that. Go straight to B and just focus on that post plant. Again, it was huge. That Kelly S being, again, staying on spawn, making sure to, again, be very, very impactful, watching the flanks and as well getting the smoke down.
I mean, you know that Coldplay song, right? Look at the stars. Look how they shine for you.
How does that go, Dax?
I just said it. I just said, you want me to start singing?
Yeah, a little bit.
Anti-eco? No, you can do it.
I don't even know the song. Sorry.
Okay, we'll find the playlist for you later on. But that's the thing. Anytime Zol will see an Astra Star, they need to be wary because it could just not be one, but two duelists that can play off that smoke.
Yeah, they have to be worried. They have to guess as well where Kelly is going to be coming from. And Dubstep getting first blood.
Yeah, I mean, that's Dubby. Getting off to a good start. Again, interesting to see him back into the front line. Is Yoru seemingly the answer here for Oasis coming into this map. It's already 2 as Oasis will push this side. Kevzi in the smoke, trying to just wait for the Nebula to dissipate. Wit's busy with the plant, but this is just Oasis with the overrun. And Breeze especially, gun advantage is so important. And here comes trouble for Zin. This one box will basically be his grave. Wits will shut him down, and Oasis will find 2.
That is such a clean round. It felt like, again, they got all the isolated fights. It all started because of Dubstep. And it's always the tussle, right? It does feel like the story of Breeze. Either you try to break the utility at B of the Cypher, or you get to, you know, do first contact, win that duel, get first pick onto A main. And I feel like that's literally what happened. They got the early picks, they got a lot of space, and they were able to trickle down onto that site.
And you gotta wonder for Zol as we come into their buy round, does being the defending champion from Split 1 put extra pressure on a team that surprised many, right? Everyone expected it would be either NAOS or Oasis. Zol defied those expectations. But does that mean now, Riku, those expectations will come to haunt them, weigh them down into Split number 2?
Yeah, honestly, exactly right. They ended off on a good note, and they were able to conquer basically the top 2 teams in the Philippines. So now they faced off NAOS. Now it's like, again, I wouldn't call it like a last chance, but it's going to be very good for their morale if they're able to beat Oasis here.
I mean, this is the one team that they didn't beat last week anyway.
Yep.
So it's already, okay, we lost NAOS, but if we beat Oasis here, it's a good sign for us moving on forward. A slower play though for Oasis. They can afford this.
Yeah.
Between Jet and Yoru entry, even at the dying seconds of the timer, they can play and execute.
Exactly, with Dimensional Drift available for Dubstep as well. Let's see if they want to use that. Looks like that's going to be a yes.
Mask on. Dubby's on it immediately, looking for intel, but will realize one is there towards the backside. Dubs is searching as much as he can. Marky also looking to play the angle, and Dubstep comes out to find Micro. Kevzi though makes a trade. Dubstep's blindside is just absolutely stellar. Illumination, Dubby's got it. Lights on here for Oasis.
And a free upgrade to boot. Zin, the only one left here, and he's basically surrounded by every Oasis player.
Just so stellar from Dubstep, and we're not used to the Yoru on the other side. It can be struggles here. Zol didn't even see Oasis coming. Dubstep's quick ultimate though, just in the 3rd round, ready with the drift, and now halfway towards it. It's a good side for him moving forward.
Actually, the coordination of the utility, the flashes, everybody's pretty much blinded after Dubstep exits the Dimensional Drift, so it felt like fully taken advantage of, like, the situation.
Well, they did run the Yoru before, but I guess that extra bit of surprise. Kelly S will fall. Wits will die too. But this is an Oasis bonus, and they're very happy to pick things up moving forward. Dubstep wants to swing. They were so close at getting the last rifle there of Sol. In any case, though, Oasis, the advantage looking very clear as we move to the next round.
Yeah, exactly. These 3 rounds straight, again, it has been first starting at B, Duelist, okay, they were able to get to the site, but constantly these first contact fights, every single time, it is Dubstep getting a lot of space for Oasis here, so let's see if we can do that again.
Yeah, so it seems like the pre-show of Rico worked really well for Dubstep.
Thank you for setting that up.
Yes, so far so good, but of course, the fight continues, and Sol still have that 1 rifle to work with. They will need to play a little bit closer though, because it's only Sheriffs on the map this wide.
Yeah, exactly. Now with the Viper Wall even having everything, they do have information already. There's a nice scan though, and first blood goes to Marky.
This is just immense intel for Oasis, whether it be the moving recon dart that is Dubstep or the reconnaissance of Wits. It's a lot of know-how, truthfully, that Oasis can build on. And there's a post plant here towards the pyramids. Dubstep and Wits working hand in hand to get that kill. Marky on the board. The scan comes on out. Oasis exposed, but doesn't even matter by this point. Kevzi and Sid, they need to go big. Stand a chance. Sid especially, Phantom in hand there. Kevzi by the stairs. Nice shot
Kelly
from
so
Sid.
far.
But time is running out. You said it, Kelly, yes, so far from the action. Looking perhaps for a long lurk along the way, but this is just Kelly S. Looking for the exit frag ahead of time. Premonition from Oasis. The future is clear. They're 4 rounds ahead.
Hashtag worth. They had no idea where Kelly was going to be coming from. Is it going to be from spawn? Nope, it was going to be from tunnel. And that was completely worth, as they really had to think about, where's the Astra? Where's Kelly? Is he going to be coming from anywhere? No, we have no idea. That's definitely one of the, again, strengths of an Astra over here on Breeze. And again, the duelists, both Marky and Dubstep, doing a lot of work. And not only is their site control amazing, the way that they're able to execute these attacks, but the post plant has been stellar for Oasis now.
Yeah, you said it. Besides Kelly S being a threat from any part of the map, Oasis Gaming has found a way to play any part of the site. This is where it changes though, because Zola back on the buy, and the operator after Kakarot. He's been struggling so far. Sin though, perfect tripwire setup, and both duelists will go down. Marky, Dubstep, all like dominoes. With Neural Theft online, Zin will fend off anyone coming his way.
Really nicely done. And look at the position of Kakarot here. It might be a 1v1 between the Ash with Wits. Oh, there you go.
That is just blooming from Kakarot. A stellar shot onto Kelly S. Expect more of those kind of angles to be seen for the rest of the map. But Savvy, he finds the operator, and this is kinda delicate for Zol. Not just because it's a 2v3, but even if Zol wins this, there's almost no way they can pick that gun back on up. Still, he sight the target here. The dart comes online. It will be Wits finding a frag. Nice trade from Zin. He's been immense coming into this round. Savvy all alone. A 1v2. That's the call. Kevzi, the angle's good.
Wow.
Swing from Zin will secure it. 4 for Zin as Zol get on the board.
Phenomenal work coming from Zind here. And we talked about it, right? Like, what else can be one of the strengths or something that they could work on? And this defense, this Sentinel defense coming from Zind on the Cypher really proved to be important. It gave a lot of space for Kakarot to push forward with the operator, and basically was an Oasis sandwich after that.
Oasis Gaming finally lose around there. Zol Esports providing pressure, but they've lost the operator. They're gonna go back to their more stable spots. This time around though, I think for Oasis, they're gonna look to avoid Zind as much as possible. His setup is truthfully for the anti-smoke play. If you just go in a little bit more dry into those sites, you're gonna see them. But if you put a smoke down, then Oasis Gaming will just be completely caught in the net of Zol.
Yeah, and Zin can do it all over again. And that's probably the reason why they're lurking a little bit here on A this time around. And really nice first blood from Marky.
Yeah, Marky with the find. It's the Outlaw looking for even more value, knowing that Zol have to play light armor. 3 of them still standing with light armor. That's effectively an operator in the hands of Marky. Here we go with Marky again. The Owl Drone, the bothersome. Will the fake out shot Dubstep 2? So both Yorus have fallen there. Doesn't matter as Micro is overrun. Onto the side we go now here for Oasis.
2v4 situation now, Dax, and Kakarot doesn't want to give his position away, playing around the smoke first. And they really need information. Where are the last two members of Zol for now?
Yeah,
Last
Zol
player
still playing
standing.
towards backside, but Marky is
Out
a
of
marksman
charges.
and he sent the Outlaw towards Savvy's hands. No
Out of
one
charges.
expects that from Zol. Oasis will find their fifth.
Yeah, nobody expected anything, I feel, because both teams went complete silent, trying to deny any sound, information, giving away any sort of intel. But at the end of the day, Marky found the right angle. It was such a good attempt coming from Zol here to
Last
push a bit
player
more forward,
standing.
try to catch Oasis off guard. But the problem is, they were ready. They were already lacking one person as from that first blood on Halls, and it's 5-1, Dax. A good start from Oasis here.
I mean, that's been the case for Oasis so far in this
I'll
game.
handle
They've been
this.
ready for any angle
Yeah.
since the pistol round. And Zol as a whole struggling. Only really Zind getting on the board as well as they could. A quick little plant for Oasis should be coming our way. Dimensional Drift online too.
Spike
Kakarot
planted.
trying to be a little bit brave here. Over onto elbow. Pac-Man also. But look at the angles Oasis has yet again. Wits now being the front line here. Kakarot will fall. Next on the list could be Zin. Kelly is catching out Pac-Man. And really, an Astra all the way by spawn. Who expects this from Oasis?
No,
One enemy
actually,
remaining.
it's such a very calculated play coming from Oasis here. Knowing that it's an eco, knowing that's probably no setups coming from
place is
Zin,
nice,
it
but
is
not nice
safe
enough
to
to
go
die in.
and
Let's
use
win and
and
get out of here.
maximize the double duelist with the Jet and again the Yoru here. And they're just playing so smartly. It feels like, again, the book is so thick. It feels like the plan goes from, well, A to M, A to Z, you know?
Whew, that's a pretty thick book there, Riku. Oh, dude, all I got are the Wattpad percents that you get from National.
Nice.
But it's just nice to see the Oasis.
Yes.
Even with the loss of Wild Oreo, they're looking good still. With Savvy 8K picking up that Viper role, even lost with Jiraxi. You have someone like Wits on board right now.
True.
And effectively, Oasis Gaming taps with these veterans. Could you dare say they're better than ever? Hunter Shuri gonna be called a Wits looking to find the target.
dear.
He has to back on away. Micro suppressed as well as Kevzy's ultimate will answer
out of
back
my
in
way.
kind. It's a 1-for-1 though. Marky's in there. Marky's blades. He's shut down by Kevzy, but Dubstep still decisive. It's so hard for Zol to find any angle to play from. But at least they're fighting back. Batman has found Dubstep, and Zol Esports have the numbers here.
Yeah, no duelist, no initiator anymore. Just the controllers left here on the Oasis side. 2v3 situation, they've done it before, question mark?
Look how pesky those smokes are. The Nebula setup, the one-way there from Kelly S, putting it up top bridge. Just a safe angle for once to play on the orange crate. So a 2v2, we said the controller's still online. And with that, the Viper Spit will be Oasis's territory coming into the post plant.
Exactly, it's just the perfect two agents that you want on a post-plan situation. You have a lot of space, you have Viper Spit as well. Somebody's gonna sneak in!
Kelly, careful! Pac-Man finds Kelly S through the veil. Savvy AK swings. It's a 1v1 now. Savvy AK playing with all kinds of smoke here. Zin sees, Zin's found, and Savvy sees it all. Oasis now making it 7.
Crazy stuff. That was a 2v3 situation. They were able to make it work, and again, it's all thanks to Kelly. It's, again, you will have to keep guessing where he's gonna be coming from. You did not expect that flank at all, as you said earlier, and then bam, the next thing you know, Viper Spit falls down, and now you can't actually get it to the spike.
Yeah, and just Oasis Gaming maximizing what they get from their utility. You said it there, Riku. Kelly S, even though with 4 kills and
Caution,
being
here.
in no man's land, how many times in these rounds,
Yeah.
when it matters the most, he makes his way towards those spots. And that's been the case even the last round there.
True.
Chaos with Dubstep towards stairs, with Marky in backside. It just goes to show Zol is struggling to find their footing here right now.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When you have to face against this kind of composition, it's like you don't even know where to look. Like this, the site itself has just too many hiding spots that you're not only forced to check, well, realistically, you can't do that, but you're actually forced to go out of the site and look for Kelly. And not only did they have to worry about the entirety of mid itself, now they actually have to worry about their spawn. Like, Kelly's not even on the Yoru, but for some reason he reaches that point.
Yeah, and Dubstep's on the Yoru,
Yeah,
who has
exactly.
been bothersome
Yeah.
for how many times. He's always just a threat out of
True.
nowhere. I think we do have a little bit of time to talk about how Dubstep performance has basically gone back to those Team Secret days. When he first came into Oasis, many questionable
I have the
decisions.
spikes.
When he was on the silver roll, just didn't feel very comfy as Marky shuts down Kakarot's blades, effectively making his round easier for Oasis. But then, near the end, especially during the playoffs, back on smokes, he was getting back his form, looking to hit those 20 bombs that we expect from Dubby. And here we go. Yoru duty doing well too. The resurgence of Dubstep is something that Oasis can benefit from coming into the split.
Yeah, actually, again, that's a really good point. The maximization. I mean, it took them, what do you call this? You know, split one, a couple of matches. You get to see many different versions of Oasis. It felt like you were in, the Marvel multiverse or something like that, and you see a lot of the different configurations of Oasis that they can do, but after them finally finding the perfect fit of what roles fits who, it became wow.
Yeah, what role for Dubstep, really?
Yeah.
That was just the thing.
Yeah.
Week 1, we're like, please, get this man off Sova. It's not for him.
Initiator, yeah.
30 I bet Riku has something to say about that. But in any case, we go back into the action. And nice shot there from Zin. Yes, will fall. Critical Kevsi too, I believe. But in any case, these rifles have too much result to handle. Dubby now setting up the flashes. It's Marky here on the board. And Oasis Gaming looking to hunt down whoever is left. It's a big win here for Oasis. They're running away with this half.
I'm in awe here. And again, this is Marky not even on an operator. It is on an outlaw. Look to the flash, bam. A little bit of pixel, knowing that Kakarot's gonna cross towards the next corner. And after that, easy. The flash didn't hit, that's the problem. It was quite far up.
I mean, if you angle yourself a little bit more to where Marky is, you can avoid those kind of flashes because you don't see as much of the cave exit.
Cutting through.
Anyway, though, we saw the struggles continue and the concerns we had for them within that NAOS matchup. It's still happening here. Time though for Micro. He's hit some good suppressors so far in this game. Just hasn't been enough for Oasis, or rather for Zol to capitalize on. Oasis, on the other hand, shutting down Kakarot already. Here we go again with the dynamic duo. The threat is too much to handle for Micro. Marky, Dubstep in the front line, Wits in the middle, and it's all Oasis right now.
Yeah, exactly. Marky and Dubstep, the dynamic duo, just as you said, just pure chaos, and just, you don't even, again, I'll reiterate it, you don't know where to look. And now that the Cypher actually positioned himself onto A, sorry, I giggle every time Marky goes on top of the column, because it's like, the floor is lava. What if everything is just, you know, a lot of Cypher traps?
I mean, Soul is the one melting under the pressure. And there you go, the heat is on from Dubstep. Cue the Riku voice line as Oasis have found 9. This has been a first half to remember for them.
Yeah, like, it felt like Oasis Gaming is ready for, again, anything. Like, even though, let's just say they had a bit of a hard time once, you know, Lin put all of his resources onto B, it felt like they were already ready. They knew how to bypass that. They knew where to go after that. They only had to see it once, and then after that, it was a breeze.
Pun. Okay, I'm gonna stop immediately with my train of thought there. Anyway, influences aside, Oasis Gaming, they do play a little bit more slow when Zal do have a buy, and it makes a lot of sense. Look at Zin's setup right now here towards A. Very suffocating if Dubstep runs into this.
It will be. It will be. It feels like, again, they're trying to wait for anyone who tries to challenge them for any sort of a play. Like, you get to see Marky again trying to do his magic over there onto halls, and Dubstep as well. Maybe somebody's gonna push that A main, but this has been the story. And now Kelly S trying to find another angle. Where can I sneak in? Let's see.
And I wonder for Zol's setup, what can be different? They're putting more mid presence right now, especially with Kevzi going deep right behind the pole there in the middle, effectively watching out for the double doors from a different angle. Oasis, on the other hand, Soul get the push, and with Zin going down, that's all the utility gone here already.
Yeah.
Patman, though, fighting back. This is big here for Patman, but not big enough to put that impact. Lurk
30
those team,
seconds
both
left.
Savvy and Kelly fall, and the smokes are gone here for Oasis.
Remember the 2v3, the mid,
Spike
again, for
planted.
them to focus on mid, either they're trying to catch off Kelly, or they're trying to set up more flanking and sandwich positions. We might see a 1v1 between Kakarot here, and as well as Marky. Oh,
Yeah, some good anti-lurk setups from Zol. And you said it, with the controllers gone now, where are the smokes? What the battlefield is for Oasis, but Marky is
Last
hounding,
player standing.
shadowing Kakarot right now.
Grounded.
Goes for the
Blind
shots,
sight.
but it's the 1v2 and he's exposed. The dart reveals his intentions. Micro will fight him in a solo fight. And Micro finds the angle there. Well played by Zol. They've sensed the weakness in their setup and have found both Savvy and Kelly early on.
Really nice job coming from Zol, the adjustment to invest more
Last
members
round.
for future proofing to make sure that they don't get sandwiched, they become the sandwich, if you know what I mean. So I really like this adjustment. They were able to enclose the perimeter, and therefore we're just pretty much ready for anything. It really constructed the space that Oasis can play around with. So perhaps now that Oasis has seen this once, I'm curious to see before the next half proceeds what the adjustments can be made to make this a possible 10-2.
Riku's talking about bread here, and I guess Zol Esports building a Subway franchise along the way. Now then, Oasis, maybe a heavier hit this time around, given the scattered forces of Zol. This is going to be a bit more aggressive from Patman and the rest. Viper Fit online early, Savvy AK able to flush him out. Marky also on the board, finding Zin, and Dubs is already in there in the backside. Good bite to Kempsey. Just wiping away Zol so quickly. The plant should go down easily here.
Exactly. You've seen it once. Okay, that's not the real dubstep. He's over there. But yeah, like again, you've seen it once. It feels like, okay, let's go faster this time. We know that earlier they invested 3 members probably already onto mid and somewhere else. No one on site. And then after that, the Viper Spit was even utilized. Here we go. Good job.
Probably the scroll wheel there.
Yeah.
A little awkward for Kelly. Doesn't matter
Okay.
as Oasis handles it anyway. 2-10. To
Switching
end the
sides.
first half. Oasis Gaming in control. I guess that's really an understatement right now here, Riku.
Yeah, it was a crazy, crazy half. It felt like, you know, Zol was adjusting as much as they can onto Oasis's play, but every single time they've either been figured out to begin with, and it only, like, the amount of rounds in that first half felt like it wasn't enough. Now, Oasis just really a dominating performance, and they know when to speed things up a bit or when to slow things down, and I feel like that's a really good variety to catch a lot of these teams off guard over here at VCT.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Oasis is just so innovative compared to the other squads. And I dare say the adjustments from round to round have been very quick from Oasis. Zol took so long to look for those lurks. And while they were rewarded for a second round there, now it's an uphill battle. Kelly-S winning out versus Patman in the halls. And it's Zol now closing in over onto the pyramid. Danger though, as Oasis should let this plant go down. They have the numbers, so they're willing to play the 5v4 here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let the plant go down and join forces here. Everybody's going to be coming from the same direction, actually, so we'll see if the halls will work out.
Last
Well,
player
it's not working
standing.
for Zol at all. Zind just watches his team fall in front of him. And this should be Oasis holding off anyone else. A few taps from Zind. Marky being the vanguard here. Frontline looking very much stellar. Wits will fall, but that's all Zol will get as this pistol is taken by Oasis.
Yeah, winning the pistol, they get the better financial capacity to buy these guns to take it to 12. And so far, they've been winning. I'm getting really excited, Dax. I'm getting really
Why would you put that?
I don't know why, but I'm just getting really excited. Anyway, that's what happens when you go from Tagalog, a Taglish panel, into the English. That's what happens, okay?
Okay, whatever you say, Pampanga's best. Anyway, Oasis Gaming, it is just commanding so far. And I do wonder what Zol can do now. They are gonna go for the force buy though, Riku, and 2 of them with full armor. The problem is Marky still can easily one-shot 3 if they go into the sidelines.
Yep.
Watch the fact though, Astra of Kelly-S gonna be that first contact.
There's another
Nebula
star.
used
There it is.
Flash, the gravity well. So much so, stalling the push of Zol here. And while the flash will go online, it's Oasis right now. getting all the space still. Hell yes. Here comes one out. Now committed. He has to try and get out of there before the fragment does go. MC with the shot, Wits with the trade. Shock Dart also a parting gift, but Zol, maybe a chance to plant. They're gonna swing, they're gonna go for it. And Micro, but dubstep!
A.
The Bulldog bites back.
I have
The
the
angle's
spike.
good for Dubby, and it's a 3v2 now.
Exactly, a 3v2. The Outlaw players, Marky is still pretty much alive. Weak shields onto Zol. This could be the round.
And he's found a round here for Zol. Heroism really
Spike
within
planted.
their first point a while ago. With a spike planted now, the uphill battle, it's basically a steep cliff that Zol is peering at from below. It's time for Zin to try and climb. Snake bite as we saw. Darts there too. But Kevsey using that as a distraction. Now up close,
Last
Mark
player
hits the shot.
remaining.
1v1 though. Zin has to rally towards the spike. Marky's already halfway done. Halfway left.
Committing.
And he'll get the defuse done here. Marky steals the round for Oasis. Steals the shot. Never mind. Zin will get the Bulldog at least. But that's a consolation prize as Oasis
Yeah.
is on map point.
A consolation prize, but you're right, it is going to be a tall order for them to climb and prevent the 12 to turn into 13, but let's take a look at that again. And it started off really well on the side of Oasis. Dubstep getting a double kill at that, but it all boiled down to 1v1 at the very end. It was very, very close, so Oasis could not deliver the guns on towards the next round. But either way, they still got the money and they want to end this soon.
Yeah, this is Oasis Gaming, seeing the red carpet rolled out in front of them. And Zol, it's not even the best buy moving forward. They tried to force the issue in the last round with some stingers. Now it's 3 Bulldogs. Only a Vandal for Kevsey alone. Mid being controlled here by Zol, but Oasis happy to play on the sites right now, stacking towards B especially.
Yeah, that's a lot. They do have information that, okay, Zind is here. Couple of chip damage onto Micro, and that might boil down to a 0 if he's not too careful.
Micro in danger there. Kakarot though, braving the broken wall. But as soon as he crosses this Viper wall itself, there's danger. 16 HP left. Oasis though do have to back away towards the wall. Dubstep has found Micro along the way. And Dubstep with the numb front. Damage done here by Dubstep. Savvy too, helping hand there. And Zol will fight for their lives, but still make their way towards the site.
Half HP onto Kevsey, though. If he gets the plant down, he has Hunter's
Spike
Fury. There you go.
One enemy
Hell
remaining.
yes. Oh, this is big. Wits has already found Kevsey along the way. And it's up to Patman to try and save the day. Seems like, though, we turn to the next page already. A quick one here from Oasis to take Breeze 13-2.
13-2. It's very familiar. I don't know where. No, it was last week. It was, what, 13-1 up against Just Us. And these first maps coming from Oasis really shows amazing energy, amazing consistency. And imagine if they're able to bring that to map number 2. Imagine the power of Oasis. Imagine playoffs Oasis.
I mean, the trends of Oasis is get these good map number 1s, but how do they finish off the series? That's gonna be the big question moving on forward. But this was, as to quote Riku, a breeze on breeze. And it truthfully was. We did see from round number 1, the pressure play that Oasis was able to do against Zol really made it for Zol so confounding. They couldn't figure out where to play against Oasis all throughout that first half.
Yeah, exactly. There was no Omen. It was an Astra and a Viper, but they really felt the paranoia on the first half. And after that, the damage has pretty much been done, especially once they lost the second pistol round after the first half. And it felt like, again, it was just basically like dominoes. Oasis has figured out Zol Esports on Breeze, which is the map that they picked.
Yeah, and Zol seems like the adjustment just didn't work out. Kakarot had a very much so tough time playing the duelist there. And even though we know he can play whatever he can for the squad, it's just still so different that you make an adjustment like this against a team like Oasis Gaming. Kelly, yes, rarely do you see that kind of stat line for him. But stats are one thing, Riku. His impact was another throughout the map.
Yeah, always gonna be at the back of your mind, honestly, if you're a Zol. Always, always. But never forget, again, the dynamic duo, the duelists of Oasis, Dubstep and Marky. You have Marky having to get these very important first bloods, and at the very beginning, we get to see Dubstep getting what? Early 2 kills. 3 kills even at that. After after he gets the space that he needs, and it just opens up the map really wide.
Yeah, and Dubstep just doesn't seem to be scared to lose the fight. He plays in these committed angles after the gate crash, and as he said, doubles are good, triples are even better, and the multi-kills give Oasis a pivot point from that point on. I also want to say Wits, he's such a stable factor in the middle. Besides some good darts, he at least watches where Zol can try and worm on in, because we've seen the elbow plays there from Zol, the holes play there from Zol. Usually it's Wits the one marking those kind of angles.
Yeah, absolutely. He was a very stable foundation for Breeze, especially that you said the scans were there to help assist where the duelists are definitely going to attack. But honestly, again, everybody at Oasis right now are on fire. It felt like whoever was left in a 1v2 situation or 2v3 situation had the ability and the capability to clutch for the team.
Yeah, it begs the question right now, what is happening with Zol Esports? Yes, it's a tough schedule to begin with, but they are still our defending champions. And we look to see if they can bounce back on our next map here at Riku. Bind is going to be next. Again, we always wonder why Oasis is choosing this, but that is a discussion for after this break. We'll see you guys then.
My friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab Bradford Saver is the one to choose. Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you broke. All my friends look Grab Car Saver. The Grab Car Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Car Saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab Car is the one to book. All my friends look Grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Grab Food Saver meals, 99 plus.
That was just domination there from Oasis Gaming, but it looks to be a little bit more interesting moving into the second map. Welcome back, guys. It is Oasis versus all. Dax and Riku still here for you coming into the cast. And Riku, I'm gonna quote myself real quick, and I want you to bounce off that.
Okay.
And I quote Dax from 1 hour ago. Hi, I'm Oasis Gaming, and I want to pick Bind again. What is up with that?
I have no idea either, Dax. Honestly, like, Split 1, they had, what, we were talking about this? Permaban. They have not played a single bind ever for, what, 3 months? And now suddenly, they started picking it. And it's so... Well, like, what happened? What's happening here? And we could see a little bit of a struggle when they went up against Just Us, right? You know, Sunset's really good. Split, they have a really good history when it comes to that, especially during the early days on Split 1. But then, you know, suddenly they want to add in Bind into their roster. Remember, they did 17 to 15 when they went up against Just Us. It was a long map.
That was a long game, and I think the last time we saw them play Bind really before yesterday, besides promo relegation, but I don't really want to count because they had a very questionable comp about it, was last year against NAOS in the grand finals. Yeah, that Ice Clove Chamber, I'm gonna stow that away for an interesting archive. But the thing is, not only do you have Oasis willing now to pick up Bind, but you have Wits, of course, who is very accustomed to that map.
Yeah.
His Sky was instrumental to the success of Oasis Gaming playing this map. Still the question, though, of how comfy is Oasis? Because you look at Zol, on the other hand, this might not be their map pick, but they've had some strong showings on Bind from Split number 1.
Yeah, exactly. They have a ton of experience on this map. Even though, like, let's just say, Bind is very similar to... what map was I talking about again? But basically, what I'm trying to say is that it's one of the maps where even as the first round looks very lopsided, like one-sided, a team can easily come back to it. So again, do not be deceived by the very, very, like, good gap scores from between the two teams. They can catch up.
Yeah, and if you remember that series between NAOS and Zol from Split number 1, that was the first map that Zol took against NAOS to take that series 2-1 to begin with. And especially in terms of their configuration, there is comfort. You're gonna be expecting Patman to be that Raze right now. I do wonder, though, if we'll see an adjustment between Zint as well as Kakarot yet again. Because from that last game, Kakarot really did struggle in the jet role, and I'd love to see him back on the Cypher, which he has been exemplary on from the months of VCT already.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like they were onto something. You know, Zol, like, it felt like when Kakarot had the operator, it felt like it was all according to plan, but after that one operator buy, it felt like we couldn't see it anymore. It felt like, okay, maybe this operator pick doesn't really fit. We are not really sure if it's gonna work again. The sandwich is gonna work again. So they decided to forgo it. So maybe if they have the ability to financially recover, maybe at buying this time around on a much closer match, perhaps they can, well, utilize it. I guess depending on the comp that they want to play first before I say anything else.
Yeah, I do wonder if we are going to get those adjustments, because it was a little bit drastic in terms of roles back on Braze. Any adjustments? I would be very surprised, honestly, because they've been running Brim Viper for how long already from split number 1. So it's pretty much clear cut early here for Zol. Oasis, though, do you think they're gonna adjust anything? Because it was very, very close. We're gonna find out as we're moving into Agent Select. But Oasis Gaming, eyes are especially on Dubstep. He should be going back to controller here. And there you go. You said it. Brimstone here for Dubby. Viper 2 for Marky. Kelly S back on duelist duty.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been the comp that they played up against Just Us. I mean, even though it was such a long match, in the end, they were the one that reigned victorious. They were able to make it work. And it felt like, again, the problem that they encountered felt like towards the very end, it was having to recover from post-plant. I feel like that's one thing that I feel like they struggled back then. So perhaps Zol, if they want to take this to map number 3, they can try to take advantage of that.
Yeah, but then again, Zol, we have to shift to them and the focus of the duelist. Kakarot still on Raze?
Oh, yeah.
I'm so surprised by this because you have the Jet specialist in, you have the Ray specialist in Patman. Patman moves over to Sky because Micro is going to be picking up the Gecko right now. Zol Esports are the ones making these kind of changes, not just in agent roles, or rather player roles with the agents, but the agents themselves. Gone is double control for Zol. It's double Innie instead.
Yeah, absolutely. This, again, the first time I've ever seen this comp was when, you know, Pacific last year, T1 brought it up against Team Secret, and it was the Zoo comp. And without the Harbor, you know, without the double controller, double initiator, it's just one of those things where you want to ensure some sort of protection with this Cypher. Either if you want to control bats, either if you want to put a little bit more utility onto B and just scatter it everywhere to prevent from anything from happening. But either way, we can really expect the Sky to just be that guardian onto long, because constantly you get to see first contact there, get to see if there's an operator player there. So I'm honestly really excited to see how they can use this composition for them to take it to map 3.
I mean, I go back to the point, so what is up with the Zol role swaps? And I don't remember Patman playing the Sky in quite a while. He's had a history of it. Usually it's Micro on that kind of role.
Toxin screen down.
Zol, time to see if they can answer our questions. Aggression from short. Savvy dog throwing all the blood he can. It's 3 for Savvy. They line up for him, and gone in an instant. Zol's defense crumbles.
What just happened? It's literally just the first round. They were trying a little bit of an unexpected early up and down in a 5v5 situation, but Savvy, my god, the shots were accurate.
Doctor, he's bleeding, and there's just no bandage for it. Oasis Gaming, pistol perfection at the start. Gotta wonder what the plan there was for Zol after that first contact.
Yeah, exactly. They were trying to deny any sort of information by not using any utility. They're not flashing or anything. Just want to catch Oasis off guard, but it felt like Oasis was the more patient team over here, and then they just waited. They just tried to hold these angles, and in the end, as long as they land all the shots, which Savvy did, it was just perfect, just as you said.
Yeah, Savvy saw them lined up, and he took the opportunity. Now Zol will have to deal with double Phantom against them.
Oh my gosh.
It's time for spam. No one goes there, Riku. You're not allowed to.
What did I just watch? I mean, yeah, you smoke long and then just fire a couple of shots. You're right, nobody would dare to enter that perimeter at all. Like, look at B, it's now empty. So they're trying to take that 50-50. Maybe they're gonna attack A perhaps, but they're all lined up for this B hit.
Look, A is a stack for Zol, and it's not gonna work the way that they would expect. Savvy on the lurk, but this isn't a problem for Oasis. Even if Savvy gets overrun here, what does he give up? A ghost. Only in hand, no firepower really. Kakarot will go for the swing, and Kakarot gets the kill. But then Zol's gonna be like, oh, that's only a pistol. It's a plant towards B here.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they gotta... Let's see how the post plan works for Oasis. I mean, it is... they're on their better buy, and that's gonna be an off angle from Kelly here, and we'll see if they expect this one.
Yeah, I mean, they have to be careful though of their flank. Kelly S and the rest aren't really watching it, and it seems like Kelly's the one who will decide to draw the front line elsewhere.
Here.
In the meantime, Kemsey laying over onto spawn. Flash comes on out. An overrun onto the Octagon. Kelly S good for the one. Marky's there too. And Oasis Gaming finding the kills that they need all across the map. What's best here for Oasis to overrun this B alone, to pick up the Phantom left behind. That they do, and they get a second round.
That was a really good defense on that host line. Imagine it was only Kelly at first guarding, well, Garden against 3 players on the flank. A lot of the players were invested pretty much onto elbow. And really good job coming from Oasis here to secure that round. And let's see, it's the buy round of Zol. Let's see how they work this out. Because in Breeze, they didn't get to win their bonus.
Yeah, it didn't work. I mean, Oasis took how many in a row to start with, right? That
Yeah,
was 4 rounds.
4, yeah.
Until Zin figure out a way to shut down the initial push. Well, Seoul Esports, they need to recover here on their buy, like you said, Riku. Wits sending out the Trailblazer. That's big intel, actually, even over to elbow. Now they know, but Patrick hits a nasty shot onto Savvy. Also good for Kempsey! Kempsey catches them off guard. It leads to a 2v2, but never mind. Wits burns to the flames, and Marky has only a handful of HP to work with as he moves away from B.
It's really hard too. Zin's still pretty much alive. All utility onto A. Even if the rotate happens, you're pretty much stuck in a corner here.
The screen comes online. I'm scared. What if Marky dies to a tripwire of all things?
It's a possibility. He's on the way there.
Let's not touch that. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Scream Queen Riku. Put her in a horror movie. Maybe the next Shake Rattle Roll or whatnot. Anyway, Marky's the one that has to be fearful over onto the corner. Zin gonna go for the jump peek, and here comes Wingman 2.
No way.
But even a stray shot to kill Marky. No, not checking! Marky, unbelievable! He gets away with it! And Soul is left scratching their heads as Marky takes the 3rd round for Oasis.
5 HP, by the way. And we were talking about how, okay, there's going to be a lot of utility onto A. This feels like an impossible mission. And yet Marky is able to... The fact that he was not hit by any stray bullet once they wanted to pre-hit on the box. Marky. Wow. I'm shocked.
He is loved by the powers on high.
Yeah.
The Marky miracle of the 3rd round of Bind. I don't know, Riku. I honestly thought he would get hit by any single shot from that spray, right?
Exactly. What did that happen? How?
How? Well, another mystery to be solved in this world. As Kemsey actually hitting away with a kill there onto Wits. 1-for-1. The Molly's there. Kelly, yes. And Kemsey just trading utility by this point. With that being said, though, it's not a commit from Oasis yet. Seems like for Oasis, trying to see what Zol's play is, and interesting enough, it's just a person per angle. Here. In this one, Micro in the front line. Shoulder seen. Marky tries to spray. Savvy now wants to swing.
Nice.
And here it comes. Easy pickings and then real F2.
Now they get information where everything's at. They see, oh, less people over here on towards B. They do have the traps on the Cypher from Zin, so they're able to get a bit of information, but he's running away back.
And well, Zin, what's the plan now? Still has a tripwire there, but it's navigated easily
30 seconds
by
left.
Oasis anyway. Also, watching the lurk, Savvy 8K marks the teleports, and Kakarot is sent back to
One enemy
where he
remaining.
belongs. It's easy now for Oasis. Shots to ring from Zin. Oh, well placed onto dubstep and Savvy, but Kelly S just gets in his face. A triple kill for Kelly and Oasis. Riku, not only do they have 4 rounds here, but look at their ultimates. They're so kitted for the next one too.
I know. Imagine if they get one from what? From Bats, either from Long. Kelly S is so ready for the showstopper, but let's take a look at that again. The first blood's coming from Oasis. I mean, props as well for still managing to trade a few things here and there, but there's always one person ready to like secure the round, clutch the round from Oasis, but that case will be Kelly S instead. And really curious now, it's another buy round. It's deja vu. We've been in this place before, 4-0, and the operator appears.
Yeah, in the 5th round, right?
Yeah.
It's just scripted for Zol by this point.
There it is.
Kakarot this time, ready to be the author. A nice shot onto dubstep. Removes the smokes actually from Oasis, and it's a big deal. When you're dealing with the op, you'd love to have those smokes for the longer angles.
Yeah, absolutely. They only have a Marky left, and it's Viper Wall very focused onto A into halls. Let's see if they get to clear on Zind.
Yeah, I mean, those brim smokes instrumental for angles like Heaven, especially Zind though. The tripwire is so good. And the setup from Zind has always found around for Zol. Will it continue here with that trend? Neural Theft confirms the split here from Oasis. Micro now trying to set things up from the backside. Camera broken pretty quickly. Zind though has to deal with the Trailblazer and more. Whips able to catch him in the act, but the Arbo strike will force Oasis away. Run, Oasis, run! Don't ever look back, as Zol will take the round because of it.
We have literally seen this round before on Breeze. Like 2 rounds in a row, it felt so familiar. And it is, again, the traps of Zind being so pivotal to make sure that, you know, Oasis has to, like, watch their bags. And they can't even trade whatsoever because of the Cypher cages. And they were just pretty much gone from the sprays and the scans of Zind, and as well as the first blood coming from Kakarot as well. They're able to deliver that operator onto the next round, so we'll see how Oasis plays around that.
And it's the start of something new here for Zol. And especially with the off still in hand. This is the deciding factor really. A while ago, the ball he gets in the way, the Boombot showstopper sent! And it will be a 1-for-1 as Kelly S takes back the trump to the grave. Dizzy out though, and they don't find Marky in time. Kevzy eventually makes the trade happen, but Oasis in all that chaos have found the plant onto B.
We talked about the post plant. This is the real test here now with both teams on their proper buy rounds. And 3, you've got your controller still pretty much alive in Initiator. You've got the stall coming from Savvy AK. This feels like a secure round unless Zol decides to try and get the retake. Maybe they get 1 pick and make this round doable.
I mean, do they expect to swing from Wits over at elbow? Answers yes, and Kasparov has been marking it for quite a while. Savvy still stable in the smoke, shrugs off the bullet. Zind gets in his way though, and Dubstep all alone now. A single shot is all Kakarot needs, and this operator being vital for Zol's success. 2 here for Zol here.
Yeah, that operator kill onto elbow, onto Wit was incredibly important for them to get the necessary space to enter the site. It is a job well done coming from Kakarot. A lot of Valley off of the operator. We talked about it before Vine started. And the trades coming from Zol made this round incredibly winnable.
Enemy remaining.
Zol Esports looking better here compared to that first map already. And they're getting the space that they need for these kind of retakes. Kakarot hitting some good shots. Zind there. The setup being bothersome versus Oasis. And a timeout called here by Oasis. Honestly, without that 3rd round miracle, this could have been a bit closer from Zol given the way it's been going for the past few rounds.
Yeah, it felt like, again, Zol pretty much covered a lot of the spaces. And they can really identify, okay, let's just play retake instead. And they were incredibly ready for the angles where they would expect Oasis to come out from. So if Zol continues this story, especially now in the next round, they still have the operator. They've got 2 ults in the bag with the Showstopper and the Seekers. And again, it feels like they could close the gap even further.
Yeah. Zol finding momentum now. But Oasis, on the other hand, what do they have in the bank here? It's not going to be the best buy. Probably a few half buys moving into this round. And I guess the concern here has to be when Oasis loses out on the smoke value of Marky and Dubstep, their positions themselves hasn't been really the best on bind. We saw that struggle versus Just Us where Oasis ill-prepared for the retake angles that their opponent can bring.
Yeah, especially right now, over to A short, they get the peek! Kakarot again with first blood!
That is quick from Kakarot, and Kelly S doesn't even see that one coming. It's immediately silence in the battlefield. Zol stopping the initial push so quickly.
The instincts, the angles, Kakarot. And now they're just trying to slowly walk in. They're walking into the... Well, there's no tripwire there.
Yeah,
they still gotta be careful.
Swing judge also in hand here for Dubstep. They want Lamps control. And do a
nice
heavy approach for it. The leap though from Dubby. Showstopper though can't be avoided. And Kakarot now ready for the next one. Who wants to die to his hand? It's Kakarot stabilizing outside. Seekers though into play. Savvy tries to get away in time. And it's just Oasis trapped here by this point. Zol have the pinch. Patman also watching out for the Cypher. Kevzy has come to collect. And Zol should have this round here. Marky all alone. No chance to get a new gun. Zol have found 3 in a row.
get to keep most of their guns. Consume 2 ultimates, the Showstopper and the Seekers as well, to secure that round. And I feel like maybe Oasis really just wanted, knowing that it's an eco, maybe they truly wanted to bait all those important ults out, but they still need to eliminate this the Kakarot here. Having to get value off of this operator 3 rounds in a row is huge for Zol, and now it's just a 1-round gap. They need to find an answer on how to deal with this.
Yeah, you can see how big of a problem Kakarot has been. It's forcing Oasis to funnel themselves, and we've seen Zol be ready with it, with Kebsy, with Zind, willing to push those kind of corners. Trailblazer, though, to scout towards market, sees the tripwire. Immediately, Zol understand Oasis is going to prevent those kind of deep lurks against them. They'll move over the showers, and a Trailblazer will take the first op shot. Oasis can't find a way in here.
At least they're able to identify where the operator player is, and that gives a go signal for them. Okay, guard is clear, let's go!
Time to try, and the Oasis Gaming giving it a mighty effort, courtesy of Kelly. Be looking very likely now. Marky, opportunity perhaps to put the Viper Spit online onto the side for the Seekers. That's what Oasis has been waiting for the entry. Kakarot now in danger, stunned up by the Cabbage. Kelly S has found a third, and Oasis Gaming, it's a rampage towards B here.
Absolutely clean, and now it's all up to Kebsy and Zind. Try to clutch this out. They do have the proper guns, but when Kelly S is close to an ace, it makes your job very difficult.
He's found 4, and Oasis is looking for Kebsy. Savvy will sacrifice his life for the clip, and Kelly S is given the chance to go for it. Here comes Kelly S, and down goes all of Zol. An ace for Kelly S as Oasis has found their 5th round.
And the way that they were able to identify, okay, let's play this slow, identify, you know, the question was before this round started, how to deal with this operator player. How do you deal with it? You just don't deal with it. Once you've identified where it is, just go to the opposite part of the map, just storm the front, and then bam, Kelly S gets 2 kills, even gets an ace after. And the staggered, loss of members on the side of Zol made it super difficult for Zol to really defend and cover ground. And the Seekers really played a pivotal part of that play because they isolated the operator player onto Covey.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. They waited for it from Wits, right? To see, as soon as they found 2, that's immediately, we'll find the last 3 members very, very easily. I do have to say, though, Kelly S, he's just getting back his stats here, Riku. A while ago, it's like, I'll play support, I'll be the Astra, I'll be on lurk, doesn't matter what my stats are. But now, back on his signature raise on the duelist, he is just fragging out as per usual. One of the best raises we've seen in the PH scene, and the Oasis Gaming happy to have that under their employ.
Absolutely crazy stuff. Kelly S, a very consistent player. Sometimes, you know, you see it in the numbers. Sometimes you don't. You just really, when you watch his games, you truly see the impact. And now the timeout has expired. Kakarot is back on the operator. I'm just gonna buy again.
Well, he wants to show it in the stats this time, Kelly S does. But you said it, Kakarot, he was good with the op a while ago. He's found value. Might as well rebuy anyway, as Zol will invest to prevent Oasis from going on a run. We do see B long still vied for here by Oasis. Wits instrumental with that fact. A quick little TP though. Kakarot moves away for initial contact point towards shower through the smoke. Kelly S gets away with it. Kelly S! Immense shutdown onto Kakarot. Silence now. That's Kelly S will find 3 before he's felled. But the damage has been done here, Riku, and Oasis will get 8.
Yeah, Kelly is on fire right now, and you know, having to deal with the operator, sometimes you just gotta overwhelm that player to deal with it. And that's exactly what they did. Process of elimination. No one is there all along. Let's just go join the rest of the squad. Probably a Baps again. And now they're back with his post-plant position, and Zin is the only one left.
Yeah, for one, welcome to Kelly S highlight reel. It's been a pleasure from 2 rounds already. And because of its efforts, it's Oasis who will make their way towards 6. It was just a huge swing though, not just against Kevsey. You get that, it's rifle versus rifle, but Kakarot had an angle. Kelly is just so quick.
Exactly, he's just much faster, and no guns for you, and Dubstep able to find the last member. And it's a 3-round gap now. Oasis in the lead, and now they've got the operator themselves.
I know I didn't
Up
grab
in
the
hand,
spike, but
Savvy
none of
has
you did
it.
either,
He
so
has
it's not just my
the
fault.
pedigree to do so. Honestly, well, the Oasis Gaming, all of those guys can basically play operator if they ever pick it up, right?
Yep, duelist squad indeed on the side of Oasis. And honestly, let's see where the angle is going to come from. I feel like it might be a challenge onto Bats, which Xin will be punished if he decides to peek that, where utility is going to be incredibly important.
It's no
what?
path and Sol, and a beautiful flash play from
Kelly,
Sol,
Kelly.
but Kelly S can say yes as 4 again. He never stops giving for Oasis, and he has just provided a way in one more time. It's time to take the sights, and for Kelly S, he's hungry for another ace. Look for the target.
Double ace.
Go for the plant. Up top.
ace!
Goodbye. 2 aces now in this half. Kelly S always providing.
We're here because we're
What
the
is
best.
happening, Dax?
Many of you forget
it
that.
wasn't even, 2 rounds ago since he got his ace, and it feels like he's just definitely on fire. You know he's locked in. You know he's right here, right now. And I thought it was going well for Zol. The fact that they got 2 early kills, they got the utilities right, they were able to get a lot of blinds, but guess who's not blind? It was Kelly S. Surprise, I am here too.
Who needs the plant when you can ace? This is just dominance from especially a shining individual. Kelly S. Confidence is an understatement right now. A satchel in like that, the hop up top the fence, he is feeling it here.
That's true, like it could have been an operator probably lying in wait. Kamen dealing first blood onto dubstep. They still have another player that they have to keep in track here.
Yeah, this is still a good start though for Zol. And we've seen them vie for Fountain well here. Do wonder the Oasis actually not keeping tabs on it, leaving it behind.
Smoke's down.
And Patman wisely crawling his way over
Kelly.
onto the opposition. But Kelly S should be able to see him. It's awkward off screen. Patman brings back the cover. But here we go. Wits ready to receive. And they found the pick. Oasis Gaming looking to equalize.
And now it's definitely anyone's game at the moment. I can hear the thrash somewhere, just trying to scout out long, but they won't be able to find anything. So process of elimination, they're over here at A.
Now there was a chance. Capital was thinking about pushing that one. But the Viper's pit will force him out. Interesting enough though, with a pit like this, they can still go for the default plant anyway. Kelly S actually patching out Sind.
30
And Oasis
seconds left.
Gaming. Is this a bait and switch? Marky looking for anyone close by. Orbital Strike is gonna be there. The swing comes in for Kakarot, but Marky was ready for it anyway. It's 4v2 now. Micro, Kevzi, they've already expanded the Brimstone Ultimate. Oasis still get the plant going here.
Yeah, they have the thrash as well to
Oh.
scout, but what is there left if you're dead?
No
And they
drama.
finish the round. 8-3, Dex. 8-3.
This is just
Last round
a show
in the
of force, I dare say, from Oasis. You can see they even adjusted the plant, given their extra options with that pit. Usually, you put the Viper's foot down, get a plant there towards shower. Kakarot was expecting that, but Oasis Gaming staying one step ahead of Zol throughout that round.
Yeah, the staggered kills slowly whittling away the numbers, and it does feel like Zol at Vine, at least, their first blood rate at the moment feels really good, but having to convert that into a lead feels like it's lacking on that department.
So how do you stop Kelly S at this point?
Yeah.
He is 21 kills into the first half. The Matt could check out if he gets even more. Easily hit that 30 bomb. But still, Oasis, job's not done as of yet. Zol looking to fight with the Xin setup. See how effective it can be. Trailblazer though, scouting out the initial tripwires, and Xin, this is brave for him. He does surprise Marky, but Wits will trade. Now in the back line here. Watch out, it's a push from Market that Savvy 8K is keeping tabs on.
Exactly, with the scan as well, they have information and they eliminate Savvy.
And there you have it, so 1-for-1. Dubstep now prepared to. He has the Orbital Strike. If he's alive, Oasis just wins outright. And Kevzi, maybe a chance here. Moshpit being primed by Micro, clearing out the
There it
cubby.
is.
Counter though, the laser comes online. The all-seeing eye will smite the hookah. With the on-board Kakarot now fighting for Zol's sake. But in a 2v1, Micro can't even find a step onto the site. It's 9-3 as Oasis command the first
Switching
half yet
sides.
again.
Yeah, really nice first half for Oasis, and again, the problem felt like even though they try to equalize, it felt like there was just too many layers to peel. It feels like Oasis is like a fruit. I know there's too many food references, but let me do this again. It feels like a fruit with many layers. Even if you eliminated Savvy, long as still not clear, Dubstep is still there. Had the perfect position to do an orbital strike. And it's like, how... who gets to fight which resources, if you will? When you already tried your best to clear one, there's just a lot to peel on Oasis.
Yeah, and who's feasting right now? It's Kelly, yes. That 3-round streak of an ace, impactful 3K to take A, and then another ace to counteract a fountain push. Things are just all fired up for Oasis, and unless anything goes awry for Oasis coming into the second half, they're making a case for this one, Riku. Why are they picking Bind? Because it seems like they've been working on this map for quite a while already.
Yeah, they definitely want to add it into the, the Oasis book. We've got Sunset, we've got, Split? And now adding Bind into their resume. Let's see how the pistol round goes, because we know Oasis can get really explosive when it comes to this round.
Yeah, Soul's attack. This is where we can see how Kakarot will look to provide that entry. He's actually on the alert there. He will look to reconvene with the rest of the team. Kevzy on board, Patman too. Beautiful play from the shower from Patman. The plant now goes down. Exactly what Zol has wanted, but they don't expect there's one more tripwire. Exposing the wingman retrieving intention. Savvy 8K sniffs that out there, Riku. It's a 3v3. Labs contested. Pagel is going to be the answer here from Zoldo. And with that, Savvy has been found. Patman providing now a good number of picks. 3 for him. Dubstep's all alone.
Really hard here onto the Lamps control, and Patman gets a 4K. And they're able to stop the momentum that was built up on the first round. And even though there were a lot of traps, they were still able to make it work and get the plant down with the wingman. Even though Savvy had, a lot, these kinds of opportunities, they were just really surrounded by the rest of Zol.
Yeah, and that was interesting from Zol. I was expecting a more Kakarot-centric burst. But what we saw instead, Kevzy Patman playing so wisely to play the split into A. That's the thing that was lacking a while ago from Zol Esports. Key players struggling to find impact with good angles. Now Zol, a lot more comfortable here on Bind in comparison. And for what we've seen so far, they're taking some good advancements as they have the anti-eco now.
Let's see how they take advantage of this. I mean, now that they are able to dictate the pace of the game, able to utilize the Gecko and make it a 6v5 situation and get the trades here and there,
I'm never gonna call it a 6v5 unless you give Wingman a gun. The moment the Wingman can shoot someone else,
give a classic,
anything honestly. But hell yes, he's brave. He still knows he's confident. But this is Zol Esports taking A away again. Check your corners, why don't you? At Savvy 8K. This will be a menace again. He's found the first. Picks up a gun too. Micro trying to watch out for it. Could have been well timing there. But he's at the angle now. It's Oasis Gaming still fighting back though, finding picks elsewhere across the map.
Yeah, exactly. All these classics on the Oasis side. Getting these kills, and look at that. A little bit of an up and down in case somebody pushes.
I like the smoke though from Kevzy. A one-way there to play from. Patman on the board. Kelly S though, before he falls. He will get one of his own, but which, in this scenario, very difficult. We like this angle from Micro. Bench watches out for CT. Dizzy left behind to fend off with another round for Zol. But given it was an eco from Oasis, it's already good damage by Oasis Gaming themselves.
And that's true, just 2 Bulldogs to carry over the next round. And yeah, they did a lot of big damage. The fact that they, invested on just classics here. So Oasis Gaming, that's really good damage, just as you said. And they got a lot of these Phantoms. Let's see now how they defend, because just as you said, they had a bit of a problem during the pistol round against Patman and Kevzy. And they were surrounded and lost Bath control and Lamps control. So perhaps A feels like a bit of a struggle, but they haven't really tested B just yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Zol has taken default on A. Pretty commanding so far. Good to see Zol compete again. Quick little flash though. Kakarot did expose his intentions early on by pushing over onto long here. Boombot sent 2. And as of right now, Zol, it seems to me, Riku, their initial plan is to look for initial picks and then see if they can pivot from there.
Grenade!
Maybe force them out of their jungle, the garden.
That is just unfortunate for Oasis. Oasis thought they had the play there. Patman, though, ready for the angle. And Patman with another one coming into this attacking side. Patman has come online. And with the 3K there, it's a B side to take for Zol.
And honestly, that was the big question mark, right? Like, especially now that, you know, the first half, KLES is just on fire online. And it's like, who gets to match that energy? And it feels like Patman is stepping up to the plate.
And Oasis Gaming, you understand the play. With a Viper wall like that, there's a small corner to work with. Zindo leaping into action. Give him a movie, why don't you? Dubstep next to at least fight for his gun. A save call here for Oasis, but honestly, Zol, with a bonus like this, they can afford to rush down Dubstep in Lambs. Here we go, shining a light on it. It's Kakarot. Nicely done again by Zol. 3 in a row. This second half will be better for them.
Yeah, exactly. It felt like, again, once they were in the driver's seat after the switch, felt like a more comfortable side for Zol Esports. And now, it's one of those things where your first blood rate, right? Even during the first half, they're really good at that. But now, on attack, that really extra benefits you more. Now that you know where to attack, where you get a commanding, well, you know, space control. And now, Zol, 3 rounds away. And they're close to even.
Yeah, I mean, Patman, he can play pretty much anything. Especially running the Sky right now. We said a while ago, it's been a while. But he's still as confident as can be. And that's been the weakness of Oasis. I dare say, when it comes to the defense, they're not as attuned to play against those kind of utilities, right? You basically have to play a better anti-flash here for your Oasis. Be careful with those kind of angles. It's been a struggle for them on this map for quite a while, I dare say. And as of right now, short taken here by Zol. Dubstep just doesn't even expect Batman to be that close already. Pressure applied with the Poison Cloud there too. Oasis have the smokes, yes. KLES has been found. Zin, oh no, doesn't hit the shots. But beyond that, it's still Zol with lamps, with sight, with everything that they would like on A here.
Pretty much a lot of the artillery available. They've got the angles, the post-plant angles onto short. Let's see how KLES and the rest do this.
Yeah, flash outside the smoke. They blind Kevzi, and that's the opening Oasis needs. But then again, Micro, he's found opportunity. And with Micro's 3K, that's the end of the round. Oasis Gaming are watching this lead slowly but surely get chipped away on.
Exactly. Bind again can be truly topsy-turvy like that, and Zol Esports, they're slowly climbing in, and it's looking as if there's no sign of stopping here. And I think it's, again, their opening entry, their first blood every single time, very reliable. There's always someone ready for either a trade, and after that, it's pretty much overwhelming. These off angles are pretty hard to catch, and even though there are traps at A, it feels like there's not a lot of cover to take advantage of that.
Yeah, it's been an awkward defense here for Oasis. Now they have to deal with the thrash off Micro. Trailblazer also sent. It's danger for Marky, but he still somehow survives. Now next will be Kakarot. A grand entrance onto the side, but Marky with magic in the corner. The fact that he survived will keep Oasis in the fight. 10 now for Oasis Gaming.
He never left. He couldn't leave. He committed to that and still survived and get to 4K in the end. And maybe, just maybe, that's your answer. Off angle versus off angle. And some of these rounds, I mean, coming from Zol, even though they've lost a couple members, sometimes staggered deaths on their end, was from, I suppose, unexpected angles from the side of Oasis. And we're seeing a tech pause.
Yeah, what just happened there? I wish we could get Marky's POV of all that action.
Yep.
But you think about it, Zol, they cast their votes. That was... Is this it? Is this it? Yes! Look at this one. So Marky has to deal with Zol saying the tribe has spoken, but no, he's a survivor. He gets away with 4 in the corner. The reposition is so quick from Marky. And he's done it again. Another round, Riku, where we don't expect Marky to get away with it, but look what he's doing right now.
Yeah, he did. He got away with it, and he got blinded too. I think twice even from Zol's flash. And again, it's the coverage that we talked about, and that was really good coming from the side of Oasis. Let's see again. It's Operator.
Wow, you have a voice for the operator.
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 Like,
Actually.
Well, apparently Riku's become a Valley girl here as we are gonna go into the showers now for Patman again. He's been such a threat from showers though. The fact that he's able to control that will be perfect for any Zol pivot later on.
Exactly. Even if there's half of the Viper wall coming from Marky, able to cross, and the control that you just mentioned, if they decide to go from A short, the flood is there. Micro flash.
Prime, Micro wants to get in there, broken quickly. Wits though on the board. Wits with another one. He takes a page out of the Marky playbook, and he gets the 2 heads coming his way. Seekers now quickly sent. Zin has found Dubstep who's been struggling in lamps, and up too close. Patman gets in his face. Neural Theft online. Savvy 8K does find Zin, but here comes Patman for one more strike. Patman is pivotal. That cannot be understated because Patman has done it yet again. 3 for Patman now. Wits with 3 of his own. A battle of the skies, and the classic will collect. Patman has found another way for Zol to win a round.
Yo, he traveled far and wide. He crossed the Viper wall into baths and now even close to enemy territory. I swear, Patman, he may be on the sky, but it feels like the space he makes feels like he's still on a duelist.
Yeah, Patman, come on, the sky's the limit for this guy. People always talk about Zol having some of that young raw talent, and Patman has to be one of them. The pedigree of Patman, we go back to a little bit of a history lesson, right before Zol. Where was he? SR Nakage, Talon Esports, one of the most notable names also back in 2021, Sunsparks having him within that roster, and he's just gotten better and better throughout the years.
I know, it's just really, really crazy. I mean, during the first half, you could still, feel, his impact. But once at the part where you can actually dictate the pace of the game, Patman is just so unleashed. It feels like he's so unstoppable. Like, honestly, even every single duel and isolated fights, it feels like he would truly win at the very end. And understandable timeout from Oasis. 2-round gap now.
What else can Oasis do on this defense? The rounds so far for the past few ones, besides one provided by Marky, have been going to the wayside, I dare say. They don't find these players who have gotten onto the site fast enough. They don't realize someone like Patman's there already. And with that being said, Marky, busy with the dizzy Kakarot, will take the opportunity and take his head. A big pick for Zol to begin with.
Yeah, extra crispy shots there on the side of Kakarot. Again, their first blood percentage, I definitely want to see at the very end of the game. It's just a lot.
Nasty shot from Kakarot right now. And he's looking to continue. Dubstep though, away from the lamps. I'm happy to see him not playing there anymore. He's been struggling so far. The Orbital Strike available. Yet the TP play though. Kelly and Savvy looking to go for the push, but they are forced out here by Kevsey. Sind on the board. Savvy doesn't expect Kakarot, still lying in wait. And Oasis Gaming, well, it's not gonna happen. Zol Esports, even over at A, they're gonna take that round there.
And Zol Esports getting closer and closer to even things out, to reach that double digits themselves. And it all starts with Kakarot and the onslaught, them just storming in onto Hookah. And it's just so, like, even though Dubstep was able to prevent them from storming in completely onto B, the damage already has been done. The orbital strike being utilized there onto the teleport. And Patman again, so in the lead. Seekers feels like it's always online.
Yeah, this has been an amazing effort here for Zol. A bounce back after losing like that on your map pick. Just really goes to show why this team was our champions from split number 1. Patman, big player right now though, and besides the Seekers that you said a while ago, Riku, Kakarot is one away from the showstopper. A pick could provide the entry here for Zol.
That's exactly why they're trying to find anyone from Oasis, trying to push either Hookah, maybe onto A short, perhaps get the first contact down. And I feel like they're always ready for this Patman push onto Bats. Once he's unleashed, you just can't stop.
Patman again, patent pending with the Seekers too. and ready now to go for the push. Heaven though held by Savvy. Patman doesn't want to push that. Instead, it's Kakarot who's stepping up to the plate. A good beginning here for Kakarot. Shut down by Savvy 8K. Kelly S now showstopper ready to step on Kepsi there. Orbital Strike 2 to add on here. And Oasis Gaming has a lot of utility and resources used early on. As of right now, Zol looking to stabilize. Wingman sent over onto Lamps. Here comes Oasis though, playing from the same angle. And from this point on, it's up to Sin. A 1v2 in front of him, but Wits will shut that down. And Oasis Gaming refused to let Zol tie things up.
Yes, and they used every single ultimate that they needed to secure that round. A round win is still a round win at the end of the day, and Oasis will be happy about that, trying to break off the momentum that, you know, Zol is trying so hard to build. And it all started with, again, first blood up to Kakarot. Seekers activated, they have an idea where it is, but they were able to get, again, the coverage, cover each other's angles. Even if they lost the duel, there's somebody else looking at the same angle, and they're able to take them down and win the numbers advantage.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, Rico. These first bloods have been so instrumental for Zol's success, and you can see how the percentage works out effectively. Now Kakarot looking to do it yet again, but with the tripwire setup, there's just no way to escape. Committed there, Savvy will catch him. Marky, 1 HP. Let's see what he can do from this one, but Oasis have to disengage.
They'll decide to play together instead. Maybe get a little bit of healing onto
Wits
Wits
doesn't have
to
it.
make... Oh!
He doesn't have the regrowth.
He doesn't! He
Oh
doesn't!
no! They were asking
Ouch!
for bandages, but Wits forgot the first aid kit at home. But jokes aside, it's really the money situation right now for Oasis. It's so difficult against Seoul, but they do have the numbers at least.
Yeah, it's still a 5v4 situation, but practically at the brink of death, both Marky and Savvy AK. Let's see how they do a retake on this. Batman with the double!
There you go, Patman has the sights, and he's the Grim Reaper knocking on the Oasis doorstep. Ready now with a flash again, a swing online. And Patman has defied all expectations here. The front line established by Patman, and Oasis do not want to lose anything else. A save call here, as Zol will make it to double digits.
Yeah, that's true. They gotta afford the bandages next round for sure. Very pivotal. And again, Patman being such a, again, nuisance against Oasis here. Like, constantly, even if he's like in the middle, I can imagine it, in the middle of like a school pergola, you know? Like, that's how I imagine the space that Patman is consuming right now onto A. It feels like it's such a huge problem for them to deal with.
Yeah, Patman, not only that, I think Zol too, enabling this kind of play with the amount of space that they're getting. We've seen this from round number 1. If it's not Kakarot taking that space, it's someone like Kevsi, who also will put some pressure onto Oasis. And I dare say Oasis quickly folding to that pressure compared to that first half allows a player from Zol, most usually it's Batman, to get in there and get the job done.
It definitely is. They're incredibly reliable, and it all falls down to these 3 players again to start things off, make it into a 5v4, and just speed things to it. And honestly, once they decide on the sites of attack, it's just pure chaos, and they just press the go button almost immediately. But Viper Spit now utilized onto A short, which means this whittles down the choices of Zol to attack for now.
Yeah, we finally set up a traffic system here for Oasis, and the red light is there towards A. On one side, you have the pit you mentioned, the other, the Cypher. That being said, it's all now looking to play into B here. Options limited, but numbers aren't. Onto the side we go for Zol. Patman now. Critical HP. Dubstep dipping in and out of Hoka. And then when the smoke clears, it's Dubstep and Wits who provide the kills for Oasis. Well done by the veterans. Wits with another one. And this is what Oasis has been looking for. Dubstep waking on up. A flawless 2 to get the match points.
And just as you said, the veterans in the team Dubstep and Wits duoing on towards B, and Zol unable to get close to the site at all. It felt like, okay, Oasis, perhaps A feels like a hard site to defend, especially once they all go in. The retake comes in. But once we try to herd them to go B, it feels like a more doable round for them. They already covered each other's angles. They got the utility down all at the same time. Zol couldn't even get past anywhere at all. They couldn't even get to backside. Couldn't even get out at all. So Oasis now at match point, a very understandable timeout for Zol Esports.
I mean, Zol is looking at this series and how it's slipping away from them. Incredible rally, yes, but with Oasis now putting their foot down, that was just the most authoritative round from Oasis. If you realize that, Rico, right? When do you see Zol get forced to go somewhere?
That's true.
It hasn't been the case for many of those rounds except that last one, and that's exactly what happens when Zol is funneled.
Exactly, right? Like, it always felt like once they're the ones that are in the driver's seat, then, you know, it feels like a more guaranteed rally. It feels like they're more in control. But just as you said, traffic flowing at the other side of the map, now it feels like, you know, they just gave up control over the map.
And that's not the Zol experience that you would like from them. They fought tooth and nail to make it to 10. You can see now their options limited and their chances even lessened. The push here from Wits and Kelly, but Patman has the angle in the corner. Such a good anti-push angle here from Zol, and that is not good news for Oasis whatsoever. A 5v3, a Neural Theft 2, and now Zol knows exactly everything that's going on here.
Exactly, they even have a Thrash to boot. I don't think, I mean, if things go well, if they get another kill, I don't think they need to use that at all unless Dubstep and Savvy have something to say about it.
Bot sense. Kakarot confirms one over onto that side. Moshpit's there too. Here comes the Thrash. Just throw everything you can towards Dubstep, but Savvy 8K overrun in unison. Zol Esports, they answer back with their own authority. Commanding so far, and it's all up to Marky.
Three smoke. Where will Marky go? Oh, nice one kill over here, and the miracle is not gonna happen this time. And Zol climbing and possibly forcing an overtime here onto Bind, which we've seen in the past here for Oasis.
I mean, it's happened to Oasis versus Just Us. But there you go. Prime example, Rico. A tale of 2 rounds. When Oasis decide to go a little bit further, Zol will answer with them being ready.
Right there.
Exactly, they were actually waiting. All eyes onto Fountain. They didn't expect someone to look at a different angle across the side. Kakarot over there. Only ready for the other 2 players. So maybe Oasis will try to pull it back a little bit this time for this round.
Yeah. It's getting very close though. And this is what we expect from our defending champion, Zol Esports. Their best map so far in their Split 2 run. It's honestly an unfortunate statement, but it's right now what they need. They're trying to get closer and closer to this A site again. Camera setup from Zin initially to find any intel. Zin taking a picture of the boombot too. But you can see Oasis, they're prepped for this with a 3-stack already.
I hope Marky's prepared for Patman again though. Remember, every single time Patman is unleashed from bats, it's always a sure win to get this A site for Zol.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is the biggest 1v1 if ever it comes to that. And as the dust will settle, the smoke has dissipated, and here comes Zol already. Marky moves to take short, and Kelly S finds Micro, but Batman still a thorn on the Oasis side. It will be Oasis peeking from Labs. Kelly S has found Batman now. A 3v2 flash confirms that Zol is still nearby. And where is Savvy in all of this? Time to spray through the boxes. Zol can't plant as of yet.
Dubstep waiting by the teleport, seeing if they try to switch sites. With 20 seconds on the clock, what is your choice here now, Zol?
Kevzi, his hand may be forced to plant right here, right now. And Savvy is waiting for that audio cue. The swing comes on in from Kevzi instead. Kevzi will connect onto 2. And now everything is left to Dubstep. From short, he brings in the stem beacon, rushing his way towards the site. Kevzi, critical HP after the spray. But Dubstep is inching closer and closer now. Good angle to from camera also marking his target. That now confirms Dubstep's position. And we've seen Marky make this box work before. Does Dubstep do the same? Answers no. Zol have forced overtime here.
Oh, wow! That's absolutely insane. Zin really came up. Oh, sorry, Kevzi really came up on top there. Getting the 2 kills, it felt like a round secured already for Oasis in the, 3v2 situation. But it was still, on paper, a 2v2. Dubstep was very much positioned to see if anyone was trying to teleport, possibly try to clutch and switch to B, but it didn't happen. It was Kevzi winning the isolated fights And they're able to whittle down the numbers. And now we're at overtime, Dax.
I mean, Kevzi has been one of the greats of the PH scene for quite a while already. Look at his history. I think he's one of the few rare players that has been both under Oasis and NAOS at one point in his career. I think another good example would be Nexi right now in NAOS. Also back then, SV Empire, AG Nefarious, some very old school names for anyone who's been watching the past few years of VCT PH. He's been pivotal for success here for Zol. And right now, he's in danger. Volley thrown, the flash plus the satchel. No escape for Kevzi. Kelly S will connect.
No Sova, but he had nowhere to run at all. Patman might try his luck here. He has been online for the second half, so he might try to do something.
Patman looking to pick up where Kevzi left off. But Oasis Gaming have done enough to pull attention towards Hokader. Still though, Zind and Kakarot stable with the operator too. It has to be a facet for Oasis if they want to succeed.
Remember, Kakarot and Zind, every single time they're like together in tandem, Oasis has a hard time.
Boombot sent over lamps. Oasis, bit by bit, clearing out aspects of the site. But with this flash, now they know there's still presence nearby. Spike planted. Difficult here for Kakarot to get the angle past the smokes. Zind also, you're on top of heaven. Just no clear paths. While Zol tries to make the pinch possible. Patman comes in from short. Oasis looking to mark that angle. Pretty fire there from Dubstep. Doesn't connect, but now the swing looking to come on in. Kelly S connects with that kill. Someone's there. Two-man advantage. Make that one as Zind trades Dubstep back. Wits on the board. Kakarot hits the shot onto Kelly, but this is a little too slow from Zol. Pressure's on, and Wits and Savvy AK will compress and catch them. Zol will lose out there as Oasis are back on match points.
Ooh, that felt a little bit too familiar with a 2v3, but as long as the plant is down, all Oasis had to do was try to be patient and put the pressure on to Zol's side. And we were a little bit worried there with the pinch coming from Patman, but the Bermuda Triangle defense over there, it was literally a triangle, and it felt like, you know, Patman was a little bit confused on where to look. There's just too many corners to clear, and Oasis still, we're able to still win that round, and now it's a timeout just to stop the momentum a little bit.
I mean, time to finish this for Oasis. That's what you're talking about right now.
No, yeah.
Because on the attacking side, they have to deal with Patman on showers again. They have to deal with Kevzi playing towards the APC itself. And even though Oasis should be expecting this to be towards A, Zol have shown success after success in even the most pivotal situations.
Exactly. It is, again, as long as they're in the driver's seat, their lead starts to grow on this team. And you're right, they have to deal with Patman, they have to deal with Kevzi again, and maybe the 2v3s, the 1v2s is something that Oasis really has to be prepared for it, because it feels like Zol are winning this round, but it's just always so close.
It is another close game for Oasis though on Vine. And if they're going to be picking this map again and again, I guess everyone has to strap in for a long game for what we've seen so far. Zol though, not out of the picture as of yet. Not only that, it's a different player setting up on showers. Zind the one putting the camera, Patman over at short, and is this a configuration that Oasis is ready for?
Yeah, it is still a sandwich, right? Like, use the 4 men on the other side, clear distraction. Oasis are forced to look the other way, then Patman enters. That has been their formula over here at A.
No, when we set up, Carti ready to be into the front, but Kelly finds Zind early on. Here comes the Dizzy too. Kakarot opens things up, a dubstep, good for the double. Kelly, yeah, still stable. And it's Kevzi again in this predicament. We've seen him clutch it out before for Zol, but right now, odds are stacked against him, Yuriku. Orbital Strike though, online. Yes, he's pushed. Wits is there too. Kevzi not looking. It's danger now for Kevzi. And Kelly S will connect and confirm. We finish things off with Oasis taking the series 2-0. But Zol, man oh man, they made them work for it. Overtime again on Bind for Oasis. Seems like that's the tale for this team.
Yeah, it may not be a 17-15 finish this time around. It is just a 1-round overtime. But at the end of the day, Oasis really adjusting. But honestly, at the very end, it felt like it was all adjusting. They changed the configuration. They swapped the sides of where Padman was going to be at. It was still the same, what do you call it? It was still the same function.
Yeah.
But it felt like Oasis also swapped theirs. So now they were ready.
I mean, there's a bunch of things though to really watch out though for Oasis Gaming coming into
Yeah.
the defense, right? Perhaps what kind of setup would they like with certain players in these kind of angles? Because Seoul Esports, they took the opportunity. We've been hyping up Batman Showers for many times in that half for good reason. He was just exemplary to coming on out from an angle Oasis doesn't expect, taking more side control that Oasis doesn't see coming. And that was the case in point for Zol to rally to force overtime. But then again, you go back to who has been showing on up. Patman, props to you. Great effort, especially with the role swap. But Kelly S, I told you he was gonna hit past 30. That he did. 33 kills for Kelly S, 2 aces too from the first half.
Yeah, crazy stuff from Kelly S. The first half was very impactful. It felt like at any state of a round, he was just so ready to dismantle Zol Esports. He was locked in. He was extra confident. He was, wide swinging here and there. He just really felt like he was online. But on the opposite side, just as you said, it was Padman actually. And now that we see the first kills rate, not gonna lie, it looked like to me this number was swapped. It felt like Zol had more first kills. But at the end of the day, it is Oasis still equalizing a lot of this. And this kill from Savvy really, started a lot of the momentum from the side of Oasis.
I think between Savvy's pistol and Marky's third round there, many thought that, okay, this would be one-sided from Oasis. But then, Zol Esports taking the pen away. And that's the beauty of Zol as a whole. It has taken a little too long. I'm gonna admit that they couldn't really afford to have struggles versus NAOS and in the first map against Oasis. But at least this is a springboard moving forward for the rest of Zol Esports run. Let's say their schedule's gonna be effectively a little bit easier, right, Riku?
Yeah.
With both NAOS and Oasis already away. They're gonna have to recover. But I guess I gotta ask you, favorite moment here from Oasis, because it was just tit for tat, so intense between the two squads.
Yeah, first half felt, again, very one-sided on the side of Oasis. It felt like Kelly was just gonna keep going and going, but again, at the second half, it felt a bit more close. Oasis was just trying to prevent any sort of equalizing on the side of Zol Esports. But you're right, maybe the schedule might be a tad lighter, but it's one of those things at the back of Zol's mind. It's like, okay, we're champions of Split 1, and we gotta be prepared for them on playoffs again once we fight each other again.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. Let's see what configuration we'll see next from Zol in the future. But congratulations to Oasis. Let's throw it back to the panel to break down the series.
But a better Zol ang nakita natin for that one. But it was still Oasis Gaming. Still, muntik na Honey Glaze and Raf. Kamusta naman yung match na yun?
I mean, it was okay, honestly. I really was not a fan of the bind pick on the side of Oasis to begin with. At the same time, nakita naman natin yung growth. Kasi even from last week, they experimented with a lot of the comps. I think going back onto that Breeze map is something that we have to do. Because dubstep on that secondary duelist, I'm a very big fan. It just seemed like everything was put in place for Oasis, because not only did that roster or that comp that they used allowed the players to play their natural roles, they also had good depth with it, and they knew how to again layer that utility well. You saw the crawl up with the double Astro Stars plus the Viper Smoke, at saka di din naka-adjust yung Zol talaga sa Breeze.
Ang laking bagay ng Breeze, dahil every single time, as you mentioned, yung mga stars talaga, ang laking bagay din para makakuha ng panalo going in for the side of Oasis. Pero here on Bind, I really do think that there are most of the times na kinocommit ng Seoul Esports dito na parang may nakukuha silang mga mistakes na sobrang preventable naman din sana. But then again, pagdating din sa mga duels and all, ang laking bagay din, laking impact na paraging ginagawa ngayon ni Kalias na kung comparison siya in the first game in which dubstep and which yung lagi natin nakikita as highlights. Dito naman, it was always Kelly S. It was always we have here at least mabibigyan ng opportunity nga lagi dito si Kelly S dahil nga we have your Marky, we have your plays like Twits para ma-amplify siya makakuha ng dalawang ASO together.
Yeah, and looks like it was more likely of fixing more of the errors. Malapit na talaga kanina makuha ng Zol ang isang game na to push to game number 3. But our MVP for this one, ay nako, eto na, may kita na natin. Walang iba kundi si Marky, the Viper.
Yeah, understandable. Lalo na every single time makikita natin si Marky, he knows what he needs to do. Lalo na sa mga times na kailangan niya maiwan niya muna ang laking bagay ng mga nasa attacking side sila earlier, yung mga walls niya. This was mentioned earlier by the casters then as well, na kapag iniiwan mo nga si Marky and kapag meron ka ng wall dito para makapag-crawl up pa yung players sa Oasis, this gives a huge advantage tuloy na kuha na kaagad nila yung lamps, kuha na kaagad nila yung backside. So what more can Zol do to defend in the sides?
Well, that was a question that Zol had to answer many times, and Marky with just, again, perfect placement on some of his Viper lurks also had to be a big problem for Zol. Again, parang same naman yung issue sa Zol. Bakit hindi sila naka-adjust? And I feel like on that bind map, this is true for both the teams. I feel like they underutilized the teleporter so much. I mean, they could have stopped the double anchoring on the B side, and if they had teleporter control on the B long side, then in turn they would have a bit more pressure towards outside showers and have more orb control. Pero, you know, just my opinion.
It's fine, it's fine. Well, okay lang, Raf. At least medyo kumalma tayo ng konti dito. Medyo rough waves nga kanina yung nakita natin. But let's hear it straight from the MVP of this match, Marky, para sa ating interview. Tara, tawagin na natin siya. Let's go! Hello, Marky!
Hello.
Ayon, congratulations. Ito na, dami kayong katanungan sa'yo, but we will start with Raf. And so far, ito yung naging match na muntik na, pero buti na lang nakuha pa in that last moment. Raf, go ahead.
Hey Marky, congrats again for taking another series off the board against Zol. So my question to you is it hard for you to adjust from being an initiator, from being a Viper player, to that signature jet that you always used to play?
Sa una, mahirap mag-transition sa ibang role. Nung katagatagalan ay nakukuha ko na. Medyo gamay ko na. Iba't ibang agent.
I see. Yan, congrats again. Ikaw, H, anong tanong mo kay Sir Marky?
Nakita ko kasi kanina na nagkaroon na ng comeback potential nga yung Seoul Esports, and then you guys immediately golden for a timeout and all. So what were the certain adjustments na kailangan yung gawan ng paraan para at least hindi na nga makuha ng Seoul Esports yung mga overtimes na nangyari na nga dito?
Siguro yung adjustment namin doon ay unahan namin sila barilin sa ulo.
Uy, tama yun.
Matik.
Favorite call.
What the wow?
Yeah.
Salamat, Marky. Congratulations for winning your series.
Very straight to the point. I like it. Marky, alam ko, just to follow up dun sa tanong ni HG, no? Hindi naging madali din, and it was very close na pwede sana makuha ni Seoul Esports. I just wanna know, sino yung naging glue sa moment na yun na para mag-reset pa kayo kahit in the middle of that game? Sino yung parang gumawa ng call na kinailangan mo na kumalma para makuha niyo pa yung round na yun?
Syempre, yung agile namin, si Kelly is, na. At ang talaga doon si yung coach namin na kumalma kami.
Yun ang sinabi niya, kumalma lang talaga.
Kumalma lang.
Alam mo, sobrang effective kasi no kasi eto tama yun, kumalma. Pero isa pang question, kasi nag-i-interview talaga ako ngayon ng mga ulam na tumataas yung win rate yung isang team. Para sa inyo, ano yung naging winning ulam nyo para na 2-0 nyo yung yung series na to? Gusto ko lang malaman.
Lempo.
Ayun!
Lempo!
Grilled ba yan? Or fried?
Grill.
Ay, panalo. Okay, lilista ko to. Liempo, 100% win rate 4. Ito, Oasis Gaming. Thank you so much, Marky. Before we end, any shoutouts before we head on to a break?
Shoutout sa Oasis, sa family ko, and sa lahat ng tao. Shoutout sa inyo.
Ayun. Thank you so much, Marky. Congratulations. at take your much-deserved rest after this series. Thank you so much and congratulations Oasis Gaming.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you po. Oh, ayan na. Ayan na pala eh. Meron akong
OSX.
Ano?
Ilang beses ko pinag-overthink yung tanong kong yun.
Hindi,
Sinimplihan lang
ko
talaga
na
ni Marky. But, well, understandable. Ganun lang din talaga
Ganun talaga yung mga
kailangan
pros.
natin understand din talaga eh.
Oo, gano'n talaga simple. Diretso sa ulo. One tap. Di ba, nakikita ko sa'yo ni Glaze, one tap lang talaga. And parang, as sabi mo nga, may mga kanya-kanya tayong opinions heading to this match. And I think there's so much potential din for Zol Esports heading on. What don't you think, Raf? Na mas maayos pa nila heading on to their next games. Don't you think?
Absolutely. I think Zol has a wonderful ceiling. Kita naman natin yung potential ni Patman ulit na maging superstar that we all know and obviously fans love. And hopefully they hit their stride sometime soon because the thing is our points, they're only getting more limited. And again, Zol have to step it up if they wanna defend their crown. At the same time, Taylor, kasi you were complaining why I wasn't wearing my coat. It's so tight, dude. Like, I can't move it. I hate it. I mean, not really.
Napansin
But
kasi ni Tay na nasa upuan lang daw ni Raf. Kaya pinasuot na sa kanya.
Na-conscious
so
ko lang.
tight around my arms and my shoulders now. It's like, I don't know.
Wow. What a flex.
Wow.
Parang sinasabi niya
Low-key.
kamo OSX na na
Of course.
he is built now. Yeah.
Raf,
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
It's gonna ruin the sleeve. I hate it.
See?
I love this coat.
ingatan mo lang ha, it's #RafButtDiff. Built diff. Yan ang gusto ko sa'yo, men eh. Ito, feeling ko medyo kailangan din mag-step ulihan ni guys. Feeling ko kailangan din mag-workout. Kasi alam ko sumasayaw ka eh. So in a way, mas mabilis kang makapag-workout ka agad. Ito guys. Muli po, maraming salamat sa panonood. That was the series number 2. So, magbabalik kami ulit for the last game of the day. Huwag nga alis. Ito ang VALORANT Challengers VCT Split 2 Day 1. Magbabalik kami.
is a lot cheaper. Grab food, saver won't make you roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends book Grab Cost Saver. The Grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver. Grab Cost Saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will Grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends book Grab Cost Saver. The Grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver. Grab Cost Saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will Grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends book Grab Cost Saver. The Grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver. Grab Cost Saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will Grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah.
Nice.
Take 2, dahil week number 2. Magandang gabi Pilipinas, nagbabalik ulit ang VALORANT Challengers Split number 2 dahil nga it's week number 2. Ang daming dos ngayon, ang daming sweeps! At nagbabalik kami ngayon sa panel kasama ko si Dax and si Rockhart. Man, kamusta naman ang araw natin ngayon?
Guys, feel ko yung out of place dito ngayon eh. Bakit kaya?
Bakit?
Hindi ko alam eh. Basta ako matatanong ko na lang guys, ano ang tunay na bang-bang sa inyo?
Well, sa ano naman, sa Valorant, meron din namang C-long, di ba, na area. So, it's fair naman to think, di ba? Pareho tayo naka-black eh, so in a way, connected tayo.
Actually, yung nga si Rocket yung hindi naka-uniform today. Guys, sabi nga, di ba, black shirt day today. Parang kasi Wits nung photoshoot ng Oasis eh.
Oh, siya yung nakaputi yun. Kung may black and blue, merong
Idol
black and
kayo.
white. Kami yun.
Nice.
O, diba? Black and blue. Paano ba yan? Black and white na kami dito. Rakart, kamusta ka naman?
Ay, grabe ang saya ng games kanina. Pero I think Taylor also mentioned, madami siyang default. Yung game, yung last one lang siguro yung parang medyo napapa edge of your seat ka na talaga.
Muntik na, no?
And I think, ha?
Muntik na.
Muntik na.
Paano pre? Ganito yung edge of the seat ko. Is it now
Ano yung edge of the seat?
Paano ba?
Ano ba?
Sige,
Pupwesto nga ako eh.
demonstrate natin ang edge of the seat.
Sige, lapit ka pa sa camera.
Ayan. Ayan. Yan ang edge.
Literally.
Well, katama naman talaga. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
And I think magandang if there are newer teams watching, 'di ba? That's a good study na ganito yung mga kalaban nyo guys. Mga ganyang ka high level na pag nag-hold kayo or pag nagkamali lang kayo ng isa, mapapunish kayo malala. So, it was a really good watch, to be honest.
Ang ganda rin bawi for that one. Kaso nga lang, Oasis to the top. Naka 2-0. But before everything, we would like to thank Mineski Global as being the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Siyempre guys, also thanks to our official super app partner, Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver delivery fees, as low as 15 pesos for Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos for Grab Food Saver meals. Use promo code GrabFood60REN guys and get up to 60 pesos off your order with a minimum spend of 550. Promo runs from 11 a.m. onwards, so mukhang andyan pa yung Grab Food 60 nyo.
And don't forget guys, this tournament is also officially sanctioned and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Yon, thank you so much. All of my friends use Grab Food Saver.
That is a tune that will never leave our heads after this split, no?
Hindi
Memorize
mo
ko na by
gagawin ko
heart.
siyang alarm.
Pag-gising
Gusto
pa
nga
lang, Grab Food Saver. Pag hapunan, Grab Car Saver. Lahat na lang ah.
Oo nga, and it's a good way to see na dahil mahabang ating araw ngayon, dapat ikaw nanonood ngayon, meron ka ng dinner at merong Grab Food Saver. Pero tara, tawagin na natin ang Team Avernus para sa ating laban ngayon. Let's go!
And these are the young guns of VCT PH, or one of the young guns here from VCT PH. It's Avernus Esports with Zeus Dance, XTY, Yor, and Slyzera. So, they really did have a phenomenal entry dito sa ating VCT PH Challengers. Napigilan yun bahagya. Siyempre ng Carti World, all fairness for Avernus Esports, nakabawi din naman sila agad-agad with their game with rank LQTs. And you know what? It's not that bad of a start. 50-50 for the start of the split.
I mean, you're not wrong there. 1-1 na nga ang standing sila. They did pick up the series against Rank LQTs off-stream. Grabe talaga, may ayufan pa nga dyan. No?
Oy.
Pero,
Yon!
I think really the term for Avernus right now, guys, has to be innovation. Yung mga comp nila, kakaiba talaga compared to what we would expect. You go to Ascent, they're running that Phoenix Breach Viper. You go into Icebox, they're playing the Harbor Clove na medyo napapauso sa ibang regions. And right now, I think the best thing for Avernus is with all those ideas, yung execution lang yung kailangan talaga nila work on. With that win over Rank LQTs, yun yung first step talaga nila dito sa VCTPH.
Well,
And I
looks
think
like
a lot of that also kind of boils down to whether or not you're able to use those new agents. They were successful on the Clove, by the way. So, wow. Okay. So, I think the Clove is something na I feel like a lot of teams should utilize. Especially yung mga teams na, alam yung mga nag-transition from duelist to like controller, ganon. Nako, go for that Clove 100%. You're gonna have a fun time.
Well, speaking of fun times, tawagin na natin ang old Stinky Cat for the lineup for heading to this match. Tara, tingnan natin sila.
is the home of old Stinky Cat because, guys, come on. This is the 4th time in a row we are gonna have them on for VCT PH. Interesting schedule to say at least for old Stinky Cat, but they have made wonders with it. Aeonix, Dizzy, FES, Folex, Dignified, Owen, Cutie, the core that you know and love from Split number 1. I really thought about their scheduling because it's such an endurance run here. The fact that old Stinky Cat needs to play so many series at the start of the group stage, then have that big break before they face off against the Titans of NAOS and Oasis. But we've also seen a quick little 6-man outing from old Stinky Cat, right? We had Exotic in instead of Folex for a map. He did well individually, but without Folex, it seems like the system of old Stinky Cat isn't there as attuned as they would like. They can bring dominant performances, but from what we saw against Subversive, perhaps also letting those dominant performances slip away from them and lead to their own losses there.
I feel like itong old Stinky Cat naman the raw firepower is there. Yung consistency na lang siguro, like you mentioned, like maybe your confidence should be there. High level dapat yan. Wag lang siguro sumobra. And those are the moments na pag na-reel in yan ng OSC, they could be really an unstoppable force dito sa VCT.
Well, speaking of unstoppable force, tignan natin yung head-to-head heading to this match. Sino nga ba magkakatalo for this round? Tara tingnan natin to.
And especially, guys, Aeonix and Zenz. I think really some of the top performers here for these two teams,
So
not
close.
only sa stats mismo, diba? Pero dun sa mga linalaro nilang different agents. Aeonix, syempre, siya ang inaasahan mong Sentinel usually para sa old Stinky Cat. Pero may mga times mag-reflect siya ng controller. Sa kabila naman si Zenz, usually initiator, siya rin ay mag-flex papunta sa Sentinel mismo. But I think really, there have been high impact kind of players in clutch scenarios. Aeonix and Zenz can make a whole island to themselves and call attention away from the rest of their team. At kaya nga talaga, kailangan natin sila subaybayan kahit anong agent linalaro nila.
And for Aeonix, actually, I've seen so many times na naka-hold lang siya in one angle. This is a very patient player. And yes, I think I remember that on the Cypher as well. Yung huling match na napanood ko for this guy. So, yeah, definitely guys to watch out for in this coming match.
Well, speaking of the match, Rockhart, alam ko, last split, Stinky Cat was considered one to break the barriers. Well, go the distance. Well, since still week number 2, how's the promise or potential going so far? Kasi you mentioned about unique compositions from the other side of the team. So how about this time for old Stinky Cat? Meron ba kayong nakitang ganun to be consistent the other way around in split 2?
Rocker, ikaw tinatanong. Ito, may
may
cut na ako.
There's a real literal.
Nauna na yung aking old Stinky Cat. Actually, yung bango kayo. Don't worry about that. Pero I guess yung talaga kailangan natin pag-usapan nga is what happened without having Folex into the roster. It was a lot of confidence that you said. Exotic, incredible performance. Really, that guy deserves a starting role in any kind of team. Pero perhaps, kung wala talagang taga-reel in when those familiar voices aren't there, because let's be real, guys, they're quite a young squad. They're very impressionable. Owen does his best to rein them all in. But it does happen na minsan nadadala talaga sila sa mga ganung klaseng games. We can't forget, that was 11-1 pagdating ng first half against sa Lotus. Tapos nabalikan pa nila ng Subversive. Tapos nakuha pa ng SPR yung overtime. Syempre nanalo naman yung old Stinky Cat there with their patent pending double ini, especially Gecko Sky, talaga mga favorite combinations nila. Pero kailangan talaga mapakita sila ng maturity given na tuloy-tuloy yung mga games nila sa schedule nila.
And they also lost out on maps with the Gecko Sky on maps like Lotus as well and Sunset. So we're gonna have to really find some work there. Icebox, they also have not won there in that map yet. So these are things that maybe we can look forward to in the coming map dito.
Let's look forward for the map V2 now. Dahil na-mention mo na nga yan, tara tingnan natin kung saan magkakatulo yung dalawang teams na to. Let's go. Ayan na. Nakita ko yung Ascent, yung Lotus.
Syempre,
pero anong...
nandiyan lang sila, boss.
Yeah. Yun yung una nakita ko eh. At yun nga.
No, but I do want to point out that you made a good point about Ascent noticing that. Kasi yun talaga isa sa mga priority picks ng Avernus. Pag hindi yan binan ng Meow anytime soon, yan ang usually pipiliin ng Avernus. And on the other hand, Meow has been very interesting sa mga map pick nila. It's always something different every single day. Minsan something like Breeze. Minsan it's something like Bind. The first time around, it was Icebox. And it's a bit of a mystery what Meow will pick here, but Split, iba na naman ang pili ng Meow dito.
Alright. That's gonna be interesting. I wonder if Ascent will make a pick here. Kasi so far, 0-2 ang Avernus sa mapa na yun. We'll see. Maybe, if ever you want to like pad your stats, make a play, this could be a possibility, but no, it's gonna be Icebox.
Oh, I like this pick though from Avernus, looking to change that trend. And we go back to what me and Rockhard were talking about a while ago. When they ran that Clove Harbor, it was successful versus rank LQTs. In Ascent, it's an experimental composition. Maybe they want to go back to the drawing board. But given here, they're gonna get that last ban. To no surprise, they will ban Breeze, meaning we will still end up on Ascent anyway.
Yep, Ascent on that decider. So Split, again, lubusin nyo na to kasi malapit na yata tayo mag 8.11. So almost might be one of the last few times we'll see Split on rotation today.
Yeah, and there you go, guys. Split, Icebox, Ascent. I do wonder though what we're gonna get from Avernus coming into Split, just because I don't think we've really seen them play this map as Avernus
Yes,
within the regular season. I think you have to go back to perhaps from a regular location, look to see what they've done elsewhere in other previous tournaments. I do have to say though, like, while Meow has been innovating in every single first map pick, Avernus has a good chance down the line here. Icebox was their map win against Rank L. Ascent is something that they always want to pick up. And I dare say that there's going to be more confidence for Avernus even if they lose that first map.
Yeah, I think confidence has always been key. When you watch Avernus, when they were in promo relegations, actually, alam mo ba, nakatakot din sila kasi they play off confidence. They play off 2-0s. They're very confident and they're AF. Wow, what an unfortunate.
OSX, san ka na, boss?
OSX,
Miss
bro.
ka na namin. But yeah, I wanna go back to that promo relegation stat, right? I look back at who Avernus was before they were Avernus. Cop in Manila. I don't think I even saw them play Split during those times. So I wonder what's gonna be here for Avernus right now, because you have to go back to Old Stinky Cat instead. Let's continue on with this discussion, Rockhard. Old Stinky Cat have had a strong showing on Split. Even back in Split number 1, they have a 67% win rate, and they love to run that double duelist. It's a little bit different from the usual double innie, just because Dizzy's the one picking up that jet duty instead of something like a Gecko.
And parang, I would say na medyo inspired sila with teams like Paper Rex. That's exactly what the vibes that I get when I'm watching this team play. And luckily enough, I was able to cast their games, and that's exactly the kind of pace that I expect from this team even now. Because even on the games that they lose, they like to play fast. Like, hindi mapapagod yung mga caster nyo. Pag ito yung naglalaro, either they win or they lose. They don't care as long as we tried. I think that's the name of the game here for Avernus. And there are times that they will win out.
Oo nga. At welcome back dito kay OSX. Nakita naman natin yung map pool, diba? Medyo interesting, especially na from what we've seen so far, Avernus can have a better chance the deeper this series goes. But I don't know about you guys. I can't wait to see how competitive this can be. I am a little bit afraid though for Avernus if Old Stinky Cat can put their foot down early on dun sa Split and dominate from the get-go.
Sige, simulan natin sa predictions. I think dito lang tayo magkakatalo. Rakart, wait lang Tingnan natin kung saan nga ba magkakatalo yung predictions nga ulit for this game. Kasi alam ko, madami ka nag-usap tayo beforehand. Ako, Old Stinky Cat, 2-0.
Ay, talakas ng tiwala talaga. But I am inclined to really agree with you there, OSX. Old Stinky Cat, they can put up some of the best performances coming into Split number 1. And not only that, they're a team that's so strong at anti-stratting teams here and there. While Avernus has to be a wildcard factor, especially given that Split is a big unknown where Old Stinky Cat really struggles trying to figure things out. It's still that pedigree. It's still everything that they established as Game Lab, as OSC from last time around. So yeah, 2-0 for Old Stinky Cat. That's me too.
Honestly, I'm an Aeonix fan and an OSC enjoyer. I like watching their games. Very chill and very calculated. Pero I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt for Avernus here for this one. 2-1, most likely, if they're gonna eke out a victory. And I think they might eke out a victory dito sa map 1 and they might lose map 2 and map 3. 50-50, pero yeah. Try Avernus. Try lang. Balik.
Okay lang yan, at least ikaw ang nakaputi ngayon. It only shows na yung
maiba.
natin, very dynamic yung ating panel ngayong gabi kasi kung pare-pareho tayong black, baka mamaya pare-pareho din tayong prediction. But it's good to know that there's also potential for Avernus to actually make it through. Again, sabi mo, they only step up or up their game from the game number 1 heading to game number 2. So doon tayo magkakaalaman on how they have fully prepared for this one. Pero ano ba to? Since you've talked about how you look at Avernus as a potential team who could have a double-edged sword in this one, how about old Stinky Cat? Is there any similarity in this playstyle in a way for this composition? Kasi kanina, there's so much unique compositions. Dax, paano ba?
I think it's a little bit different actually. The contrast there is old Stinky Cat is more so that utility-based team. They're so good at playing off flashes from the likes of Dignified, any kind of setup from old Stinky Cat. They're able to find perfect timings with the swings as my little kitten's making some noise there too. So alam mo na kung saan siya sasali, diba, sa old Stinky Cat. Compare it on the other hand for Avernus, talaga playmaking as solos. Yeah, players like Yor, when they play something like Clover Phoenix, siya mismo gagawa ng mga plays. Si Zeus Ren, kayang-kaya mag-top frag, mag-pop off on something like the Jet. And while may mga players na talagang set-up, si Den, si Sly, na iba't ibang mga agents na pwede pa nga harbor ilabas dito ng Avernus for something like Icebox, I dare say na it's really the coordination of old Stinky Cat that's been established compared to the up-and-coming talents ng Avernus, yung maiiba talaga sa matchup na ito.
Okay.
Yes.
So, madami tayong pwedeng i-expect sa laban na to. Let's throw it over to our casters. Painitin na yung series na to.
Welcome everybody over here at the third series of the day. It's gonna be Old Stinky Cats versus Avernus Esports. We're gonna be your casters, bringing you all the action. Riku here, joined by Raph, who's wearing a coat, a little bit of some necklace here. What's up, Raph? What's up, Raph?
I'm good. I did not unmute for like the first 2 seconds, but I mean, anyway, that's my attempt at a Zoomer meme. Like, you know, just so our age doesn't show. For all you youngins out there watching the game, we're also watching a really young team. So good for everybody. What do you mean?
I'm just trying to fix my hair, but I don't think we have to wait too long just to check out what the teams picked for the agents as we head on over to Split real soon. And Raph, what are we looking at here? Because it feels like a little bit of standard, but it's the classic double duelist that we're seeing. It's not Arena, it's the Raisin Jet.
I believe this is called Valorant. But yes, we are
Valorant.
We are going with a really classic comp, and I don't think there's like anything wrong with it per se, because if you're comfy playing with this, then why not, right? Especially for a team like Old Stinky Cat that has a lot of firepower. This time they are assigning Dizzy onto that Jet, which they do occasionally, instead of playing that hard any role. On the other side of the roster is Avernus Esports with double controller. I do think the responsibility on this comp is that much higher, but the potential to just kind of bleed out the opponent without even fighting is so high.
Yeah, especially if they're they're starting off on the attacking side first for this. And remember, Old Stinky Cat, they are considered to be the middle of the pack. It feels like once the top names, Oasis, Zola, and then NAOS, it feels like you kind of like see Old Stinky Cats thereafter, and they've taken games off of the top teams. If it's not just a single map, it is a series. And one of the most iconic moments is possibly over here at Split, actually, where Fallex was just completely really locked on here on this raise.
Locked in, huh? So we are locked in, chat. We are here.
Locked in.
Your unks and aunties are here to hit you with the Zoomer memes. But I do agree with those sentiments, you know what I mean? I wouldn't necessarily say Old Stinky Cat is a middle of the pack team, but they're a certain start,
they're
right?
Up there. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think top 3 arguable, and then Old Stinky Cat. But then Old Stinky Cat could make a case to be 3rd. At the same time, they've just been a little bit shaky on the first week for them to be considered at the top. But that being said, I think they have overtaken Seoul.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the 3rd game already, and let's get the show on the road. And let's see here how this is gonna pan out, because Meow is a 2-1, I believe, on the standings, and Avernus is 1-1.
That is indeed correct. So this is definitely a power play between these two. Is Avernus does have a lot of upside. I think XTY is really good, but wow.
Grenade! Bolex starting it already. And Zeus, honestly, this is a pretty good matchup, to be honest. And Dizzy with the Jet, the duelist, doing a lot of work here for Meow.
It is a lot of work. And now with Avernus losing the flash and the passive info gather, and perhaps they might just be forced to be a bit more active here. They're gonna get this plant while they can. They're gonna let it rip. But look at this, full force going to B.
Exactly, Dizzy might be the first contact. Paranoia is gonna get the one right-click headshot onto Dizzy. Able to get one at least, but here he's all alone on his lonesome, and Meow rather is gonna be winning the pistol round.
I am now trying to calculate if Meow was very good at pistol rounds, because I don't think they lost the previous pistols. I'd have to pull out a stat sheet. You know, that's why we have technology, guys, and not relying on our memory. But with that being said, I really do appreciate teams being more proactive, taking that space towards B, because there was a long time where if we have B, as long as you have pillar and as long as you have default, you're good. You don't have to extend. But now it seems that the philosophy of attacking this B site has changed. I feel like for the better.
That's true. It still feels like the path to victory over here is just get a lot of mid control or get a pick or whatsoever. Might see that firstly, but they back away instead.
That they do, and again, they don't really want to commit anything here. There's a lot of smokes. Oh, and the IGL that does it all to set an example for the rest of his team.
It is the controller versus the duelist, and it's gonna be an intense brawl onto these sites without one of your duelists. Actually, the only one is a single duelist comp on the side of Avernus. Let's see though. 60 seconds on the clock here.
That's a lot of time to play with, and Onyx, he knows the assignment, but supposedly Meow shouldn't be taking these 1v1s, I'd be assuming.
Let's see. Maybe they'll get the 1v1s because Meow is giving a bit of space backwards instead. There's still the guessing game involved. There is a tripwire onto tower, so they do have an idea, but this call coming from Meow will pay off soon.
Left.
Well, they better answer the phone, as this eco round, which is very unlikely, by the way, on Split, a map where you want to snowball on, is very dangerous.
Yeah, sees the shoulder guardian shots onto the bodies of Avernus. It's only one left over here on the rafters. 12 HP, 9 seconds on the clock. It's not a lot of time. The spike's in the middle of nowhere, and the win of this second round of the Split will be a little bit of a slow-paced, round, and a 3 upgrade to boot.
I'm not sure how to feel about your getting a free bulldog out of that scuffle, considering that Meow had a lot of resources being dumped into that. Not only just guns, but you saw the early utility, you saw the early peaks, just the intention to snowball, but there were gaps. And I mean, pretty noticeable ones. You're picking up that bulldog, as I've said earlier, something that Meow wanna avoid. And look at this. Because of that, this bonus round is infinitely worse.
Yeah, I got to save a little bit of money there, but let's see. It's always the tussle in mid here for a Split. And considering that again, no Viper, no Sage, it is going to be mostly the Omen smoke covering this.
Smoke that doesn't last for too long, in all honesty, but it is going to be serviceable. Look at this. They're hunting for the timing, and they'll immediately back out again.
A lot of respect here. They've fallen onto first blood in the past before onto mid. They don't want to lose their bonus.
Not at all. I mean, Avernus, I like the way they're playing. They're really divvying up the map, pressuring everywhere. So far, the only presence that they haven't shown is towards A. But at the same time, Meow has a lot of the reinforcements there. A late rotate could perhaps be what's brewing for OSC. Avernus want to capitalize on this type of timing.
The timing is going to be 40 seconds on the clock. With smokes coming through from your end, the paranoia, they already have an idea. It's going to be a B hit. Zeus, just short little jump here. Everything's pretty much clear, but the next half of the map is still right open. Aeonic steals first blood. It's like Zera is gone. Zeus is gone as well. A lot of kills on the board on the side of Meow, and the bonus will not go to Avernus still, and it's only up to XTY to salvage this round against 4 members of Meow. And that's going to be a 3-0 start. Really good stuff from OSC.
Hey, that jump was not short. It was fun-sized. How dare you?
It was fun-sized.
It was a fun-sized hop.
Short is okay to say.
I never said short wasn't okay, you know.
That's fair.
Shout out to our dwarves and halflings.
Thank you for the shout out.
Are halflings small? I can't remember.
I don't know. Is that a D&D thing or?
You don't play D&D?
I played D&D. I played once.
Nerd. Anyway, so Meow, by all counts, have kept that hit intact. Keepeth. Die. The old English there, just a little bit. But Avernus, they might just be biting themselves on the back here. The core problem of Split is that you have to be so coordinated to take the space, especially at top level play like this. It is no joke to play this map well.
Oh, that camera sees heaven over there, so they see the sky over there on the heaven. But yeah, let's see. It's about dividing your resources. Literally, it is Split. But this is a new thing that they're doing right now. They gave up space onto mid, decided to defend from here. Let's see what they do.
So that's why it's called Split. You are a genius.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you're right. Like, look at that. Oh my god, the symmetry. Wow.
You're right. Yeah, that was actually a joke. But there's 2 heavens, 2 sides to hit, and so many defenders that might take the brunt of AVN's hit.
Exactly. This could be the start, though. They have an idea, but Dizzy deals first blood. Dens is gone. Spike Carrier is killed. Little bit of a tussle here, but in the end, Fallx is there for the trade. It is still an eco on the side of Avernus, so this could be still a difficult conundrum, and that's a double kill with a showstopper. Fallx ain't stopping. And Dignified trying to scout for the last member. The last one is onto Vents, and they're gonna hunt. They're gonna continue. It is a 3v1. And the crossfire has been set up already, unless the isolated fights are there. That's gonna be a no 4. NO. Meow start.
Meow. Well played.
Meow, that's right.
I wish you guys could see me facepalm, but then again, that was my own doing, chat. My bad. As I was saying before getting duly distracted. Again, Fallx with a wonderful sacrifice play here. I'm sure he wanted to come out on top of that exchange, which he did. At the same time, Avernus, it just seems like they're trying to brute force their way onto a site. I get that they are gathering info early on, but you see that the intention is great. The execution might need a little bit of warming up. After all, it is their first game of the day, so we might just have another closed map here? Question mark.
Question mark? Always the map 1s and then the map 2s for some reason.
That's
like,
true.
It totally becomes the complete opposite result of the first one. But yeah, like I feel you're right. Avernus has the idea, but the execution.
Gecko with a Paul Phoenix hair, very cool.
That's true. Oh yeah. I have a hard time against that character.
That's okay, you're a Xiaoyu player. Do you know any better as a Xiaoyu player? I'm joking, guys. Play whatever you want, play whoever you want. You know what I mean? That's the truth. And it seems like Meow, the old stinky cat, are doing whatever they want in terms of this defense. They seem to be dictating the timing of the hit because they're just denying so much early info. And now it looks like they're going for more passive stats here, right? Avernus might be thinking they might flash out of this rope position again, so they're wary of it. But looks like they're more assertive.
Yeah, they're definitely more assertive. They already smoked out Vents. Possibly no one's going to try to push that. So now, how do you get these first bloods? How do you win these duels? Because it feels like now, every isolated fight, they're winning every single one. Paranoia Onyx in the background, by the way, getting first blood for the team, and they can't even penetrate through this area at all.
Not at all. And it's just been an iron wall of old stinky cats. But one cat has fallen, and XTY will make sure that he gets them. I'm sorry, I lied.
Spray down enough. Look at the layering of these smokes on top of each other. One expires, and here comes another. Actually, that's their smoke from here. It's gonna expire right now, and a fight ensues. You're really nicely done. All according to plan here. 3v3. They may not have control of the site just yet, because Dignified is on his way. He's already on top. 2v1 situation. Dens with a half HP. Tries to dodge the flash. Wants to clear alley, but Dizzy says nope. And it's still a sweep so far, the 5th round.
Well, 4 is an unlucky number in a lot of our cultures. So, you know, make it 5-0, why not? Call the cops, because this does look like a straight-up robbery against AVN and the gang. And this is a team that did come from relegation, if I am not mistaken, right? So I will always applaud teams that make that long journey, because it is such a wonderful thing to see all these new players show up and strut their stuff. But of course, there is the other team that is very, very willing to take the spotlight away from you, and currently it is the old Stinky Cats and Avernus struggling mightily.
Yeah, all these duels, the 1v1 so far. It feels like once you initiate a battle, it is Meow really, you know what, just, you know, Marky said, whoever hits those headshots first, that's the goal in mind. And so far it has been a utility battle at first, but so far the peaks are not working out for Avernus.
Not at all, and you see why. Again, it's just so uncoordinated at the moment. Avernus stuck in a maelstrom. They do get the trap confirmed, but XTY has found one.
Going to possibly break their position with a 2v1 scenario, make that a 1v... no, not 2v2, a 1v4. The math ain't mapping. And now Vents again feels like the end of a storybook constantly here on these rounds, and the dominating performance from Meow continues.
They think we wouldn't...
Try to think of a clever word here to match dominating.
Yeah.
Well, they are stomping the yard, if that's another one. If they're a bunch of strays, then the neighborhood is filled with them. Not that there's anything wrong, actually, guys. This is a PSA. If you have stray cats, if you have stray animals, please leave out water and food. You know, they'd appreciate that. And one day, they might become a bunch of pro players. Look at old Stinky Cat.
They are, well, truly on top of their game right now. And they have a lot of surplus of resources. Oh. Anyway.
I see that you've been surprised by the lack of resources allowed by old Stinky Cat.
Yeah, exactly. And it feels like every angle Avernus tries. I feel like this one they had to back away. The Paranoid's not gonna hit, and there we go, Zeus. Showstopper unlocked, make that a double one. The second kill for him. Things are looking out great for Avernus for this round, but Dignified, he's trying to deny any sort of win with a triple kill. 1v2 right now. XTY gonna come from far away. Spike in the middle of heaven. Spotted by the Seeker, spotted by the dog. The entire Zoom knows where you're at. And now the blind comes through as well, and Dignified with a 4K. 7-0, meow. Meow.
I feel like you're just using that as an excuse to say it on air.
I love the word meow. It's just so nice.
I will describe my look of disappointment to you. I mean, I'm sure you know what it looks like, right? Jokes aside, Dignified. We talked about how he is as a pickup, and Split 1, I was really surprised how well he slotted in almost immediately with old Stinky Cats. This is also another tell of a great IGL. ONQT, I mean, you know, he frags out, he makes the call, so he really does it all. And he keeps the boys in line, which is super important.
Especially in a team like Old Stinky Cats that's very explosive. You gotta find that balance, either to reel them in or send them flying. But meanwhile, they do have some control over the site. But it is going to be a 5-man retake. Fallex deals first blood again. Sly Zero with a trade, though. Doesn't know that there's going to be a second player on the boat. There's no boat. That's Ramps. Aeonix, eyes on heaven. Dizzy on the skies. And no second kill for you. But still, at the end of the day, it's 8-0. Surplus resources, surplus everything. Raph,
Rico,
this is insane.
I was about to say, why are you doxing my name? And then I was like, oh right, that's what I go by.
Give me a moment.
And yes, you know what? Like I did. I'm not gonna dox myself.
Well, yes.
I mean, unless like somebody's gonna use that, you know, grab food saver. I'll let you know.
Reverse docs.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
I'll give you a location so I can pick it up at the same time. Picking it up is Meow, lucky number 8. What does the 8 ball say? Will Meow pick up another round? Avernus. This is definitely on their hands as they go for a very quick hit here. They might get a freebie.
No way, though, Fallex! You can't just do that! What is happening? Even just throwing a lot of style points onto this round. He jumped on the platform, showstopper, went back to the operator, and just finished off the round.
You're kind of gross, bro. Oh my gosh, man.
Disgusting!
Hi, Twitter. Hi, Twitter. Hi, Twitter. Hi, Twitter. Hi, X. You know. Actually, what do you call it these days? What do... bird app. Letter app. Again.
Twitter.
Something. Yeah. But Fallex showing why he was always on the front line for Meow. And lest we not forget, he's quite flexible. Operator, rifle, backline, front line. He's been really good. And now we are at number 9. We got 9s and 10s maybe lined up for Meow. Avernus have to fix this somehow.
Yeah, what are the options here? Now there's an additional layer of an operator and Fallex now all like pretty much online after that ace. That was what? That's the third ace we've seen today on a raise.
Note to self, play raise today. And for all you would-be hopefuls, we would all love to be as good as every one of our favorite raise players here. Meanwhile, Zeus is one of them. Zeus has had wonderful performances in the past. Perhaps they can swing this back around on the strong side. Now remember, Rico, the last time we were on Split, you said yourself, you cannot trust the score lines on Split itself.
That's very true. Especially the fact that it is a whoa! Really nice coordinated Viper wall down. Fallex with a double. Once more, knows the last one by the edge of vent. I'm gonna flush you out with this grenade. Dens is now gonna come to the loving arms of Aeonix. Does he know? Does he have an idea that someone's towards the left? All the utilities in the world being thrown at him. And you're the only one left with a stinger. And Fallex pretty much has used every single thing. Operator, shorty, whatever. That's such a race thing.
Man, I really want to cheer for Avernus right now. And again, this is a team with an extremely high ceiling, I would say, or a decently high ceiling. But at the moment, the map mastery is such a common problem for teams that do come out of relegation, right? Especially with ones that need a lot of coordination like this. They keep getting picked off before they can set up a play. They're not countering it with utility. And it just kind of snowballs from there. You know? But again, guys, don't let the scoreboard fool you. Don't let the 10-0 fool you, because comebacks are very, very real on this map.
It's very true. So far, though, Meow feels like they have complete control. They're gonna let them go to the site, and it's just gonna be a classic retake for them.
Spike planted.
Oh no! Why are we leaving the controller alone, guys?
I still got your, so we'll have to see. Trying to go from far away, try to spot out any sort of flank whatsoever. One as is at ramps. Zeus trying to guard elbow. All the flashes in the world. Just seeing lights at this point. XTY though with a double kill, make that a third for Avernus. This could be the round to stop the momentum. And there you go, the first round win for Avernus over here. Could be a start.
Could be a start of something new for Avernus as they finally get themselves on the board. Granted, it might not be too late. One more round could make this comeback that much easier. They win pistol, and it might just snowball from there. But the pause here immediately by old Stinky Cat, thinking this is unacceptable. How
Yeah.
could you do this, team?
How could you? We were totally aiming for a possible 13 and 0 or something. Because I feel like that's like their goal right now. That's their aim. Because look at Fall X. It's not even, the first half ain't even done and he's like 21.
Really is not. And I mean, I really want to play. You know how I am, right? I'm very objective about. This is my preferred viewing of the matches. And
Yeah.
Avernus, I feel like there's so many things they could fix. At the end of the day, when they do get back into the reviewing room, then they can at least dissect that. But the most, I think, obvious thing right now is that they had a plan earlier on. They were really divvying the map the best they could. But now, Meow, they've gotten a full head of steam. They're super confident. And Avernus can't stop the avalanche. Snowball has been incredible.
It has been. Imagine that's just, what, 3 rounds away? First half ain't even done. So this could be either a 10-2 or 11-1 kind of score. They do have a lot of ults to work with, so it's possible. Might do it again.
That gives a possibility of them to repeat the action here. And another thing that's been somewhat stinging on the side of Avernus, these random 1v1s. They're just not winning it out.
True.
And sometimes you kind of fall into the trap of, oh, I have to win my duel. So I have to fight and I have to actively look for a duel.
Exactly. I'll take this peek, try to win, 5v4. And that win from earlier, you know, the first win of, the first round win over here at Split, it was more of post-plant, playing as a squad. They're able to get a lot out of it, so yeah.
Yes, that's right. We have to play the team-based game like a team, guys. We have to go for the objectives, of course. This is the winning formula.
Honestly, earlier it was what do you call this? A display of solo play from Fall X earlier. And
That
now
is true.
the operator. Oh, sorry, it's not an operator. It's just an off angle with a vandal on Dizzy in the middle of the site.
Either way, they expend the Seekers here, but what did they really do? They get stopped again by the
A little
utility.
bit. Exactly. Here comes the smoke. They cross on towards heaven. Fall X playing across the smoke. On top of it as well. Might get a peek down. They're trying to smoke him out of it. Zeus with a kill onto Fall X right now. Signified falls as well. 3v4 right now. Flying across the map. They're getting all the kills that they need. But Dizzy is still here surviving. But now it's one person left. Aeonix. What can you do?
A lone heartbeat on the side of old Stinky Cat against Avernus. They try to peek their way onto the spike, but Aeonix has been discovered by the jump? Question mark?
Yeah, exactly. Heard the drop, heard the gunshots. But they still have to guess where it is, but no need for guessing if you have that. Right now, here comes the scan. And Aeonix destroys the Viper's
No way.
pit. It's all down, but doesn't see the other player on top. And there you go, that's the second win for Avernus. They're gonna take it for sure before the next round proceeds.
All right. This is where Avernus have to, once again, legitimately get themselves going. You are on the strong side. Pistol will equate to a decently sized snowball. And if they kind of reel it back to when they were nearly winning those eco rounds, what did they do? They found all these overextensions on the side of Meow. And perhaps on the attacking side, this could be a habit that could be exploited by Avernus.
Yeah, absolutely true. Maybe they'd extend on, you know, some of these post plants, perhaps. Maybe someone from Meow wants to take an early duel. But let's see, though. This is the swab. If Meow wins this pistol, it might be a sure, what, 12-2? It's gonna be a
It's
tall
done.
order for Avernus. Yeah.
Yeah. Do I sound super negative? But the thing is, if Meow win pistol and they have enough after a plant, they're probably gonna buy Vandals and just power their way through. Because Avernus, if they lose this, there is just no way they're not forcing.
Very true. Meow looks really good at the moment if they have enough fire power. The round has began. Slyzera is trying to get a lot of jump peaks over here onto mid.
We were certainly expecting a bit more drama this time around on the first map, but it's been supernova on the side of Meow. They've been burning every single thing. Hopefully they don't burn out.
It's true. It's indeed, again, the mental pressure of having to catch up with, what, 8 rounds for here. Fallex now gonna initiate. Gonna get blocked by the Cloudburst, actually. Had to push forward. That's why Zeus gets a double kill. Zera with a little bit of, you know, the strafe here. And now it's a 2v4 situation. Both on classics, by the way. Dignify just trying to win out these jiggle
Oh my
peaks.
gosh.
And in the end, Avernus is gonna win this round, and they hold on a little bit longer.
That's right, Avernus avoid the sure sweep here, but now they have to arm up as best as they can and play this as objectively as possible, because even the bonus is not a happy round to sacrifice. I mean, you have to fight tooth and nail here. No pun intended, of course, because it's old Stinky Cat. But Avernus, they gotta spread their wings somehow.
We've seen this before, right, Graf? You know, like it's 10-2, and then suddenly it's the other team catching up. It has been. We've seen that a couple of times in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hopeful for it. Because again, defense is the strong side, and we're seeing, I would say, a pretty good default here. They have a lot of presence towards the middle. They're backing up their outlaw, but now one shot has been expended. They could use this time to flush in.
Exactly, to flush out, actually. Dizzy dealing first blood. What is the call here? They're all pretty much compressed to this one single area. There is one lurk, though, coming from Aeonix just to try and clear A out before they decide, okay, multiple choice, A or B. What is it gonna be?
Well, you said B twice, so that could be.
This is probably a B, then.
Probably, apparently. Well, I think we made the right call here. I think they confirmed that there was Cypher utility on A, and Meow just realized we're not going to deal with that. We'd rather take the straight-up gunfights. They have a serviceable weapon now for Fallex. All they have to do is just use bodies to give him the opportunity to fight and maybe get a multi-kill.
Hilliard does have the stinger, so if Fallex goes up too close and personal, that's not gonna end well. Zeus with another kill with the outlaw, and a headshot with a stinger. You're with another kill as well, and make that a second, and it's just complete Armageddon at the moment. Aeonix, look at that with a classic. It's still not stopping, they're all low, but they get it done in the end. Avernus is still trying to catch up.
That could have been spicy. I mean, the classic could have finished them off really, really quickly. At the same time, we have, yet again, another Avernus Esports round, which I'm 100% sure they're very happy about it. The weapons are locked and loaded for OSC.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Although I probably would have thought it would have been optimal if they just let the Jet kind of take the space first and Fallex play trades, because Classic, Bulldog, one has more firepower than the other type of argument.
Yeah, that's true. They weren't able to clear the two players of Avernus much faster than they were cleared instead. But anyway, this is it's bonus time here for Meow. Let's see how they take advantage of it.
Cage trigger.
Thinking about it, I'm seeing what they could use here. They go for a classic default towards A, and it does look like Avernus. They've planted themselves on the stronger side. They have a lot of utility towards the site itself, so meaning they're willing to just kind of give this up and scramble a little bit later on. Now they have to worry about a potential lurk threat here towards mid, because they might not have all the utility to cover it.
They may not have, but they do have the firepower, like this close range Bucky shots. Dizzy, though, nearly there for the trade at least. Flies, there is the flash, so it flushes out Zeus as well. Out of position, reposition, Cloudburst to block any of the sights, and Owen QT gets another kill as well. And they're a little bit confused on where to go. Okay, I just went to screens, I just want to go back to heaven. And indeed, sent to heaven, literally, is Dizzy able to eliminate Zeus. Now, Zera and you're the only one left.
No juice on the side of Zeus. Lion, you're looking to pick it up. Maybe they have something to say about this, but do they check for Dignify?
Let's see. Check the corner to the left. Or to the right. It's actually your left. Oh, 50-50. The 50-50.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Vortex.
Yes.
They could have realistically double cleared, but it's one of those smaller things that you kind of fix down the line. Again, we're giving Avernus a lot of leeway here. Well, not really a lot of leeway, but they have made it this far. It's just, it's an entirely different Shark Tank once you play against the experienced teams, the teams that have repeatedly been on the stage.
Yeah.
And maybe they're feeling the growing pains.
Yeah. It is just, you know, the beginning of Split 2. And so it is quite the tough opponent that they're facing at the moment, and they're really feeling it too. Like Meow is, it feels like they're really like so confident, you know, a lot of these angles.
That they are. And look at this. It does look like Meow is lulling them into some sort of hypnosis. Avernus, no.
Yeah, it felt like, okay, let's fight up mid. Come on, Zeus. Gets a kill onto Ionix, but I was about. It's okay. You can take that pass, and right now 1v3.
Spike planted.
Zeus has won out a few of these, and
True.
this is so difficult. If you look at the layout of how Meow is playing this post plant, they have two really long angles that are super awkward to clear. He does have a boom bot and a paint shell available, but maybe the smarter thing to do is to go for a save call, considering the bank is broken, and maybe play for overtime.
Yeah.
They've hit that middle part of no man's land where do I save, do I commit? And it looks like we're still not decided.
Looks like it is gonna be a save. Hoping to get maybe one kill, and then maybe get an orb on the next round to get that showstopper. But looks like still need that 2 orbs, and match point now onto Meow. It feels like it's truly going towards that direction.
Whew. This is a tough one for Avernus.
Yeah.
But hey, it's their map next. If they concede the next round, so hoping that they can come back from that. I feel like Icebox may just give them that much more freedom, because again, if you look at the layout of Split, it's just really not a map that rewards freestyling too much. The choke points and how easy it is to defend them is difficult, to say the least, if you're an attacker. And I feel like that's where most of the woes on the side of Avernus really came from.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like this map in particular really holds, you know, the way that Avernus plays a lot. Because when we look back at Icebox, it feels like almost the complete opposite, where, you know, Zeus can just fly everywhere, take advantage of the verticality, but there's just too many choke points before you actually reach, you know, the barrierless sky. And I think it's holding Zeus back a lot, because I feel like when they win games, we can see Zeus really deal a lot of multi-frags, you know?
Well, that's definitely what they want to do. They really want to get as many kills as possible, as quickly as possible, but the hard stuff is OSC itself. Fallx has been having quite a game, followed by Dignified, who's been really sharp. Now they go for something a bit more hyperactive. Proactive.
This is definitely the active indeed. Fallx dealing first blood. They have full control of the site now. Seeker's activated too. They want to win. They want to move on to the next map here, but let's see how Avernus is able to extend this further.
Is this the coup de grace? Oh, the answer back though. They get one. Dizzy is all alone in this corner.
It's a bot, and then it's a dog right after. Dizzy holding down the line here as well. XTY getting a kill, but trade immediately. Zeus, that's what I'm talking about. 2v1 situations all up to Ionix. Showstar to the face. Triple kill. That's what we want to see. And there we go. 5-12. They're still holding on to this map.
I'm just saying, the Raze players today have been ulting themselves, including a few other players.
Yeah, that's true.
But hey, it's still winning the round, so I don't think it's that much of a problem. I don't think we've seen an unsuccessful Raze ult that way so far.
Yeah, I mean, as long as there's another player alive, which is Dens, to get the defuse. And they have 3 ults as well. This is going to be incredibly important for them this round.
Indeed it is. And they have a chance to break the economy of Meow, potentially giving themselves that much more leeway. Although the Blade Storm and the Showstopper are close to activating. Ooh, this might be a difficult round for Avernus. especially when they're not contesting the orb like this too. I mean, earlier you tried to throw the smoke out, but perhaps an overextension. You know, the passive threat of the smoke, sometimes enough to keep teams at bay.
That's true. It felt like they want to conserve a lot of their resources a little bit. One at mid and one little bit over here at the tail ends of garage.
All right, they're still stuck in garage. They can't get the door open and the car won't start, as Fall X might just jumpstart everything. Hotwired.
Exactly. Engines running. Zeus just wants to go away, but here we go. Fall X with another kill as well. Dens with a trade. Almost immediately into XTY, the only one left here. Running towards Ali, and now they know where he is. And he has no choice but to reposition and keep Meow guessing. But will he commit? Will he try to clutch this out? I mean, Dignified's half HP.
That's something that they have to take into account. XTY does have neural theft. If he can get this, then he might just have free reign over everybody else. But Meow slowly covering all the bases here. Oh, man.
That is indeed the way that it's gonna go. Old Stinky Cat, a complete steamroll over here onto Split. And honestly, this feels like the old Stinky Cat special, Ref.
That is true, you know? The claws are still definitely there, and you saw that trading system that's been pretty much trademarked ever since the conception of this team. You saw how they were so ready to take the damage and perhaps just go swing after their teammates. And the confidence, you know, you saw the confidence all the way through. Fallax had a wonderful ace. I feel like that was one of the funnest ones of the day. And like you mentioned earlier, they dominated that map 1.
Yeah, honestly, that's a highlight reel onto the side of Fallax there. Imagine it was 2 operator kills, Ice Satchel on top of the platform, Showstoppered again 2 times. Oh, sorry, kills 2 rather, and then
Quick scopes.
operator again. That's crazy. Yeah.
Indeed,
I have
it
no
is.
words, Raf, because honestly, I mean, we were really we expected OSC to win, but the first half was just a complete, shocker.
You said it, you know, one of Spider-Man's, I guess, most prevalent enemies is the Shocker, and OSC have completely electrocuted AVN into paralysis. Hopefully this shakes off moving forward into their own map pick. Like you mentioned, there's a lot more verticality, there's a lot more allowance for movement-based play on the next map. But for Split, the woes were definitely very obvious. None of these teams did get the thrifties, but having 14 first kills to 4 is staggering. OSC, their confidence just through the roof today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The fact that again, the first half felt like, without the operator even onto the equation, it felt like it was just first blood like duels, and after that one wants to trade, but again, you know what I mean, right? Gets a double kill. Like, they wanted the buddy system to work in their favor, but in the end, it's the multi-frags of a single player, especially Fallax here. That's why he was able to get a lot on his KDA here on the board.
There seemed to be a lot of uncertainty on the side of Avernus, or maybe just respecting the utility too much.
Probably,
I mean,
yeah.
it was a single flash, it was a single nade that kept them at bay for most of those rounds, and I feel like OSC saw that weakness. This was a crazy highlight. He lands that one, and he... quick. Super quick. Yeah, it was just uncertainty. Perhaps this is just the shakes finally getting to him. Again, newer team, so it is definitely possible for that to happen. But they did answer back in some of those rounds, which is a bright spot that they can probably get back to.
Yeah, perhaps that, maybe Avernus a little bit warmed up, especially that it feels like the wins will come from once Zeus is online. It felt like he was getting there, but the problem is it felt like a little bit too late already. It was, just a 2 rounds away of Meowth for reaching that map win. So maybe if they reach that, online, mode much earlier, perhaps they would have a better chance against Meowth.
That is true. I also think that they have to stop being so dissuaded by that single piece of utility. But with all these potential fixes that could go into the way of Avernus, we will have to go into a short break, guys, so stay tuned.
A lot cheaper. Grab food, saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99
back over here at VCTPH Stage 2. We're still your casters for this third series of the day. Rico here, joined by Raph, and it is still between Avernus versus Old Stinky Cats, with OSC winning the first map in a very big lead over here, and we're heading on over soon to Icebox.
Oh, I mean, this has been a darling of our local community for quite some time, and for good reason. I feel like it's becoming the next Ascent in a way that
truly.
everybody's kind of getting good at it. Although the compositions are much more creative, in my opinion. We see the Gecko here and there sometimes. We even see the Harbor, as Dax would love to mention. And hopefully this might be the second wind, the second icy wind that Avernus need to get themselves back into the series.
And maybe even the third 2-0 that we're going to be seeing, because honestly, the trend for week 1 felt like just a lot of overtimes, you know, here and there, just long extended overtimes at that. Map 3s as well felt like the trend, but today, I don't want to curse it just yet, but honestly, Meow is looking really good so far in the series.
That they are, and it feels like we are, you know, getting a peek of what they could be at their peak. Yes, a sneak peek onto the peak of OSC. Again, not to confuse our newer viewers out there, they have made it to third place, I believe.
Last split.
Yes, it was either last split or a few splits ago, but this is a team that's consistently in the top 4, top 5, bare minimum. And they're really showing their stuff here. I mean, this is not a team that's easy to handle by any means. Their firepower is present. They keep their plays as clean as possible, and they know what maps they're good at.
Yeah, honestly, exactly. Like, I feel like once you give them enough space to play make, they're really going to not hesitate to take it. And I feel like maybe the lack of that pressure is what allowed, you know, Meow to just constantly attack from different points of the map, or you know what I mean, right? Like, I feel like if the lack of pressure truly made them fly across the map.
I mean, you said it. There was a fun-sized hop earlier by X, but it doesn't mean that they didn't dominate the space all across the board. Pardon me.
Absolutely.
Hopefully they don't choke as well, just like I did.
Yeah. I again, right now, since Split 2 is such a very important split for a lot of these teams. Everyone is always looking towards Ascension, Tokyo Ascension, and it's not only about winning a lot of these games, but making sure that you win cleanly. Make sure that you're, you know, not throwing rounds and stuff like that, just maximizing and just making sure that you're very consistent. Because when you look towards an international tournament that qualifies for VCT Pacific, of course you want to be your best, because there's a lot of other hoops that you gotta jump to really, you know, reach that stage.
Yes, a lot of hoops and a lot of hurdles that kind of have to get over. The standards, they just add up, you know, they keep adding up. I think Pacific has been a lot better in comparison to previous years in the past. I mean, you know, it's not like we just won a Masters or none. You know, I'm saying we're keeping it light, we're keeping it humble, but we're getting better. We're getting a lot better.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think again, the region as a whole, I think everybody's like all very fired up, you know, and you know, going back to, you know, to our region over here, and you know, compared to Split 1, it's from I believe 8 teams. Now we've got 10. So the competition is like really intense now. And honestly, it feels like, you know, when we look back at Split 1, you really want that buy slot, you know, because it's single. The crossover matches are single elimination, guys. You want that buy slot to make sure that you don't. Yes, it's so
single
important. So yeah, so you just wait for like the, you know, the your next match. You get to review, you get to practice a bit more. So I can't really emphasize enough what happened in Split 1, where, you know, just 1 point away there was like ties and stuff like that. So cannot emphasize enough how each series are just really important here.
That's true. So you got to pick up on everything you can once you're watching these games as a team. And I feel like I say this every stage, right? But the level of play has gone up. If not like the ceiling, then the floor has definitely risen, and that even our newer players are getting that much more competitive. A lot of talent is coming out of the woodworks, and you know, that's just a sign that our scene is still very much alive, very healthy, and very willing to compete.
Yeah, exactly. Like when we look at it on paper, mechanics-wise, it feels like everyone, you know, like the levels doesn't feel like it's that far of a gap. But when it comes to experience, that's when you truly see the big difference. And now let's take a look. You mentioned creativity, Raph. Now I'm seeing the clove. It's a double clove over here on Icebox.
I mean, we've seen this before by old Stinky Cat on a different map, and it's actually Exotic playing that, not Fall X. They want to retain his immediate dashing power and space taking with that said agent. Meanwhile, Exotic, one of the more dangerous aimers we've seen, one of the younger players too. And Avernus, they go for something a bit more control oriented. They get the harbor in play, which will act as a gigantic deterrent, especially on those post plants or those executes themselves. Either way, I think this is going to be a very explosive matchup. Hopefully, Avernus make the most of their map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, the harbor pick being one of the biggest differences, and it's going to be really, really important, especially when we look towards the long hallway. The really, you know what I mean, right? Like B is just such an annoying what do you call this place to get by, and that's sometimes why you see the gecko to get that spike down. And getting the harbor means you can get more creative and push forward with the spike plans and extend a bit more onto Snowman.
Yeah, I was about to say, is Harbor the worst controller we have in the game right now? Begs the question. I feel like Dax would have his opinions. Alright, so I can telepathically, you know, communicate with Dax. He says yes. Harbor is the worst. Does that stop our Harbor players from playing Harbor? Absolutely not. They will take a lot of pride and joy from playing that type of agent, but that doesn't necessarily mean Harbor doesn't have its uses. Again, Cove is such a gigantic deterrent. High Tide is really annoying to deal with. It's not something that you can push through willy-nilly. The slow provides so much value, and look at that, the man of the hour.
Exactly. It is, again, quite, you know, flexible on the coverage as well. It just covers a lot of things, especially when we look at maps like Icebox and possibly Breeze. But let's take a look. It just keeps refreshing, just keeps on going. Exotic drops his own smoke as well. Let's see which corner they decide to, you know, clear first.
Oh, Zeus gets, I wouldn't say a freebie here, but the lurk was discovered a little too quickly here. Meow, overzealous, maybe looking to get that momentum going for themselves again as they prepare to go for a B hit.
I gotta like this coming from Avernus. You know, they pick one, they decide to fall back. Let's not destroy and lead the flick from Exotic. But with 1 HP to boot, here comes the plant of Wingman. And let's see how the post plant works from Meow.
Oh man, overhealed is Exotic on the Clove, so that's a second life that could prove to be a problem. Look at this, the retake.
Let's see now, Cloud Burst in the middle of the site, but the Clove, oh, they're just firing shots, no way, I thought he was gonna fall with 1 HP still in the hands of Avernus. Fallex, the only one left here with 10 HP. There's not a lot you can do because he's just so far away.
What is going on the side of Fallex?
Yeah.
He's completely frozen, but in any case. Avernus commanding start to the round. Now OSC operating under maybe a decent amount of pressure. We got a technical pause here just to address maybe the disconnect or whatnot. Also, to continue the Technical Pause podcast, Rico was trying to convince me to watch Haikyuu. I still have not done that. It's been a week. I still haven't done it.
No! Why not? This is, yeah, episode 2 of me convincing Raph and you viewers out there. If you haven't watched Haikyuu yet, please go watch it. It's a very wonderful anime. Cannot emphasize that enough.
I mean, have you seen the anime I've recommended? No. So...
Okay, that's the assignment then. Was it Kaiju number 8?
No, it was Kengan versus Baki. You've already forgotten. How dare you?
Wait, you brought up Kaiju number 8 the last time, though.
Yeah, I was asking if it was like, is it good? Is it worth the watch? I think chat might have their opinions too. Let me just check chat. I know there's a delay, but I am willing to listen to chat.
Yeah, exactly.
You know how rare that is, chat, by the way? You know how often I listen to chat? Not very often.
Yeah, that's true. That is indeed true. But honestly, what do you call this? I'd rather just watch one of the newer animes. I'll probably just go Kaiju number 8. I see a lot of hype around it. Even Windbreaker as well. What's
Windbreaker? What's that?
It's about like, you know, like a group, a very friendly group, like defending the town from
Why do they have
other groups.
Why do they have like bicycle helmets on?
No, that's
Wait.
not the one. Try Windbreaker.
Oops. I was like, what? What are?
That's another
What are
one.
you-
That's like a manga or something. But
Yeah, I was
no-
thinking the cyclists. They've
No,
they've
that's
chosen
the cyclist.
violence.
Don't worry, I was confused myself. They're named the same, but it's like totally different. The other Windbreaker, the main character has like his, you know, Todoroki from My Hero. It's kind of like that, except his hair is like black
Unfortunately,
and then was
yes.
white.
Yeah.
Aw, nerd. Don't worry, I watch it.
Ew. All right.
I
So this
haven't caught up to
this
My
looks
Hero
like
yet,
a just a shonen. This looks like a shonen.
though. It is a shonen. That's pretty good.
Ah, I don't know.
Come on, you watch My Hero. Let's
No.
complain about shonen anime.
I don't watch. I really don't watch that. Like
What?
honestly, no, I don't. No, I don't. I know about it, but I don't watch it.
Shocking.
Why? Why would it be shocking? Like
I
my
don't
taste in
know.
anime is like a lot of fighting anime, but not super shonen.
Yeah, so shonen-ish.
There's only one shonen that rules my heart.
Oh, let me guess.
Okay, go ahead.
Naruto.
You are wrong.
What? Okay, can I get like 3 guesses?
You have one more guess, and that's all you get.
What? Come on, make it 2 more guesses, please. This is hard.
Fine. Go. You have 2 more guesses.
Bleach.
I'm okay with Bleach, but it's not it's not my shonen. You know what I mean?
Okay. I got it. One Piece.
Okay, let me give you hints. What does a dude that likes martial arts and fitness and wants potentially to turn blonde when my power level goes up like?
Dragon Ball.
Hooray!
Yeah,
Good for you.
got it. Yeah. I knew it when you said like blonde. I'm like, yes, I know that
Jeez.
one.
Yeah,
I'm so
I'm-
happy I got it right.
And my taste in anime is getting like, you know, I mean, it's old, but it's still great.
Which
Dragon
one?
Ball has taught me a lot of cool things, you know?
Who is your favorite character in Dragon Balls anyway? Have I asked this before? Because I don't really
No,
remember.
I don't think so. I mean, like, I feel like my all-time favorite for Dragon Ball is probably Vegeta, because Vegeta is the sauce. He's cool.
Is very cool. He is actually
Yeah.
very cool. He's
Because
actually
he
very
overcomes a lot of things through character development and, you know, all that stuff. I like that. I like that type of
cool.
thing.
Right. He started as a bad guy and then becomes friends with Goku or something.
Yeah. It's like, hey, you beat me up. That's cool. Let's trade.
Bonding over a little bit of martial arts and
Yeah.
well,
That's honestly like how I've met some of my closest friends too. Like,
bonding over Vegeta.
Yes.
Aw.
no, not Vegeta, martial arts.
Or oh, you like Vegeta too? Oh, nice. We're friends now.
Whoa, sick. You like his widow's
Whoa.
peak? No.
Okay, martial arts.
It's the martial arts training aspect of it. That's cool to me, you know, like wow.
So that's why it's relatable.
Yeah.
I see. Could you guess my favorite Dragon Ball character? You only have 3 guesses.
Do I get any hints?
I'll
Is it
give you a
Gohan?
hint at the last one. No. At
Is
the last
it
guess.
Bulma?
No. Okay.
Give me hints then.
He. That's it. That's all I'm giving.
What? That's awful.
He can fly.
Wow, that narrows it down and water is wet.
Okay. He has many forms.
Do you like Goku?
No.
Again, you're not really narrowing this down
Okay,
for me. You know what I mean?
fine.
Like,
Green.
Is it Piccolo?
No.
Who else is green?
Cell! I love Cell!
Oh, okay, that's
Oh.
a good choice, actually. I love Cell, but, you know, he's more like... Oh, because, for example, right, Fighter Z, I like to play Cell. He's cool. It's
Yeah.
funny because there's so many fighting games where I main the same voice actor for Cell. Let me go check that. Yeah, because he voice acts Bison also, if I'm not wrong, and he's at least on the Japanese side, he also voiced Rugal from King of Fighters. I also played that.
Wow!
Yeah.
You're unleashing your FGC nerdness right
I
now.
mean, let's be honest here, guys. I feel like I play almost anything. I could be wrong on
Everything.
that.
That's fair. That's fair. That's why you
I like
know
fighting
a lot
games.
of things. Ooh, ooh.
Direct.
And he goes
I don't wanna
completely
be
silent, everybody.
here. What are you
It's
doing?
a complete knockout. That's me
Oh
casting.
my gosh. What?
Wait, you don't even know why I like Cell.
I don't know. Cell is cool. I also like
Exactly.
Android 18 also. I think Android 18 is cool. Definitely one of like the OG crushes back in the day, you know what I mean?
I know. That is exactly why. Those are my OG crushes.
What? Why do you like Cell?
I don't know. I really don't know. But yes.
He steals
Yes.
things. He beats random people up.
Wait, what his like normal form is like very cool.
It's awful.
You know
What do you mean?
No, not normal. Not the alien bug looking thing.
No,
I meant-
that's his normal form. His you're talking about Perfect Cell.
Yeah, perfect cell. Yes, that's the one. Thank you very much. Or else that would be weird. That would be very weird.
Look,
after what I
listen, you said he was green and had a lot of forms. Like, once again, there's so many characters that wear
I
green.
was trying to confuse you. I was trying to confuse
I'm
you.
confused. I'm confused.
Nice.
Wait,
Yes.
I have to find out the voice actor. I swear I know this. I should know
Yes.
this by heart.
You got that.
Norio Wakamoto, because I think he also voices Johnny in Guilty Gear, and I used to main Johnny in Guilty Gear.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's right. Yeah.
well, I hope everybody's reflecting on their favorite Dragon Ball characters right now in the chat while we await. Don't worry, we're working on it on the current technical pause that you're seeing at the moment. Don't you worry.
That's right.
But yeah, in the meantime, just listen to our lovely. Whoa! People are buying stuff.
Okay.
People are buying stuff,
Okay.
Ref.
So what have we established? Jeets is cool.
Android
Ultra
18
Ego
is
is
cool.
cool. Yeah.
Cell is cool?
Hella cool.
Yeah?
Cell is hella cool. Pretty based, but gets beat up a lot, unfortunately.
But still, when he's cool, he's like very cool. And
Wait,
true.
are you like a Naruto kid or a Dragon Ball kid? Because I'm a Dragon Ball kid, you know? Like, the argument was like, nuh-uh, Goku can blow up your planet, bro. Like, what is this power scaling?
Oh, that's a good question. I do feel like when it comes to favorite characters, I really don't have any aside from Itachi and Naruto, but in Dragon Ball, I feel like I have more favorite characters there. So I don't know, maybe I am a Dragon Ball girl at heart. Yeah, except I just have no idea what's going on, I just see them trying to save the planet, and then Goku dies, and then is not
Yeah.
dead.
Anyway, guys.
That's all I understand.
That's fair. I mean, if you're wondering what's been happening with the game, obviously we had a really dominant split map by old Stinky Cat.
Yeah.
And I guess the problems on the side of Avernus was just not committing to what they wanted to do quickly enough. There's just a few pieces of utility that Meow had to invest, and that was enough to dissuade Avernus. Again, this is not necessarily a bad play because you don't want to take that much chip damage, right? But what happened was they got really predictable, and it just kind of didn't get fixed. Fall Axe popped off. Dignified popped off, quick review for everybody. Right now, nothing really happened in the pistol round. I believe they're sorting that out, so we will be getting the show going as quickly as possible. But for now, we are just talking about everything and anything, Valorant related or not.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is a temporary intermission on everything that you possibly consume aside from video games, maybe anime as well. But I
Yeah.
can see a little bit of movement from the teams, but we're not sure just yet. Could be. It could be. I don't know. I'm seeing some buys on the side of Avernus, but maybe that's just whatchamacallit. Like, just want to keep their fingers, like, you know, active.
I mean, one of the things that you have to take into consideration, and, well, this is one of the more, I guess, like, more intangible things, maybe your heat retention. Sometimes you go after like a really nice and competitive game, so you're warmed up for the next one, and then you kind of go into a bit of a slowdown like this. It does kind of mess with your rhythm. I know for a lot of people, myself included, have that type of issue where if the rhythm is broken, it's so hard to get back. But speaking of rhythm, Riku, we might just have to listen to the beat of the grab ad as we go into a short break. So guys, we'll be right back.
Food Saver is the one to choose. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go. All my friends look Grab Car Saver. The Grab Car Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Car Saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab Car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends look Grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends look Grab Car Saver. The Grab Car Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Car Saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab Car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends look Grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends look Grab Car Saver. The Grab Car Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Car Saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab Car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends look Grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends look Grab Car Saver. The Grab Car Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Car Saver won't make Facebook, grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus.
And we're back over here at VCT PH, still at the third series of the day. Map 1 between Old Sticky Cats and Avernus pretty much done. We're still in the middle of, Icebox over here. Still your casters, Riku, Rav, and we're gonna head back to the game real soon.
Absolutely. I'm very excited for this game to go on because it did seem like Avernus had a second wind of some sorts. Perhaps a little chilly, but we're really hoping that this would be a bit more competitive. Avernus did have some pretty decent showings against the other teams before. XTY is an initiator player that does kind of flex to the other roles and is pretty high fragging. Zeus as well, when he gets online, as you mentioned earlier, does pose a big problem for all the opposing team members. Now, we are jumping right into the game.
Yep, exactly. We're back. And mini recap, Avernus won the first round. Let's see on the second. It is a lot of buys on the side of Avernus, so let's see how they deal with this.
How do they deal with this? As
How?
a lot of the utility looking to stop the march of the smelly cats, the stinky cat.
It is a complete silence so far. Just one scan, but that's all the info Avernus is gonna get. Slowly creeping towards the A sites, and here we go. Here comes the execute. Nicely done. Flash, and Sizera is gone. Den still stuck in hell, unable to escape this area so far. Not revealing himself just yet. Spike has been planted, and his vision is not impaired at all by the smoke. Just has to crouch, and that's pretty much it. Look at him. He's still there. Nobody's gonna try to clear him because it feels like this post plan is pretty much enough. Here comes the rest of the squad. 2 versus 4 rather.
Oh,
Ball X
man.
again with a multi-frags, a double scan, a headshot from Dens. This could possibly be a clutch. We'll have to see, but that's a lot of upgrades already on the side. But here we go. Oh dear, oh no, XTY getting a kill, make that a double. They clutch this out. 1v1, Killjoy versus Killjoy. XTY
He's
already
low.
pretty much low, and that's a thrifty 1-1. Nicely done by Meow.
Well played here over at the more feline side of things, maximizing the weapons that they had and the weapons that they had salvaged. And this is exactly why it's a bit of an issue when you drop a rifle to the opposing side, right? It can do so much damage when you're not expecting it to be where it is. And Fall X, amending his mistakes from the previous round, doing the heavy lifting of his team, and this has thrown the Avernus economy into shambles. So moving forward, he might just have to rely on that first shot accuracy. Okay.
Yep, first shot accuracy indeed. And that's incredibly important now that Exotic is gone. One less controller. It's gonna be a skirmish over here. Dignified with another kill. Really important round once more to get the ball rolling. And they do have semi-control over the sites already. They still haven't cleared a lot yet.
Oh! What a shot by Dens to soften up this post-plant defense as Avernus trying to get into this, but look at mid. Look at mid. Oh.
Really nice lurk here. Oh no. Oh, what? They missed each other. Of course. Not able to pass through two, but think they haven't seen each other. Not at all. And here comes a Thrash to scout more. Oh, one is gonna get detained there. But just the one, don't you worry. Onyx with another kill. 2v2 still. And it's still anyone's round at the moment. Doing a lot of damage here despite it being semi-bonus for sure. Owen QT through the smoke. Getting a kill. Dens is the only one left here and doesn't have a lot on his belt, and that's a 2-1 on the side of Meow.
Oh dear. Again, sometimes it's worse to...
Oh.
I think he blocked his teammate just a little bit. But sometimes it's worse to lose the second round than it is to pistol, because now you're in an awkward spot where you have to deal with the full rifles plus the dropped weapons, and they can freely upgrade. think this might just be a full up buy here on the side of Avernus. They did get, or they do have the operator as early as now, which is great. I feel like all these heavy hits on the side of Meow will eventually have to respect the long-range rifle or the sniper rifle. And Avernus, again, it's up to them how they want to leverage this.
No dash anymore available on the side of Zeus. That has been utilized, and just wanted to get a little bit of an off angle, and he pretty much forgoed that.
Here's the question, right? So it's the same habit. First BC utility, Avernus back out. Maybe this is a positional issue on Avernus, but Thrash has been expended and the hit is here.
Here we go, and the hit is indeed here. Valex dealing first blood again. And here comes the plant already coming from Wingman. And let's see how the retake goes for this team.
Not doing too well. They already lost Yer, but the smokes are going to be present even post-mortem. But Owen gets the trade. Try to break through the site. Oh.
Valex has not given up that angle at all on top. Here. Wow.
Oh no.
Just really stayed stubborn.
Operator.
Yeah. Expensive. Here.
So again, like, the thing is, I feel like what could have done is that since they knew there was a Gecko on the opposing team, normally you would have a teammate shoot that for you, so your opping won't suffer. But then again, it's really one of those small things where you kind of look back and, oh right, I could have done that, we could have done that. But this is where experience is king.
Truly. And I feel like Meow has a lot of that in the back pocket. Here comes Fall Lex. He's trying to cross across platforms. They still don't know where he is. They do have an inkling.
This inkling hopefully will turn into an entire pen, but nothing has been written.
Oh wow, look at this though. Fallex going back to the same platform where he was like 5 seconds ago, 1 round ago rather. 63 HP, so a lot of value eliminating Zeus. And that's still 2 members left on the side of Avernus, but what can you do with a Guardian and a Sheriff? I mean it's still possible, but there's just a lot of off angles to cover.
Oh, this is not something you want to see either. Your Harbor has full utility, but then again the hit went so hard so quickly. Reaction potentially could have been quicker, but again it's one of those things where, oh, this is something that we have to ingrain in our muscle memory, so on and so forth. And Meow, OSC, they can smell blood in the water.
So yeah, they're feeling it all right, especially Fallex from Raze. He has continued that momentum over here on Icebox, and you know, it's still, it feels like whenever they wanted to do an A hit, if Fallex feels like he's playing a totally different game, like a platform game, or like a Floor is a Lava. He's just jumping from one platform to another. It's only creeping through. But this time, it might be a B hit.
It might be, and Fallex again with the utmost confidence, holding the thinnest of all angles. And thank you, by the way, Twitch chat, for showing me the Pop Nemo emote. That's absolutely adorable. But we go back into this. There's nothing adorable about the cats that are trying to invade the icy space of Avernus.
Yeah, with a bunch of Killjoy utility and Harbor Cascades, maybe there is a chance to slow this down. But of course, they do have, again, that Gecko that is able to cross the map quite easily. Look at this, Exotic. Very, very aggressive because you have Not Dead Yet. Knives across the map as well. Fallex with a triple kill as well. And the slow descent. Zeus from the heavens to the skies. 2v1 scenario. He could get an ace for himself, but he's the closest one at the spike. He's just baiting.
Oh my gosh.
Just baiting this. He doesn't know Ionix is coming from the top, coming from Ness. And then he actually goes inside the smoke to protect himself. But he drops down. And it was a 1v1. Yer, how can he do this right now? And the timing. He gets the clutch. Ionix with a 1v1.
So close, yet so far. Aeonix with the masterful discipline, showing why he's on this team. Avernus stumped. They should have had that. They were ways away from each other. And that stings. That could have been it. That could have been another round in the pocket for them. Again, these small mishaps, they keep adding up, and it's slowly turning into a pile of, again, mistakes that you can't ignore.
Yeah, that's true. They didn't have any sort of intel whatsoever until the first death happened on this 1v2. It was just so hard. You didn't know where the killjoy Aeonix was going to be coming from.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. That
Beautiful
felt like
stuff.
a Jet highlight reel for both teams.
Absolutely, and you see why the duelist is such a valued role, you know? Sometimes when you don't want to overcomplicate things, when things get a little muddled, a bit too convoluted, you need that firepower. You need to brute force your way into things, and that's just how it is.
Maybe that's indeed the plan, Zeus. Brute forcing this defense, rather. Not dead yet. It's gonna try to run away, but Aeonix has eyes on him already. Aeonix with a drop. It is a 3v3 situation with a lot of ults on side of Avernus. This could be their chance.
Take flight.
Is it their chance as they expend a lot of their utility here just to kind of equalize? We do see that lockdown on the side of Avernus to just stop the bleeding. But these sheriffs will eventually get to the point of fighting. And they have the Hunter Sphere just to cover that extra post-plant time. But what's happening?
Exactly. It's 3 sheriffs on the board. At least they're able to cover a lot of ground here. And the tap on the spike, though, just fired a lot of shots. Is the cascade expiring? Oh, and QT, he wants an ace for himself. Maybe, perhaps. Yes, there is. And that is still a Meow win and an ace for Owen QT.
That is the 4th of today, I believe.
Yeah.
We've had so many aces.
So
and,
many.
you know, everybody today has just been so sharp. There must be a Wednesday effect going on. Is it Wednesday? It is Wednesday, my dudes.
You are correct. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Where's the frog? I remember you have a frog.
Yes, I have a lot of frog.
Frog. Yeah. Anyway.
But not the animal of the hour, Miss Riku. It is the cats. The old stinky cats.
Exactly. Avernus? Actually, this map feels like a huge improvement from Split. They are challenging Meow with a lot more spaces and getting a lot of these early kills, but having to convert that is another question as well.
Yep, you just can't have a strong start. You need to finish strong. Meow, OSC, taking their time, letting that drone pass, denies it, but no movement on the side of Avernus just yet. This defense is still worried about mid. And Meow, they go for a full heavy hit.
Yeah, exactly. They were able to already catch up and rotate, but might be too late. Exotic and Eonix already getting the kill, even using the smoke to their advantage, knowing where one is going to be coming from. And Exotic with a full kill, almost an ace again. And Meow continues to dominate Icebox.
This kid is so clean.
I know, right?
Well, beautiful shots by Eonix. Rather, Exotic. A lot of those letters on that team. And Meow, they're straight up running away with this. What type of feline are they? They are a bunch of... What's fast? A cheetah.
A cheetah!
Although, did you know they don't make that sound? I was about to say they're timid.
Yeah, they are, though. They have, like, one of the... Do they have the cutest? I think their meows are very different, you know?
I guess so. But either way, no matter what a feline friend we have on the board, still as lethal as they come.
Yeah, honestly, especially with that first blood, again, they really know how to use these man advantage constantly. And look at this, they have an idea where everything's at. Is Wingman actually falls here, and now the formation's a little bit broken, but Exotic says, that's no problem. I can just take you down right now. Zeus, able to get a kill, but not dead yet, activated. That's why Exotic is a little brave. Look at this peek from the smoke. Triple kill. Exotic is on fire right now.
A little brave. He done full swung. That's that.
Brave.
He just went in, and you know that's the value of having not dead yet. You're so willing to fight, and sometimes it catches the defense off guard. And Exotic capitalizing on that fiery last 2 rounds here. We're finally seeing him wake up. Zeus doing well. The rest of the cast on the side of Avernus man, experiencing the slump still.
Yeah, they really have to, hold their ground here. Because constantly, old Stinky Cat, very fearless whenever they try to enter a site. They are constantly on, very, very aggressive, and it has been working out.
I mean, that's an understatement. It's been more than working out here for
Yeah,
OSC.
true.
And the thing is, they haven't necessarily established like any crazy lurks or anything.
Yeah.
All they've been doing is that, okay, guys, this doesn't have a lot of utility. It's pretty safe to cross. In this area of the map, we can then leverage whatever safe space we get. And Avernus, despite their best efforts with the ults and everything that they've been doing, just has been falling short.
Yeah, it has been. I remember a few rounds ago, it was Eco 3 Sheriffs. They had 3 ults. They really were very hungry for that round, which is understandable if the round gap is this immense.
Placing swamp grenade.
Immense is a good way to describe it. I mean, Avernus, they really want to prove they have the mettle to take on the top teams, and they're hitting a roadblock here, especially with Meow. Meow is yet another usurper to that throne, but they are just looking to keep the titles to themselves. Look at this, Avernus, they're just willing to back out here, but Meow taking their time, waiting for the full bloom of this lockdown.
And now it is quite the aggressive stance here coming from VALORANT at the moment. Okay, Heaven is a little blocked right now, but that is no problem. Let's see now if they do have the time. Zeus ready with the knives. He has an updraft. Nice scan. He knows where VALORANT is, but now he is down as well. Dignified with the multi-frags. It feels like they're just taking turns at this point.
Oh my gosh. If you're an Avernus fan, look away. This is unpleasant to say the least. And week 2, not starting strong for our freshman from relegation here. Meow really giving them a hell of a time.
Yeah. It's it feels like Avernus really has to dig deep into their strategy pool at the moment. Strategy pockets, whatever you call it.
The
They do
playbook.
have the operator
I think
now.
that's what you want to say.
Yeah, strategy book, strategy pockets. I don't know anymore.
The playbook, Ms. Ma'am.
The playbook.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
Oh. Oh. Enemy
Ooh.
down.
Well, thanks for informing us, Miss Sabine. As OSC now dominating multiple portions of the map here. You hear the Blade Storm pop. But the question is, where do they want to invest this? They're a little forced to be a bit more, I guess, aggressive here with the operator. You can't go on a full retake with it. It's just that much more difficult. So there's a lot of long sight lines that Meow themselves are denying. So this is really smart. This is a good way to start off this hit.
It really is. They just waited for the time. They couldn't get it as well. VALORANT, again, always having Zeus's number, but in the end, Den's out with a revenge. Exotic through the smoke, gets a kill. Dignified as well. And now it's all up to XTY to see if he can make things happen. Maybe get one before he falls. And that he does. But it's still the double digits on Meow's side for the score.
Dominating. As you mentioned, dominating is OSC. Avernus still trying to dig deep to get whatever they can get out of the series. And by far, this has been the most lopsided round differences we've had in a single half.
That's true. And it feels like, Meow is just completely online, and Avernus is just trying their best to see if they can find something, find a trade, because it feels like every time they want to do a retake, at a blink of an eye, they lose multiple members on their side.
The blink of an eye and the drop of the hat, you call it whatever you want, but Meow, they will do everything in their power to close this series off, as Avernus obviously hobbling, limping here. They want to make it to the finish line, but they've just been bruised.
Yeah, they have been. And now Detain as well onto one on yellow. Zeus with another double. Make that a triple as well. Dignified, aiming for some sort of revenge. But this is the round that Avernus is waiting for. Have always been waiting for. Spike is quite far out of reach of Ionix.
Oh no, they're still not playing in positions where they can trade off of each other. But the crossfire is there by Dens, and he will get the last straggler on the side of Ionix. Slight replay of what happened on Split. The adjustments, although they are coming in waves for Avernus, it is a mighty calm ocean for them.
It is 8 rounds to climb for Avernus, and that first step is on this pistol, and let's see how they're able to either stall this out or take this back.
One or the other. Either way.
Zeus, that's definitely your key here, right?
Yeah, this is where they have to really try to go the distance. If Meow was sprinting in the first half, it is now time for the marathon runners to, I guess, show themselves. As potentially with this type of play, OSC could be running into some stamina issues. That has yet to be discovered as we go into a half. And look how interested everybody is towards this B side.
This, exactly, this angle. Oh, what flick! Ionix are crazy! That is insane! Ionix again with a double kill. He's scared, but he's not giving up this angle. He has eyes on the spike right now. XTY trying to equalize the numbers at the moment, but that was insane. Here we go. 2v2 rather. At the hands of both of these teams. Triple kill for the opposition. Opposite killjoy. And Dens finishing off the round. Started off really good, but at the end of the day, Avernus wins that pistol.
Oh my goodness. That first flick,
yeah.
With all due respect, whoever that was, it was Zeus. He got obliterated.
Yeah.
But then, the important thing is, he tagged a lot of utility, giving his team the space they need to work with. And this is what Avernus need. They have to somewhat abide by these set rules and set plays for their team. Slowly but surely, they can chip away at Meow. But again, it's a long and arduous road, as you would say.
It is. But one round, it's a good morale booster on the side of Avernus. Let's see where they go and where the first blood's gonna come from.
Where is it? Zeus is hunting. Doesn't want a repeat of that previous round. Once again, looking to rally the rest of his squad here. If you ignore the scoreboard, Zeus has been doing really well. Converting it into winning rounds has been a different question altogether. But B site is looking like it might be the place to be for Avernus.
The timing was not in anyone's favor, actually. They both missed each other. But here comes the plant, though. How will this retake happen?
Well, it's certainly going to take some time for Meow to set their feet and maybe get themselves ready to try and storm into the site. A lot of smoke still being, you know, expended. They're waiting for it to drop, and it looks like they're crawling up very, very slowly.
And there's the top even just to bait them to leave their positions. Try to peek. Zeus and Ur gets a kill, and ONQT will fall. XTY as well, and it is a clean round, only losing the one. Now it's 4-10.
It's really been a tale of two halves for Avernus. Both maps, you know, the latter half was definitely more impressive than the opener. So if they can get that fixed, then they will be exponentially better as a team. They got their bonuses here. Zeus is not too far off in terms of just volume, but everybody has to step up and help this man. He is keeping this team afloat.
He is so... I guess it's all started at, you know, Split's second half, and then it just continued over here at Icebox. This might be a swift execute. A is now their plan. Let's see where the first blood is gonna fall.
Well, that's still not as quick as Avernus would want. Look how low he is. But again, if he can tank a few more hits, I guess not.
And now this is the time. Who is gonna try and, you know, try to step up here? And
but why?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's Dens, but he has fallen.
I'm just really curious. Why are there so many dry peaks on the side of Avernus when they have two smokes?
Is quite the question indeed. Perhaps
Placing swamp
you're trying to
grenade.
catch them off guard, maybe. But what are your options here? XTY trying his best to clear kitchen. And I don't think you're gonna get spotted by this. Oh, no.
Oh, you
nope.
are definitely gonna get spotted.
I thought I was facing the other way, but of course it's facing this way.
Either way,
30 seconds left.
they're looking to get some sort of control here, but a messy fight going in the way of Dignified is gonna halt things even slower here. Oh no!
Spike down B.
Bumped into each other, literally.
That's right. And there's just no more time for them to retrieve the spike and
10
go onto the
seconds
site. Avernus, it feels like they're just looking for these stray picks now. And Meow caught wind of this really early. They had the big numbers advantage and they played as a pack. They realized they were not dealing with that. We're now just gonna try and cover up whatever flanks that would present itself. And that they did.
Seconds
That
left.
is so unlucky.
Very. So who would have thought ONQT would try to push up and maybe try to scout for Meow, and one round away Meow is on match point, and it is a bit of a broken buy on the side of Avernus, so let's see how they can make something out of it.
We are hoping.
No.
Was that supposed to be the recon?
Oh, not sure, actually. Whoa! From far away! Zeus wins the duel. Gets a headshot down into Fall X.
Oh. And now, this time around, Meow is the one operating on a disadvantage. The defense is shifting. They just don't want to lose a site to a super heavy hit. But Avernus, it seems that they're pulling all this attention so they can free up the space towards B and hit and crash there potentially. But Zeus, double dipping, still gets one. It still hasn't frozen the defense. Look at Meow. They're very committed to stopping this B hit still.
Okay, it's all up to the rest of Avernus to take control of this site, not fall into the hands of Aeonix and ONQT, because Zeus is keeping the Gecko busy, he's keeping Dignified busy.
How busy is busy enough? But look how organized this man is.
Yeah.
Killing the lurker was on the itinerary.
Mission, exactly. Able to cross that off the list. And now B is clear, or rather, A
30
is
seconds
clear.
left.
And it is Zeus leading the way. It is going to be an A hit indeed. Let's see how the retake goes.
Yet again, Avernus' plans to take mid
Spike planted.
has been foiled. It is a 3v4. But look at how this might be set up. There's not a lot of utility on the side of Meow, so they might just have to duel this out the good old-fashioned way.
Yep, exactly. As it comes to Flash, Zeus with a triple. And swift action, swift shots from the side of Avernus. Now it's 5-11. They're slowly catching up.
How slow do they need to go? As much as they need to be sure of this comeback, apparently. Meow. This time can't let these rounds go away, or rather let this lead shrink. Now they have the operator, so they're adjusting to, okay, now they're just trying to, you know, slice the pie, not eat it all at once.
And I feel like that knife is definitely, you know, Zeus here. Like, constantly the win and lose condition falls heavily onto his shoulders.
Oh man, those weights must be a lot. Very heavy.
Yeah.
I'm running out of creative things to say.
I was about to
what
say
we-
divided, like the way we divided. But
Well,
not really.
either
That's
way,
not what
this
you're trying to say?
Enemy kill. My ult's ready.
First blood again.
Interestingly enough, Meow is still not addressing these stray picks. They're just going to lay low and be patient. The operator is still very much in hand. But look how far back Fall X is going to be. That is going to cover up any person that would crawl up towards... Hello?
Wow! Again, Zeus is constantly first blood, but Dignified and ONQT, they're trying to equalize the numbers, and equal indeed it is. That's a 3v3 situation now. 23 health on to Dens. Not a healthy manner. XTY, though, with a slurk. They see it coming. Sizera with a kill. They know the sandwich is here, but caught up of utility. ONQT takes advantage. Dens super low right now. Healthy members on the side of ONQT and Exotic. They're one orb away from both of their ultimates. The spike is not down just yet. 15 seconds seconds on the clock. They have to plant this. It's now or never. Exotic trying to push as well. They know the plant is somewhere at least, so they peek together. Spray across the smoke. 30 HP. You're right, they're both low. It's a guessing game now between these two players. One wants to get match point, one wants to keep surviving. And they just hold on out for the smoke to survive. And it is Owen Cutie winning in the end with a 4K at that, and now Meow at match point.
Look at the steal of the nerves of Owen Cutie. Could have used the Viper's Pit, but you know what? He decided to play it out. Now they have another thing to reinforce this winning round. Viper's Pit still very much available. Not dead yet. Now in the hands of Exotic. And Zeus, despite all his efforts, denied by the rest of OSC.
Exactly. Kill the operator player. You kill Volex. If you've managed to get that one pick as well. Again, it is very. It was again Meow, Dignified, and Owen QT just equalizing the numbers there.
Avernus, this bleeding is looking like a pretty bad hemorrhage, and maybe we're getting into critical levels here as Aeonix has been a bit more confident, looks to kill this lurker XTY.
Gave that angle up. Might be the wise decision as they're on the way to B now. Reckoning activated. Zeus with the knives out already. Gonna pass through the smoke. He doesn't see the player to his right. Not at all. Not just yet. And he falls on QT again with the multi-frags at the very beginning of the attack. And they finish this series 13-5.
Once again, the IGL that does it all. Guys, you need help closing out the round, the game? All right, it's all good. I am here. And that is sometimes exactly what you need, you know? Normally, it's a bad sign for the IGL to have high volume, but again, we might just be, you know, glazing a little bit on the side of Owen Cutie, but everybody on the side of OSC performed really well. Avernus, I feel like still have growing pains to address. In fact, quite a few.
That's true. It is week 2. They were able to fight top 3, top 4 in the entire VCT tournament. So this matchup is no laughing matter. It was going to be really a very difficult match for them. And you know, just as you said, growing pains. It's one of those, you know, charge to experience, and you know, look forward to the next match and see where else you can work on. But at the end of the day, OSC, wow, what a dominating performance. Full control, and everybody truly really stepped up in that series.
That is absolutely true. You know, I hate to make the comparison, but it looked like Zeus was Luka Doncic, and the rest of AVN was unfortunately the Dallas Mavericks. Unfortunately, as OSC, they will have a steady hand over the series. Statistically, they have been insane across the board. Although Aeonix doesn't have that much volume, his impact was felt. Outside of Avernus, it is the same thing, growing pains. Maybe they could be sharper on some of the reactionary utility. Maybe they could have a few more set plays to pad their offense. Again, like you mentioned, week 2.
Yeah, that's true, week 2. And speaking of offense, take a look at this. It is actually Avernus in the lead of first kills. It is the constant, you know, the Zeus effect, I believe, over here at, you know, Icebox. And again, it's about the conversion. How do you make sure that you take advantage of the lead that you've got?
Playing ahead is a skill. I say it over and over again. And, you know, managing that advantage is deceptively hard to do at certain levels of play. But Folex really taking that round away from a would-be good starting AVN, I feel like that was also a bit of a blow to their confidence.
Yeah, I think so too. Coming from Split into the, you know, into Icebox, it felt like, you know, Zeus got all warmed up. This was such a huge highlight from Zeus as well. It was crazy stuff. And again, he would keep doing this, by the way, like multi-frags, like back to back.
You said it. I mean, Exotic was feeling really good with the shots that he was landing today. Dignified also had a wonderful time with this Gecko, using all that space that he could have helped himself with and the team with, not just his utility, but also his gunfighting. And man, that is... Ooh, that does not leave a good taste in your mouth. losing a duel like that. Kind of walking into it with a knife out.
That's true. It's a little bit tough, but again, old Stinky Cats, they are, again, such a fun team to watch. They're very explosive, they're very confident, they are full of like highlight reels, I believe, and meow. I thought you were gonna do something with your hands. I don't know what it was. You were just fixing your glasses.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if that's what you want to do, go ahead, but
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah, anyway, thank you very much, Rob. That's it for us over here at the third series of the day. We're gonna send it over to the panel.
Totoo nga, mag-agree ako dun na iba talaga pag wala yung ating mga kasamahan na present sa ating rotation today. So I agree. And first time ko ito may experience na totoo nga pala talaga, Dax and Rockart, pag wala yung mga yun, no?
Di ba sinasabi ko sa inyo, hindi ako yung problema. May mga certain people lang talaga. Ray. Osiris. So, totoo, di ba? 2-0, tatlong clean sweep, tas isang
Malinis.
take push lang. Malinis nga, di ba?
And most of it was, ano ba, yung agwat, yung dumidikit. I think that only happened in match number 2.
Sa Oasis, di ba? Yung nag-overtime.
Yeah. Malapit, sobrang naging sweep ang lahat. And tama nga, even though yung pinag-usapan namin kayo ni na Rico and the Tier at the beginning of this broadcast, maybe overtime, pero one thing na pag-usapan is puro dos ang posible maging nangyari ngayong araw. So, babalikan natin yung highlights. What went wrong sana na pwedeng makuha for this one? Kasi it's all about Oasis dominating everything from Game 1 and Game 2, Rockart and Dax.
I mean, yeah, yun yung nangyari sa Oasis series, pero dito talaga OSC red, no? 13-5 pareho. And it just goes to show gaano kalakas yung improvement talaga ng OSC as a whole from the general, I'd say competitive populace na talaga pinapakita dito ng OSC, sila ay belonging sa mga likes of NAOS and Oasis, of the likes of Zol, na yun yung naging competition nila. Kasi pagdating talaga sa mga baguhan, pinapakita ng old Stinky Cat na sila yung mga veterano na in terms of the experience dito sa VCT Esports.
And I would say that OSC is extra spicy this game. Yung mga picks dito, I feel like a lot of them are pre-aimed, pre-fired. And I cannot get over how clean a lot of these rate transfers are. I think we saw a lot of them here dito sa ating highlight reel. And as our caster said, literally almost everyone had a highlight reel here today.
Yeah, the stats go crazy. Ilang ace rin nakita natin, di ba? Isa para kay Fall X. Tapos targeting na Icebox, si Owen naman. And I wanna give props to Owen. Siya mismo nagtapos ng laro. Back-to-back 2 rounds siya nagdala. And I think really for old Stinky Cat, it's a way to show how dominant they can be coming into VCT.
Well, coming into this game, our MVP, walang iba kundi si Fall X from old Stinky Cat. From the Jet, grabe din talaga yung naging instinct with the duelist mindset. Sobrang naging maganda naging plays. And looking at the fact na ito sa a complete 2-0, I think ito talaga yung gusto ipakita ng old Stinky Cat from the beginning. And they wanna, again, start the way with their own identity from just in week 2 pa lang.
I gotta give props to Fall X. I will always remember that ace from now on. Din sa may A-main. Showstopper ng pataas talaga eh. Alam mo talaga, may extra buwelo ka. Like Mike yung galawan. Pag may showstopper, tataas ka pa talaga. And as soon as he lands, he still hits another operator shot. Miss na miss talaga ng old Stinky Cat pag wala si Fall X. Kasi ito talaga yung dynamic na nabibigay niya sa team na to.
Hindi ko din makalimutan yung sinabi ni Taylor na grabe naman to, parang may mata sa likod kasi alam mo yung nakatingin siya sa main tapos habang hawak yung showstopper, I think that was on Split, tapos biglang tinamaan pa yung nasa head, like, bro, come on, give some for the rest of the team, bro.
Yeah, his awareness was all over the place, and it gave so much playmaking strategies then for OSC to push through. And alam mo, gusto ko nang kausapin talaga.
Ay. Nako. Si Boss OS6, excited masyado magbigay ng interview. Ayan, eto na. OS6, do it again. Tawagin na natin yung tropa natin.
Tawagin natin yung tropa natin from OSC. Tara, interview na tayo. Bago pa ako mag-freeze ulit. Tara.
Hello po, magandang gabi.
Yon! Good evening po, Fall X. Congratulations. Kamusta naman yung naging araw at yung series nyo ngayong gabi?
Masaya naman po, and lahat naman po kami is nag-enjoy naman. So, ayun lang. Masaya naman po kami.
Kitang-kita talaga yung vibes. So, Folex, talaga, congratulations ulit sa panalo nyo. Pero patatanong ko talaga, paano kayo nag-prepare para sa schedule nyo? Isipin nyo, di ba? Last week, every day meron kayong game. This week kayo pa may laro muli, pero matagal pa yung next game nyo. Parang mapatanong ko, ano yung vibe coming into each day at paano kayo nag-a-adjust kung kailangan i-adjust from a day-to-day basis?
So, ang ginagawa naman po namin, ang preparation naman po namin is, nagpa-practice po kami ng 1 day before the tournament. So, ang ginagawa po namin, ayun nga po, nagpa-practice po kami and then adjust lang po sa composition and other stuffs and yung mga mistakes po is inano naman namin, pinifix naman po namin agad. And 1 day before the tournament, kailangan po namin agad magpahinga. And then, ayun, VOD reviews and other stuffs, manood ng kung ano-ano sa Valorant. And then kapag kami nakita, improvise yung nakita namin and then that's it. Yun lang po yung preparation namin this whole week.
Ganda work ethic yun na. Ikaw, Rockart, syempre, may tanungan tayo dito.
Actually, really, after watching yung mga highlight yung from game 1 pa lang, especially to game 2, what is the Folex aim guide? Give me 3 steps para maging katulad naman namin yung aim mo.
Ano lang po, and sa akin po kasi kapag siguro pag bad mood ako, bad game talaga. Siguro depende lang din po talaga sa mood ko. And kapag ka nag-aim routine naman po ako is sa the range lang and I use ghost only. Ghost lang, tas 100 bots, tas dapat over, below 85 dapat yung standard kung ano eh. Yung sa may time, sa may taas, sa may gilid. And then dapat lahat yung bots is naka-strafe, tas off armor lang. Ayun lang. Tas 500 bots dapat yan, magawa ko. And below 85 seconds lang yung ano. And that's it, yun lang po.
Thank you. Okay, na-clip na. Thank you so much. Madami nang gagaya yan ngayon.
It's a great routine. I think ang ganda rin ang sinagot mo din dito from Dax and to Rockheart na you have this disciplined routine, you have a way to have a risk kasi hindi naman lahat magiging perfect in every scenario. Pero ito since nga I also admire how you guys really are connected with each other. So kanina, I was collecting info kung ano nga ba yung winning ulam nyo heading to this match. Kasi kanina may tinola, grilled liempo, ano naman ang sa OSC?
Samji tayo guys!
Samji!
Wow!
Napakaganda naman yun. Napakagandang sagot naman yun. Gusto ko For me, this is my top 1 for today. Bago mag-start, samgyup na kaagad.
So sino magliliver Folex? Sino ang bibili? Yung bot frag ba? Ganun ba yun?
Kung sino yung maasim maglaro, yun yung bibili.
Yung pinagalitan sa team, I love it. Okay,
yun yung bibili.
Samji.
I love it. Ganda na naging bonding na. So before we end this interview, any shoutouts, Folex?
So shoutout po dyan sa manager namin kay Madam Ali, kay Ate Colleen, kay Ate Arjen, sa tropa ko si Jeremiah, and sa girlfriend ko si Tiffany, tapos sa mga teammates ko, and sa mga sumusuporta sa OSC. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Yun! Thank you so much. Folex, pahinga na kayo and we're hoping to see you for the next run dito din sa Split 2 for upcoming weeks. So, kita-kits! Congratulations ulit!
Thank you po, thank you.
Thank you po! Nice to meet you po. Salamat.
Congrats.
Yon! O guys, paano ba yan? Kakanta na si Taylor Swift in a while.
Paano? Sige nga, pakitaan mo kami OSX.
Hindi ako yan. Hindi ako. Ako lang yung tagatawag lang na ating special guest. Oh, Rockheart, feeling ko bagay sa'yo kasi yung buhok mo puti.
Ha?
Alam ko nag-video ka at some point. Ano ha? Nakita ko yung clip mo.
Di ba blondie si Rockheart ngayon?
Oo nga medyo blonding. Anyway.
Ano nalaman nun?
may mga bagay na na-up sa feed natin lately. So mag-ingat-ingat ka. Either i-hide mo na lang yun or kami na lang mismo magtatag sa'yo. Pero anyway.
Ay mo, papatiktok pa yata ako nito. Ano ba yung sabi niyo? Sige, hanapin ko yun mamaya.
Yep. And guys, again, thank you so much for still joining with us here tonight. Pati sa mga watch party na sumubaybay sa ating matches of the day. Grabe na all 2-0s. And there were some points that we've also seen potential on teams na pwede magkaroon ng comeback. And I was looking at the fact throughout the match of the day is how they respond with recovery time. Sobrang importante din. And I've witnessed that during the Pacific stage 1 na madami talagang teams in a way na may napapako sa 10 at humahabol papunta doon. So much. And before we head on to our next toss, tingnan natin yung standings dahil nga it's week number 2, day number 1. Tara, tingnan natin to.
Uy. Not surprised honestly guys kasi Old Stinky Cat, sinabi ko nga diba, at talaga binibigyan ko props sila eh. 4 na araw na tayo sa group stage, 4 na araw na sila naglaro. And to be honest, ito yung mga klaseng start gusto talaga na Old Stinky Cat. Now, coming into the next few weeks na mag-rest sila, pwede pa sila mag-prepare for the rest of the field. Pero, ayan na, diba? Kita natin, top 2, top 3, Oasis at NAOS, head-to-head talaga, neck and neck.
Very promising din yung pag-angat doon ng Carti World. They're still up around there. So, yeah, here we go. Refresh! There
Yan.
you go.
Ulitin na, take two.
World is up there. Oasis and NAOS. Is anybody surprised? OSC, though, top of the leaderboards as well.
Yeah, it's good to see na yung mga teams that have prepared in day number 1, as Dax mentioned, it was 4 days already in the regular season. So, marami din ako nakita ding also teams would also have the chance to have a recovery this time around. Kasi it's just week number 2, bukas may laban ulit in the next day. So I think this is just purely starting the momentum. That's one thing that I noticed din for some of the teams na pag naka-apa ka talaga ng mas maayos in day number 1, kailangan mo talaga ituloy-tuloy, no, Dax?
Yep, alam naman talaga natin, momentum is gonna be so important. And may talaga mga teams na nagka-rough start. I think really the most notable right now, 9th place ngayon ang Zol Esports. Pero, yun lang diba? May malaking pero naman, Oasis at NAOS ang kalaban. Moving forward, titignan talaga natin kung kaya mag-recover ng Zol from that position.
In our newer teams also, like, medyo, culture shock ba to na sila sa mga nakakalaban nila right now? So, but yeah, in fairness, para naman sa Zol, their next fights might actually net them more points. Kasi they already, tinanggal, kumbaga yung mga hard level enemies, or mga enemies with more experience have already been dealt with or tapos na.
I think it's all boils down in the road to Ascension dahil nga madaming ang teams would be eyeing to get that spot, and exciting to see how their stories would actually unfold in each journey na makita natin dito sa regular season. But before we end the show tonight, we would like to thank Mineski Global for being the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Yeah, syempre, all day, every day. Also, thanks to our official super app partner tayo sa Grab. So, our Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver Delivery, and thousands budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos for Grab Food Saver meals. Syempre, may promo code pa nga tayo. Use the promo code GrabFood60 and get up to 60 pesos off of your order with a minimum spend of 550 pesos. Promo runs from 11 a.m. onwards.
At ang torneo na to ay sinubaybayan at binantayan ng Games and Amusement Board. Di ko alam ang tatagalugin yun.
Nasanay lang talaga si Rakar. Pero ganun talaga. Guys, before we head on to the end of the show, any thoughts heading to day number 2 and 3? Kahit 2 words lang. Ano pwede mangyari bukas?
2-0.
Ayan, ang galing. 2-0. Well, sip nga ito ni Rakart.
Sachelin.
I love it. So 2-0 and Satchel. Pero malalaman natin ang bukas kung sino nga ba ang magkakas dahil I have proven something today and I look forward kung mapartner ko sila dahil mas mapuprove lang nila yon. So muli po, sa ngalan ni Dax, Rock, Artier, Honey,
Ayan.
Boss, ayan na naman. Boss OSX, may miss ka talaga namin ilang beses na. Pero para sa kanya, gagawin ko na. Thank you guys, syempre, sa isa pa na namang araw dito sa VCT, sa casting, sa crew, at sa lahat. Kita-kits na lang muli bukas.